The odour of a sweet pea is so offensive to flies that it will drive them out of a sick room, though not in the slightest degree disagreeable to the patient. A tip from the 1899 Old Farmer's Almanac. Sunday the 24th of June. 7 weeks pregnant. Knock, 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 knock. So there I was, red-handed, red-faced, naked and straddling a corpse. His body is covered in my DNA, so even if I did toss him over the balcony onto several parked hatchbacks, the evidence would lead straight back to me. Knock, 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 knock. Jesus Christ, police have got loud knocks. Okay. Think. What do I do? What do I do? What do I do? Prison is a no-no. I've seen Orange is the New Black. I can't do all that lesbianing. It looks exhausting. Answer the fucking door! Yeah, I guess I'm going to have to, aren't I? I fling on my dressing gown and tiptoe across to the bedroom door. The knock comes again and I jump a clear foot in the air. For crying out loud, Mummy, this isn't just about you now. You've got me to think about. Answer it and tell them you can't speak to them now. Oh yeah, they're going to love that, aren't they? Sorry, Sarge, could you pop out for a couple of donuts while I dispose of this corpse I've been sleeping with? Then do feel free to come back with your marigolds on and have a good root around. It's not going to wash, fetus face. Knock, knock. Right, well, that knocking is getting right on my tits now, so just answer it. You'll think of something. I'll admit I'd have been a bit lost if it hadn't been for that little voice from beyond my own vagina telling me what to do. I tiptoed across the cold floor. Knock, knock, knock. The words shit and creak spring to mind, and there ain't a paddle in sight. Fuck, 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 fuck! Damn stupid to kill him here in the first place. What was I thinking? Must be the start of baby brain. That's what I'm going to blame it on anyway. Don't you lay this shit on me. How did I think I was going to get a 6-foot Australian man-child out of my flat, along the hall, down 2 flights, across the carport, and into my tiny car, without being seen by some busybody with a nose for cadavers? I've told you what to do. Cut him up. Fortunately, AJ wasn't decomposing quickly. I'd drained him out over the bath before I left for the hen weekend. This slows the process down. I saw Dad do it once through a warehouse window. Him and his associates all in balaclavas. Not just a pretty face, am I? Wink emoji. Anyway, my heart's pounding and my mouth's all dry, but the situation is what it is. There's no escape. The knock echoes once more. I take in a deep lungful of air, prepare my best shocked and saddened face, and open the door of the flat. And it's Mrs. Whittaker. I let out my deep breath. Our kleptomaniac neighbour, who gets more Alzheimer's-y each time I see her, usually annoys the knicker elastic off me with her unsolicited visits, but today I could lick her bristly mouth. Hello, Rebecca, she says. My name is Rhiannon, but nobody ever gets my name right, even at school. Even when I got famous, few news editors could spell it. I get it, people are stupid. I let old Whittaker off a bollocking for the simple fact that she isn't wearing latex gloves or brandishing a search warrant. I'm popping into town in a bit to do my big shop, and I wondered if you wanted anything. I know you're young man's away at the moment. The implication being that I, as a young woman alone, can't cope. Bless. She's eyeballing the room over my shoulder, as usual, obviously wanting to come in and snoop for unattended objets d'art. Ah, that's nice of you, Mrs. W., I say, keeping an eye out for cops on the stairs, but there's nothing and no one. I think briefly about sending her on a mission for a Dyson noiseless power saw, but feel it will garner too many questions. I think I'm okay, thanks. When's your young man back? France, isn't it? No, Holland. He's gone to watch the football. I haven't got time to go into details about Craig's arrest and subsequent charge for the 3 murders that I actually committed, so I leave it at, yeah, he's having a great time, seen some clogs and stuff. Bet the flats felt ever so empty without him. I know when my John died. She witters on for 3 minutes about how long it took to come to terms with her husband's passing, and I'm going and ah in all the right places, but my mind is going in 100 directions. When's she going to leave? When are the police coming? Where am I going to cut him up? As I'm standing there, a bubble emerges from my think tank. She's going out. Her apartment will be empty for hours. If I can drag AJ's body downstairs into her flat, it will leave my flat clear for the police. If this is my rescue boat, it has some huge holes in it, but you can't look a holy old boat in the mouth, can you? So I start rowing. OK, I better be off to get my bus, she says. Actually, I do want a couple of bits and bobs if you don't mind, I say. I'll just grab the list. Come in. She can't resist a route around my knickknacks. Parking her in the lounge, I retreat to the kitchen and locate the bottle of cooking oil under the sink. I break the seal and pour it down the plug hole. She's pootling about beyond the partition wall, commenting on how warm it is with our underfloor heating. Her block heels click towards the record player. Yeah, here we go, I say, joining her in the lounge, the empty oil bottle trailing by my side. She's nosing through Craig's vinyl, lifting out Listen Without Prejudice and trying to pick off the HMV sticker that had been on there since Craig bought it. She doesn't see what I'm doing. It's only this cooking oil, actually. We've run out. Rapeseed oil? She frowns, putting George back in the stack and taking the bottle from me to squint at the label. Where'd you get that? With the other oils. If you can't find it, don't worry. Oh, I'll find it. I like a quest, she says, smiling so toothily I fear her falsies are going to shoot out of her mouth. I never cooked with this before. It's so good for you, I say, surreptitiously parroting the label blurb. I think it has the lowest amount of saturates of any other oil on the market, and no artificial preservatives, and it's kind to cows and stuff. Sounds wonderful, she smiles again as I guide her back towards the front door. Might get some myself. It doesn't make chips taste funny, does it? She walks on ahead of me, right into my oily trap. Wallop. She goes down like a perv priest on a preschooler, but to my chagrin doesn't bang her head. I rush in and do it manually, grabbing her ears and yanking her skull back for hard contact to ensure disorientation. Ow! Oh, what's happened? My head! My arm, where am I? She gabbles on, flailing about like an upturned tortoise. Oh dear, it's all right, I say, dialing 999. You must have slipped. I'm going to put you in the recovery position now. Oh, it hurts. Oof, ow, ow. That's okay. Pain is good. Pain means it's getting better. With her settled as comfortably as she can be on her side in front of the afternoon film, Calamity Jane, I go to my room and wrap my secret love in the sheet he's lying dead on. There's a thump when he hits the rug. What was that? I dropped something, I say to the back of her head as I drag AJ's body across the lounge floor behind her. Doris Day dances about on a counter. Crazy bitch. Whittaker keeps trying to look back at me. I'm in so much pain, love. Oh, lie still, Mrs. W. The ambulance is on its way. You're going to be fine, but you have to stay still. You could have a broken primula. Could not think of the name of that bone. Damn baby brain. It's not my fault. You got yourself into this mess. I'm sweating like a pork chop as I drag my human fajita through my door and downstairs to Mrs. Whittaker's flat, bundling it inside with seconds to spare. I hear the quick pad-pad of shoes down the corridor, and I look up to see Jonathan Jerams careering towards me, arms out. "Rhiannon!" he yells, barrelling into me at speed. Old Mr. and Mrs. Jerams bring up the rear, apologising in his wake. Jonathan's my self-appointed best friend ever because of something I did for him over 2 years ago. I saved his life. Sort of. There used to be a guy of no fixed abode who'd hang about the concourse, shouting abuse at residents, tipping over bins and stealing bikes. He wore a pig mask to frighten people. I nicknamed him the notorious PIG. Anyway, he picked on Jonathan something chronic because Jonathan has Down syndrome and he could get money out of him easily. One day, the PIG threw an apple core at Jonathan's head as he was coming back from feeding the ducks. One of the few solo pursuits his parents afforded him, and I saw it happen. It's one of my rules. Defend the defenceless. I had no choice. So immediately after the apple flinging, I strode up to the PIG, snapped the mask from his face and yelled, "If you don't disappear, I will visit you in the dead of night and cut your real fucking face off." Got spit in his eye and everything. I eyeballed him until he looked away, got onto his bike and sped off, laughing like it didn't matter. Clearly it did. We never saw him on the estate again. For ages after, Jonathan left me presents outside my door. Sent random cards and flowers. Then Craig got jealous and asked him to stop. Now it's tackle hugs and proclamations of love across the car park. "We're going to the zoo, we are," says Jonathan, rocking to a tune only he could hear, trouser hems flapping in the breeze. "How lovely," I say, wiping facial sweat on my dressing gown sleeve. "I like animals, I do." "Yeah, so do I. They're great, aren't they?" The Jeramses laugh for no apparent reason. Jonathan prods Whittaker's door with his spoony digits. "What's in there?" "I'm watering Mrs. Whittaker's houseplants. She's gone into hospital." "Oh dear," said Mrs. J. "What happened?" "She had a fall." The Jeramses accept this. Whittaker's a proper weeble, always falling over, usually in the stairwells. Most residents have had to carry a flabby arse up 2 flights before now. It's like a rite of passage in this place. "Where's your dog?" Jonathan shouts, 2 feet away. "Tink's staying with my parents-in-law," I tell him. "Do you like my t-shirt?" He opens his jacket to reveal a Jaws t-shirt with a sizable belly underneath and a bolognese stain on the neck. Why do people who look after the disabled never dress them in good clothes? It's always cheap Velcro shoes and washed-out charity shop threads that never fit. The shark glared at me, teeth gleaming. He didn't have as many calcium deposits as Jonathan. "Nice," I say. "You wear it well, JJ." I'm still sweating like I'm at hotbox yoga, even though all I'm doing is talking. Meantime, I have a corpse mouldering in one flat, a broken pensioner in another, and a police forensics team arriving any second. It's only when I'm making my excuses I realise my dressing gown has opened and boobage is on the prowl. Old Jerams can't take his eyes off them. I have to say, it's a big turn-on when he looks up my dressing gown as I'm climbing back up the stairs. "What are you doing, Rachel?" Mrs. Whittaker calls out, scaring the crap out of me. I'd forgotten she was still there in front of Calamity Jane. Doris and some other tart are singing about a woman's work never being done. Too fucking true, Doris. "Just went to see if there was any sign of the ambulance." I mop over the oil puddle with a bleachy dishcloth. "You all right there while I get changed?" "Oh yeah, you carry on, love. Don't mind me." I change my bed, turn the mattress, Febreze the room, and open both windows. When I'm changed, I go in and sit next to Whittaker and watch a bit more of Calamity Jane till the ambulance comes. "I'll water your houseplants, don't worry," I call after her as they stretcher her into the lift. And I'll call Betty for you. Leave everything to me. It's minutes between the ambulance leaving to the police drawing up. I'm on the balcony, chewing a dime bar. 3 besuited people, a tightly bunned black woman and 2 men, one tall, blonde and erect, the other like the short, tubby guy in Greece, who's about 40 years too old for high school. It's then time to get into character as the wronged girlfriend of a serial killer. I've learned a lot from watching those crocodile tears docus on YouTube. It all comes flooding back, like an old first aid course when you have to treat a casualty. Not that I've ever had to, or would, let's face it. I've remembered the key points about lying to police, and they are these. 1. Strong emotional displays. Dead giveaway. 2. Micro-expressions. Keep gestures to a minimum. Rubbing one's face denotes self-comfort/lying. Stillness/shock, unnatural responses. 3. Shaking hands. Good, if you can manufacture it. Luckily, my hands were shaking efficiently. The adrenaline of my frantic lunchtime running round hiding corpses and maiming pensioners. 4. Script. Less is more. Any idiot who killed his wife and went on TV to beg for help in catching the bastard always makes the same mistake. Their dialogue is too prepared. Sandwich the lies between truths. I was on a hen weekend. Craig did call me from Amsterdam to say he'd been arrested. He did habitually use pot to relax. Then the lies. 5. Cooperation. Do everything they say without hesitation. The detective leading the investigation, D.I. Neddy Jericho from the Major Crime Investigation Unit in Bristol, interviews me with D.S. Tubby Guy from Greece. The blonde guy dons gloves and snoops around the flat. They've had to get a warrant, which is presumably why they've taken so long to get here. Thank fuck. Do what you need to do, I say, still in utter shock and bewilderment, fiddling with the solitaire on my 4th finger. I tell them I'm pregnant and that I have high blood pressure. A half-truth so that they'll treat me with kid gloves. Works like a charm. We'll keep it brief today, as clearly it must be a stressful time for you, says Jericho. I can't believe it, I keep repeating. Please tell me this is a mistake. If there's one thing I've always been able to do well, it's cry on demand. I learnt from an early age that people soften when you turn on the waterworks. Nothing too dramatic, just some light sobbing at the right moment and you're laughing. Internally, of course. I've known the guy for 4 years, I wail. I live with him. I sleep in the same bed as him. I'm having his baby. How the hell is he supposed to have killed 3 people behind my back? It makes no sense. Would you like some water? Jericho offers, motioning to the blonde in the kitchen. She has a couple of fingers missing on her left hand. The 4th and 5th are stumps. I wonder if they'll find AJ's blood spatter in the grouting. You'll only see it if you're looking for it. And this isn't a crime scene. Yet. How long will this take? I ask, glass shaking in my adrenalised grip. D.S. Tubby Guy from Greece says, It'll take as long as it takes. I'm so thankful I pay my taxes to keep his ass in cheap suits. As it turns out, they stay around 2 hours 40 minutes. They ask all sorts of questions they already know the answers to, like where Craig is right now, and where his van is, and even questions about my dad's well-documented vigilantism. Craig didn't know my dad for long. He didn't know about what he did in his spare time. He wasn't one of them. How can you be sure? Asks Jericho. I guess I can't, I shrug, and they ask no more about it. They say I'll need to move out for a while. I inform them that Craig's parents, Jim and Elaine, have said I can stay with them. They take Craig's laptop and his pot in evidence bags, some of our kitchen knives, not the Sabatiers, of course, as those babies were hidden in advance, and his spare toolbox from the cupboard outside our bedroom. Some people are experts at hiding what they are, says Jericho as they're leaving. You mustn't blame yourself. She nods and holds my stare. It's clear from this meeting that Craig's in the frame. I'm a key witness at best, the pregnant, scared girlfriend of a man who was, by day, a mild-mannered builder, by night, a vicious, apex predator. They'd got the bastard. Gordon Ramsay clap. Done. So, I guess now you want to know about the old choppy? Well, it was the messiest, most nauseating thing I've ever done. God, when I think how easy it was for murderers in the olden days. All you had to do was lace someone's tobacco with arsenic or push them in the Thames. They rarely caught people like me back then. Sudden death was usually down to the pox. Now you've got to do all this dismembering and fingerprint hiding shit. First, I had to make a list for home base. Rubber gloves, 1 box. Plastic sheeting and or cling film, lots. Shovel, 1. Bleach, 2 bottles, possibly 3. Duct tape, 3 rolls. Cleaning sponges, several. Electric power saw and or bow saw, 1 of each. How did I know what to get? My dad was a vigilante. Kids pick these things up. Then I scrubbed out rubber gloves, bleach and sponges from the home base list and decided to get them in Lidl so it wouldn't look like I was doing a supermarket sweep for dismembering tools. I also added penguins, kettle chips, oil and elderflower presse. Lies sandwiched between truths. Annoyingly, Craig's power saw, a bloody expensive one he'd bought with his Screwfix vouchers, was still in his van, which is, as I write, being impounded by police in Amsterdam. I therefore had to buy a new one. The guy I pounced upon in the masonry paint aisle at home base, Ranjit, was only too happy to help. I played my dumbass girly girl role to the hilt, saying the saw was hubby's birthday gift and that he wanted to get started on our decking pronto. Ranjit had just the tool, a power saw. I chose the Makita FG 6500S with dust guard and free goggles for 2 reasons. 1, it cut through wood like butter, and 2, it was the quietest. I bought my bits and pieces, got it all back to Whittaker's flat, and set everything up in her bathroom. It took ages. And then doubt crept in. What if someone heard the saw? What if Jonathan and his folks returned early from the zoo? What if one of Whittaker's friends popped by just as I'm up to my elbows in Australian long pig? It was getting on for 4 o'clock. I needed to see what the situation was outside my own private abattoir. I dressed in my most girly outfit, brushed my hair so it went all Doris Day, and grabbed the spare set of Craig's keys. Up and down the hallway I went like the fucking Avon lady, knocking on doors, asking if they'd been dropped in the lift. Only 3 families were in on Whittaker's floor. The gays with the cats, the couple in wheelchairs, and leaf blower Ron and Shirley, who were watching TV and eating haddock and mash, judging by the smell. It wasn't ideal, but I had to chance it. Saw and be damned. You can do it, Mummy. I believe in you. When I started, I kept seeing his face flash across my mind. His eyes, his smile. The moment he told me he loved me. I had to keep telling myself, it's only a dead pig. The pig was a bad, bad pig. And threw a tea towel over its face when it was staring. I don't like being blackmailed by a lanky, dead Australian pig. But all the while, a little voice was telling me differently. That's not a pig, though, Mummy. That's my daddy. I vomited until it was stringy water. I don't know if it was pregnancy sickness kicking in, or the pervading stink of bleach, or the fact that on some level I'd appalled myself. The thigh bones were the worst. I used a hammer to drive the knife down deeper to break into them. I used the saw as sparingly as possible, French trimming the bones before smashing down through them. I ended up with 6 pieces. Wrapping them took longer than cutting them. The whole process was not to be repeated. By that evening, each section was tightly wrapped in cling film. Head, torso, arms, right thigh, left thigh, and lower legs. I packaged them in 2 sports bags and took it all down to my car with my other stuff, clothes and Sylvanians. Nothing else mattered. And it wasn't just the body parts I had to dispose of either. I also had the plastic sheeting from the bathroom, the shower curtain, all my bed linen, all AJ's possessions, including his rucksack, passport, and phone. I'd have to burn as much of it as I could, somehow, somewhere. I didn't allow myself to cry until I was in the car and halfway up the motorway towards the coast. The rain lashed against the windows. I half wished it would skid off the road as I drove. I could barely see through my tears or the windscreen at one point. It was getting on for midnight by the time I turned up on Jim and Elaine's doorstep in Monk's Bay. I was sobbing, soaked, and spent of energy. I fell into Jim's cashmere arms, ready for him to take care of me. Ready for Elaine to wash my face and make me hot chocolate and dress me in warm pyjamas and tuck me into their spare room on the 2nd floor and tell me everything was going to be all right. Ready for someone else to take the reins. Monday, the 25th of June. 7 weeks, 1 day. 1. People in washing powder adverts who are surprised when the washing powder gets the clothes clean, i.e., does its fucking job. 2. The first man who got the first woman pregnant, and the first woman who thought that was a good idea. 3. People who buy fake flowers. 4. People who make fake flowers. 5. Tourists in open-toe sandals. Now that it's summer, there are suddenly yellowing, gnarly trotters everywhere. Now I know how the Nazis felt when the Ark of the Covenant opened. 6. Johnny Depp. For just a moment the other day, I thought I was running out of items for my kill lists. But then, lo, a new morning breaks, and with it arrives a whole new bunch of thorns in my raw little side. I gave Jim the Gazette switchboard number and left him to explain why I was off sick. I can take as long as I need. Bet they're loving this. Nothing as newsworthy as this has ever happened in that town. I can see Linus Sixgill now, creaming his genius over his byline. Priory Garden survivor in sex slayer shock. She used to make our coffee. Or, Gazette girl's boyfriend is gay sex slayer. We always thought her coffee tasted funny. Or perhaps, Gazette Junior lives with sicko sex fiend. Did she make his coffee too? I've felt sick all day. And thirsty. And dizzy, like I've been stuck in a revolving door for a decade. I'm also shivery, which Elaine says is either a chill or a pneumonia. She's making me endless cups of tea and checking my temperature on the hour. Either Jim or Elaine have come into my bedroom unannounced 12 times since I woke up with the doorbell at 9:58 a.m. Tink scampers in too. She hops up on my bed and makes a beeline for my face, licking it all over. She seems to love me again, even though Jim has taken over her care now. God, I feel awful. Perhaps I'm dying. Wouldn't that be ironic? What if Elaine's right and this is what pneumonia feels like? How the hell is a thing the size of a chickpea causing me so much discomfort? You overdid it yesterday, You need to rest. I need to grow in peace. For fuck's sake. He's talking to me all the time now. Like Jiminy Cricket, but without the musical interludes. Elaine's been in to change my sick bucket and bring in a 2-litre bottle of water and a piece of dry toast. I wonder if this lot will stay down. Got no appetite at all. I don't have a hunger for anything. It's like Heil Fetus has invaded Womblandia and drenched that fire in amniotic fluid. Ugh, I feel sick again. Every time I close my eyes, I keep seeing his thigh meat all over my hands. Thursday the 28th of June. 7 weeks, 4 days. 1. People who share Facebook posts like, "Hey, put a star on your wall to support brain cancer," or "Post this as your status if you have the best hubby/wife/dad/hamster ever." Stop with the whole global community thing. It ain't gonna happen. Not with me and the community anyway. 2. Tourists with their faces in their Greg's nose bags who walk in human chains along pavements. 3. People who say there are no words when there's been some tragedy. There are always words. You're just too lazy to form them into complete sentences. Tink's barking woke me up. Jim always answers the door to spare me and Elaine, and today I heard a snippet. National press. How they found out I'm living here, I don't know, but one peek out of Jim and Elaine's bedroom window shows they're camped out for the duration. I think about going all Tudor on their asses and tipping a bucket of piss over them, but I guess I need them on my side, which is a shame, because I have rather a lot of piss in me right now, and wind, and vomit. Jim only announces callers when it's a flower delivery, and we've had many, 16 in all. Jim will bring them in, vased, say who they're from, their friends, the Gazette, one of the Pixos, my old friends, the people I couldn't scrape off, some random school friends, and set them down on my nightstand so I can see them as I'm drifting back to sleep. Then Elaine will come in, take my temperature, set down a plate of chopped banana and dry crackers, and take the flowers out, because plants sap all the oxygen out of the room. I don't know where they go after that. I managed one trip downstairs today to get a biscuit mid-afternoon. Saw a pile of business cards and scraps of paper on the dresser. Notes from reporters asking for my side of the story. My life with Craig Wilkins, the most vicious serial killer the West Country's ever seen. We only want the truth. If only they knew the real truth. It should be my face on those front pages. My headlines. I did those things, not him. I want to stand on that doorstep and scream it. It was me. Me. Fucking me. But then another tsunami of nausea sweeps my way, crashing out every other thought in my head other than, get to the toilet, quick. Not today, Mummy. Back to bed. I'm throwing up water now. Elaine says it must be something in the bottles. She's read how pregnant women drinking from plastic bottles can pass on abnormalities. One baby in India came out with 2 heads, and they said that was because of bottled water. I don't want to split my hoo-ha, so I guess I'll have to make the switch to filtered. Sunday the 1st of July. 8 weeks exactly. Ugh. Monday the 2nd of July. 8 weeks, 1 day. Double ugh. I opened the fridge to get some chilled water and screamed. On the bottom shelf was a dead baby tied up in a see-through bag. Turns out Elaine had just bought a chicken for tea. Once seen, not forgotten. I crawled back upstairs and into bed like the girl out of The Grudge. My head is swimming, and I can't see the point of doing anything. Though one of the journalists on the doorstep did wink at me when I went out to bring the milk in. I must look like 180 pounds of shit in a £10 bag, but still, it was a brief boost. Wednesday, the 4th of July. 8 weeks, 3 days. 1. Elaine. The way she loads the dishwasher is the stuff of nightmares. Okay, so I've killed people, but at least I don't stack unrinsed muesli bowls and leave them for days to dry out. It's clean dish suicide. 2. The woman in the Vauxhall Meriva who cut us up on the motorway. 3. Yodel van drivers. They are out to kill us all. I feel a bit better today, so I've decided to go back into work before they sack me. Jim says they can't do that or they'll be hell to pay. Elaine said it's far too early, but I was adamant and she made me a packed lunch. A superfood salad with fresh lettuce, not bagged because bagged salads have listeria in them. Jim drove me, even offering to linger in town all day before driving me home again. I don't deserve them, and they don't deserve me. As it turned out, Elaine was right. It was far too early, and I didn't stay long. I made a huge, unplanned boo-boo. I'm dropped off outside the Gazette offices, and there are 2 paps on the doorstep as I swipe my keycard. They snap away like it's about to fall off, asking questions about Priory Gardens and Craig. The new receptionist greets me on the front desk. She has an accent, Spanish or Geordie, and looks like the president's wife, far too glam to be a greeter. I give her 3 months. I head into the main office. At first glance, everything's the same faces, same haircuts, same plate of cakes on top of the filing cabinet, same clink-tap-whir sounds and aromas of strong coffee and newsprint. Ugh, coffee. What used to be my heroine is now my abhorrence. Heil fetus does not like coffee. I'm not a fetus yet. I'm still an embryo until next week. Donuts. That artless piss-drip Linus is on the phone, leaning back in his chair, fingering his bald patch with his Mont Blanc. The subs are meerkatting at me over the tops of their monitors. Bollocky Bill's eating a doorstep sandwich. The postman's leaving with an empty sack. Johnny the photographer is getting his list of jobs from Paul. Claudia Gulper, AJ's aunt, is on her phone, but affords me the briefest of glances. My daddy, you mean? Auntie Claudia, you who? She killed him, Auntie Claudie. You have to save me. Anyway, nothing has changed. Then I go to my desk. Some 5-year-old bobblehead in a short skirt and a blouse that looks like it's been torn down from a care home window is sitting in my chair. My things have all vanished. My stapler with the sparkly Chihuahua stickers, my Sylvanian pencil case, the gonk on my monitor that AJ bought me, the coffee rings next to my Queen of Fucking Everything coaster. Even the coaster. The Rhiannon label on my in-tray has been messily torn off and replaced with a clean one saying, Katie. All eyes are on me, but nobody says anything. The handle yanks down on Ron's office door, and out he struts. Greasy, shiny Cuban heels, trousers crotch tight. Sweet pea, how are you? I don't know how to answer. I'm struck dumb. This is Katie Drucker, our new editorial manager. Katie's been holding the fort while you've been away. Katie stands up from my chair and smiles. I smell her breath before she opens her mouth. Marmite. Huge yellow teeth. In my mind, she is gaffer-taped to my chair and I'm pulling out those massive gnashers with the biggest pliers you've ever seen. Hi, how are you? Fine, thanks, I say. She glances at Ron, who takes the proverbial ball and runs with it as fast as he can in his Cuban heels, specifically made for short asses like him. "So, how's everything?" "Fine," I say again. "Did you get our flowers?" "Yes." "You poor thing, Rhiannon," says Katie Drucker, patronising fucker. "Do you want to pop in my office and have a quick chat?" asks Ron. "No, I'd like to pop into your office and see if your £500 shredder will accommodate more than 5 fingers at once." And don't be fooled by the breezy tone and friendly-sounding pop and quick. Pop, in particular, is a caped crusader, and quick, it's evil boy wonder. This wasn't going to be some brief, cosy chinwag. This was going to be a rip your head off and shit down your neck conversation, beginning with, "We have to boot your ass out the door," but "How about a think piece on Craig before you do?" as a drizzle of honey on the festering shit heap. Ron summons Claudia over because when you're a boss who's as powerful as a fart in a bag, you can't face altercations on your own. She grabs a pad and sweeps over from her desk, affording me a bright smile on the way. "Hi, Ree. How are you, sweet pea?" "I'm fine," I say, louder, garnering 2 more meerkat subs to peer atop their monitors. And it's then that time does a matrixy thing. Katie's phone pulses in her knock-off Vuitton handbag beside my desk. Old school Britney. The main door opens, and in strides that malodorous slunt, Lana Roundtree. Tight grey skirt, chunky platforms, but less of a swish to her blonde hair than usual. The woman who shagged my man and sent me off down this road in the first place. A human sat-nav of hideous betrayal. Her head is down. My throat aches. It's all her fault. That's my only thought as I watch her dish out papers and glide through the office towards the sales department like nothing happened. Like her life hasn't changed one bit. She doesn't notice me. Doesn't see me coming. The ache in my throat burns as I move closer to her. Closer. Closer. I'm not that innocent. I'm reaching out, grabbing a fistful of blonde, pulling it backwards. A waft of herbal essences flies past my face as she goes down. I don't hear what I say. I don't know who pulls me off her. I'm pounding her face, over and over. Oops, I did it again. And the next thing I know, Jim is buckling my seatbelt and the engine's running and his and Ron's voices carry through the crack in the passenger window. "Hormones. Just need some time. Knew it was too soon." Cameras click. Someone calls my name. "Look up for me, sweet pea." And I'm sitting there, picking flakes of her blood from my knuckles. Friday the 6th of July. 8 weeks, 5 days. 1. People who tap dance. More unnecessary noise. 2. People who present any TV programme before 6 p.m. 3. Any of those design programmes about people who take a nice little abandoned barn and turn it into a soulless 4-storey gym with diamond-encrusted swimming pool and a remote-control garden, etc. Ugh. Jim's on the phone to Ron now. Lana isn't pressing charges. I listen through the banisters. He'll come up in a minute and tell me what was said. He's that kind of guy. I've already heard what I needed. I'm that kind of gal. I made the front page. Grip a killer girlfriend in office brawl. Jim has been trying to keep me away from the news, but we walked into town earlier and stopped outside the newsagent so Elaine could go in and get her woman's own. There was a stand of papers outside. "Come on," said Jim, taking my arm, leading me towards the seafront. I'm actually better at handling the attention than either of them gives me credit for, but of course I have to pretend it affects me deeply. It blew up the week I moved in. The angle then was, Priory Garden survivor is sick killer's girl. Elaine has banned all news bulletins from the house. She doesn't want to know. Jim craves news, so he has to buy his daily paper and read it in a cafe on the seafront to get his fix. I saw him once. The headline on his paper was, Throw away the key. Wilkins' sick and depraved acts shock nation. And there was a picture of Craig being led from a police van, grey blanket over his head. I preferred that one to, Gripper's girl is crash attack survivor, and she's up the duff. One paper is calling him this year's hot felon. Photographers were outside the house most mornings, snapping away like a pack of North Face-clad alligators. Oi, Priory Gardens! Oi, love, give us a quote, give us a smile. Hey, Rhiannon, have you seen Craig Wilkins yet? Where were the other bodies, Rhiannon? Did he tell you? How's he doing in prison? Did you know Rhiannon? Did you help him? What's it like living with a monster, Riri? That winky journalist is usually there in the throng, and I noticed this morning his lanyard says the Plymouth Star. He has black hair, a square jaw, and his smile is knicker-wettingly blinding. If I met him in a bar, he'd be paying me child support. Some fucker should. How are you, Rhiannon? He asked me. I just want to get on with my life, thanks, I say, opening and closing the door once I've brought the milk in, flashing him some unsolicited leg through the dressing gown, as is my wont. Is it true you and Craig were engaged? I hear, as I flick the chain on. On the days I'm feeling up to it, I don my Victoria Beckham sunglasses, sweep my hair to one side, prepare my downcast face. Not difficult, I look like a ghost most days, thanks to the vom, and sashay through the melee, throwing out breadcrumbs like, I'm fine, thanks, and I knew nothing. I'm just giving them what they want. They see what they want to see, not looking past what's already been decreed. That Craig Wilkins, my boyfriend, did knowingly and willfully murder 3 people in cold blood and masturbate over their corpses. That moi, Rhiannon Lewis, she of that terrible creche massacre at Priory Gardens all those years ago, is just the naive girlfriend. Remember when they brought her out of that house, wrapped in blood-soaked Peter Rabbit blankets? How can one girl get so unlucky twice in one lifetime? It's too tragic. When they can't get a comment from you, they shove notes through the letterbox instead. Business cards, scrawled scraps of paper, all asking for me to get in touch. I could barely read the writing on some. One of the notes was barely legible, scrawled on a scrap of notepaper. To my sweet messy house, it looked like, and there was a phone number underneath. I'm thinking it could be the local mental case. He sometimes posts rants about the government and how they're trying to kill us through our tap water on his way up to the War Memorial to talk to dead soldiers. What I resent most of all about this kind of press intrusion is that all they're interested in is Craig. How he did it. How he could rape that poor woman. What it was like for me living with a monster. How he's feeling about being the most hated guy in the country right now. He's not, actually. There's always paedophiles. And according to Twitter, there's a guy who sprinkled his girlfriend's ashes on his shreddies, who's way worse. I don't know who I am now. It's like one day I was in a couple with a flat and we had a baby on the way, and the next I went into a phone box, spun around 3 times, and now I'm poor little murderous prego girlfriend. I even come with accessories. 18-carat white gold solitaire on my ring finger, meek smile, washed-out Primark panda pyjamas, greasy hair, and slight stomach protrusion. Jim and Elaine walk along the seafront every morning. It's their ritual. And they've allowed me and Tink to join in too. We sit on a bench with a hot drink and a bun, iced for them, brown-seeded for me, and we sit and chomp in silence. Everything is small here, small and safe. From across the estuary at Temperley, Monk's Bay looks like a bucket of tiny houses tipped down a hillside by a giant child. There's no design to it at all. It's a higgledy-piggledy mess of streets too narrow to drive a Fiesta down without cracking your wing mirrors, a funicular railway, a church and quaint little B&Bs and cottages called names like the Sloop and the Brigantine. For me, killing has been what makes life worth living. So, at the moment, I'm not living, I'm merely existing. I'm like that polar bear I saw once at Bristol Zoo, wandering back and forth across his concrete, safe, fed and secure, but slowly going ever further out of my mind. "Go on, love, eat your roll," said Elaine. "You've got to keep your energy up. You didn't eat your protein puffs this morning either." I took one bite. Tink leapt off my lap. She knew it was coming before I did. I vomited on the sea wall. A seagull promptly ate it while it was hot. Monday, the 9th of July. 9 weeks, 1 day. 1. Owner of the bulldog with the ridiculous bollocks walking along the seafront, who laughed at Tink's Diamante collar and called her a puff. 2. Dentists. But hey, it's free now I'm up the duff, so screw you, Rapey Eyes Mike. That'll be £300 worth of porcelain fillings, and be quick about it. 3. The editor of Take a Break magazine. Living with Jim and Elaine has its downsides. Jim's adenoidal symphony in the dead of night is one. Elaine's obsessive dusting is another. Other things they do irritate me for no apparent reason, like the both getting out of the car to put petrol in thing. I just don't get it. But the best thing about living with them is their garden. Me and Jim have bonded over our mutual love of all things green and wild. All I had at the flat were window boxes and container herbs, all of which have since died, but here there are large raised beds and espalier apple trees along the fencing. Japanese maple, flowering dogwood, large white roses that look like ladies' blouses and smell like heaven, ice cream tulips, tiny bleeding hearts. I try to name as many as I can. Dahlias, camellias, blood red rhododendrons, alliums, yuccas, nasturtiums, silvery catmint, Michaelmas daisies, deep blue larkspur. The little herb bed with lemon thyme and rosemary and soft sage leaves I can't stop rubbing along my lips. Damn it, didn't Ophelia do that in Hamlet? List all these flowers. Told you I was going out of my mind. For Jim, the garden isn't ever finished. He's always deadheading or pruning or stroking a leaf like he's injecting himself with medicine. He says he could never live anywhere but England because of our climate and our flowers, though he has expressed an interest in going somewhere called the Carrizo Plain in California. He read about it in the Daily Mail. "The super bloom," he said, his eyes all twinkly. "I'd love to see that. The desert comes alive with wildflowers, purples, pinks, yellows, only for a month or so, and then it disappears. It comes when the desert's experienced a lot of rain, and it's extraordinary. Oh, the colours, Rhiannon." Jim's one of the few people I've ever met who encourages weeds too. He allows the back of the garden to grow wild for the butterflies, and his shed is covered in ivy. Jim says other gardeners hate ivy because they think it throttles growth, but Jim says it's terrific and does so much good for the ecosystem, the birds and the insects. He loves all plants, good or bad, pretty or ugly, even ones that stink or the spiky ones that catch flies. "Ivy's a tenacious little thing too," he says. "No matter what you do, she grows back, climbs up. There's no stopping her. There's an old wives' tale that if ivy's grown on a house, It can protect you from witches. Gonna need a shitload more ivy then, Jim. Went to the dentist's after lunch. There was an article about Craig in the Take a Break magazine. A centre page all about his fetish for gay chat rooms and gimp masks. None of it's true, but since when has that mattered? I got quite the jolt when I saw him, smiling on a beach in Cyprus. We'd had sex after we took that, as the sun was going down. I'd been cut out of the picture, his Facebook avatar. It was a joint selfie originally. Jim says we shouldn't talk to the press, despite the wedges they've offered. The Gazette had wanted an exclusive, being my old employers and all, but Jim said no. No interviews, no news coverage, nothing. You're not up to it, Rhiannon. I'm putting my foot down. We can't have you stressed so early on in your pregnancy. Think of the baby. I am thinking of the baby, but I can't help thinking I'm missing out. This could be my moment. It could be Miracle of Priory Gardens, reloaded. I could be on Up at the Crack again, eating croissants, sitting between that homeless cat who wrote a bestseller and the kid who got all those retweets for chicken nuggets. But instead, I'm here, doing nothing, playing Best Supporting Actress, an award where nobody ever remembers the winners. I did do one useful thing today, though. Updated AJ's Facebook status. It's one of the few times Facebook's good for something, when you're stealing people's holiday photos to create the illusion that someone is absolutely not dead and in several cling-filmed pieces in the boot of my car. There have already been some comments underneath the post. One from Claudia. Glad you're having a great time. Bulgaria looks as beautiful as you said it would. Wouldn't hurt to ring your auntie once in a while. Love you. See. Kiss, kiss. Need to find somewhere to bury him soon. Jim's been in. The police have finished with their investigations at the flat, so I can go and pick up the rest of my stuff. He says he will drive me. Later, I said. Gonna sleep now. Friday the 13th of July. 9 weeks, 5 days. Elaine saw this flyer in the library for the Pudding Club, a weekly social where new, expectant and seasoned mummies get together for a natter and a cuppa and cake in mum-friendly spaces. She suggested I go along. The words natter and cuppa make me want to tear off my eyelids. I knew it would be a load of old clit, but I went along for said natter and cuppa because, according to Elaine, it isn't healthy to be staying in all the time on your own. She practically pushed me out of the door. I met the group in a lilac and white tea shop off the seafront called Violet's, the place to go in Monk's Bay if you're A, cake-oriented, B, a mum, and C, have several screaming children clinging to each limb. The scene in the cafe was like a Muppet Babies homage to the Somme. It was a wall of noise, screaming, squealing, cupcake missiles, tiny sandwich grenades, mini-roll IEDs, babies wailing in adults' arms or banging yogurty spoons on high chair trays. One blonde toddler was full-body tantruming on the carpet like she was in pain. I wanted to leave immediately. The Pudding Club mummies were ensconced in a somewhat quiet booth at the back. The leader of the gang was obviously Penelope, or Pin, as she preferred. 48, Greek, and expecting her 5th. She's got a PhD, drives a Jeep, and is married to a guy called Clive who works in finance. Pin claims to have once shagged Prince Andrew, but she says it was years ago, so he probably wouldn't recall. She presumably added this last bit in case one of us rang him to check. Then there's Nevaeh, heaven spelt backwards. 29, black, gay, and likes to be called Nev. She lives with her wife and kids, and the kids' dad, Calvin, which I think is the ideal family setup. If I'd have been born with 3 parents, I'd still have 1 left. Nev intends to call her forthcoming twins Blakely and Stallone, presumably because she hates them. She smokes to keep their weight down and calls everyone darling. I asked Nev about childbirth. They say the moment you first look into your baby's eyes, you'll fall in love. But you won't. You'll just be thinking, thank Christ that's over. Get me a Subway. Seriously, darling. When Jardis was born, I hadn't eaten for 2 days. She ripped me from earhole to asshole. My vag looks like the Joker's smile. Scarlett is the youngest pudding at 19. She's as vain as a wag and cranially underdeveloped, but I guess that doesn't make her a bad person. She takes a selfie every 20 minutes and thinks World War II started with an iceberg. She's due at exactly the same time as me, to the week. I said, I'm envisioning a scene from that terrible Hugh Grant film as our babies come out in the delivery room and some strange foreign doctor is shuttling back and forth between our gaping vaginas, like a rhino on speed. Nothing. Scarlett didn't get the reference, nor did she know what envisioning meant. She then asked, was Hugh Grant the one in the King's Speech? Then there's the tedious one, Helen. Ginger hair, milk-white skin covered in fish food freckles, huge overstuffed bump. She's slightly cross-eyed, and her chin-zits look like spheres of chorizo, though, of course, it's de trop to mention either. Helen Rutherford, she said, all pinched and evil. Nice to meet you. Likewise, I return, more evil. She only joined in the conversation to correct some statistic or brag about how easy her last pregnancy was, how she breastfed Miles until school, and how tight she is because she kept up her exercises. She thinks anyone who doesn't breastfeed or give birth naturally is the devil incarnate. Helen is my least favourite pudding. In fact, I hate her already. A baby started screaming in its high chair on the next table, and all of them looked at it with that same expression of, ah, bless. I was horrified. This was no place for the noise-sensitive. There was one pudding who wasn't as ball-achingly thick, arrogant or tedious as the others, and this was Marnie Prendergast. 28, conker brown eyes, and a soft Bronte country accent. She's due in September, but has a tiny bump so her clothes still fit. Her parents are dead too. Her mum after birthing her brother, a blood clot I think, but the cakes were coming, and her dad had some kidney thing. Her brother lives abroad and they don't speak. Orphans unite, she beamed, clinking her coffee with my water. We're like Annie and that little kid she sings to in the night, aren't we? Molly, I said. Yeah, she laughed. She laughed at many of my comic asides today. Nobody ever laughs at my comic asides. I liked Marnie immediately. I liked her outfit today too. Frankie Says Relax t-shirt, black jacket and pedal pushers. She had on black and white Vans too, like the pair I wore until Craig got paint on them. We got onto the subject of Sylvanian families. She adored them as a child. She even still had her cottontail rabbit family and cosy cottage starter home, though it was still in the loft somewhere. I can forgive her for that. But, yeah, despite her incessant phone checking and the Take That badge on her lapel, I'm pretty sure I've made a friend. I asked her where to buy cool maternity clothes, not Helen's kind that looked like she'd crash-landed on a chintz marquee. If you want to trawl threads, I'm your gal, she said. I love shopping. I hate it, I said. But yeah, we could go to the mall or something. It's a date. Let's swap numbers and I'll give you a buzz at the weekend. This was the only nice conversation I had at Pudding Club. The rest involved either preeclampsia, nipple hardening or pissing oneself. I strained to hear most of it over all the screaming, and though I laughed along and enthused about joining their antenatal classes, I wasn't feeling it. I kept thinking, is this my life now? Is this all there is? The one saving grace was that no one was bringing up the Craig thing. Until someone brought up the Craig thing. "So, what's happening with the trial, Rhiannon?" asked Pin, chewing her apricot Danish. All heads except Marnie's turned towards me. Nothing at the moment. He's due to plead in November, and then I think the trial will be set for some time next year. Nev was working her way through a vegan brownie. Her teeth were covered in brown clods. "What's he going to plead?" I fiddled with my engagement ring. "Not guilty." "But did he do it? Did he kill all those people?" I shrugged. "I don't know. It's been a lot to process." Marnie cleared her throat. "Rhiannon might not feel comfortable talking about this." "Yeah, do say if you're not comfortable talking about it, Rhiannon," said Pin at full volume. Pin used to be in the army, so could easily project her voice like it was still fighting for attention with the landmines. Several eyes from the other tables turned to ours as she was talking. "But you must have known something, surely." The tiny tantrumer on the carpet started up again, furious at having her face wiped. I smiled meekly, my just your average prego smile. "I really didn't know anything." The others nodded along, like they were stuck on a back windscreen. "I saw you on Up at the Crack a few months ago," said Scarlett. "Oh, for the Woman of the Century award?" I said. "Yeah, that was fun." "Not." "Yeah, you had a lovely top on. Sort of peach with frills." "Miss Selfridge," I informed her. "Cool," she said, getting her phone out and Googling it. "Why aren't you talking to the press?" said Helen. "Bit of a wasted opportunity, if you ask me." Marnie sighed. "Helen, for goodness sake." "No, it's fine," I said. "It doesn't feel right. Feels like I'm selling him out." "Why don't you, though?" asked Helen, her fish flake cheeks pounding down her banana bread. "He's left you high and dry with a baby on the way. You need all the money you can get. Surely." She was looking down at my engagement ring. "That must have cost a pretty penny, too." "I'm fine," I said. "My sister Seren and I inherited our parents' house. He's a murderer, after all. Don't you think the victims of those appalling attacks deserve some answers?" "What victims?" scoffed Nev. "That guy in the canal had it coming by all accounts. And the dude in the park was a—" paused her lower voice to a whisper. "Sex offender. And that woman in the quarry." "What?" said Helen, all raised eyebrows and pass-ag. "The mother in the quarry, who was held for weeks and tortured, then raped and thrown into a pit. She had 3 children, Navoya. 3! Nev shut up. Scarlett looked at Pin. Helen looked at Scarlett, snooty as a fox. My heartburn scorched my throat, and my arse had begun to twitch. Pin called the waiter over for our bill. Marnie patted my forearm and mouthed, "I'm so sorry." I think she meant it. I turned to Helen. "It hasn't gone to trial yet." "And you're standing by him, are you, Rhiannon?" They looked at me. The waitresses looked at me. Tiny tantrumer looked at me. Old me would have said something meek and non-controversial, but today I just couldn't be bothered. I could see the pudding club becoming like the Pixos. Bloody hard work. In a parallel universe, it might have been different. We'd have dinner parties, drink Prosecco into the small hours, and bond over risque conversation about fluffy handcuffs and fisting. Perhaps we'd have had barbecues and play dates, and swapped ideas about nativity costumes in the schoolyard. But in this universe, no chance. Yes, Helen. I'm standing by my knife-wielding, rapey lady, torture-happy, murderous asshole of a boyfriend. Now get me a donut before I pass the fuck out. Monday the 16th of July. 10 weeks, 1 day. 1. TV programmes about billionaires who spend millions on lampshades and ornaments and still find stuff to bitch about. 2. TV programmes about benefit cheats who buy fags, tattoos and Heineken but have nothing to feed their kids. Cry me a river. 3. People who say might of and could of, not might have and could have. Plymouth Star guy was on the doorstep when I went out the front to shoo seagulls off the bird table. Him and a curly-haired camera guy. Hey, Rhiannon. How you doing? Good, thanks. Any chance of a couple of words for the Star? Yeah, I've got 2 words that would be perfect for you. Come on, throw me a bone. I've been in the job 10 weeks, and the most interesting thing has been kids set fire to Furby in Precinct. I know what it's like. I used to work for a local newspaper. Not the heady heights of crack reporting, mind you, just editorial assistant. So, you know what it's like? He said. Please, I need a scoop or they're going to fire my ass. This is a huge story, and you're right at the centre. Too true, I sighed, folding my arms. Please, anything I can take back to the office? You'll be getting your own side across. Some of the tabloids are saying you knew all along what Wilkins was doing. I did not know anything, I said. I noticed then he had voice memos recording on his phone. The camera guy was clicking. I calmed myself with a breath. Tell me why I should bare my soul to you. Give me one good reason. He backed away. I can't. Why not? It's my job, he said. This is what I do. There isn't a good reason. Come on, give me a sob story. Why should I put you through to the second round? Dad dying of cancer? Brother out in Afghanistan? Granny just too damn nuts in the nursing home to recognise your face anymore? Tell me why I should give you my story and not the Mirror or the Express. They've offered me shitloads more than pleases. He backed away, frowning. I don't have anything to give you. I just need a break. I stared him out until both he and the camera guy had disappeared through the front gate and out of my sight. I have made a boo-boo. I shouted at Elaine. In fact, it was worse than shouted. I jumped on the highest of horses, whipped its ass and rode it right through her. I caught her dusting around my Sylvanian's country hotel in the corner of the lounge and rearranging things in the rooms. Don't fucking touch that! Why are you touching that? I didn't mean to say it, just splurged out. And I know they've been good to me and looked after me and blah-de-blah-blah, but Jesus! Why can't people leave my things alone? I'm not asking too much, am I? She'd moved the front desk into the sitting room. She'd made up the bed in the Cat family's bedroom when the maid was clearly on her way there to do that herself. And she'd taken out everything in the fridge and put it on the kitchen floor. Nerve equals touched. Rhiannon, I was only having a look, love. I could see my mother's face in hers. What's the big deal? It's only a few toys, Rhiannon. You're too old for toys now. You weren't having a look. You were touching things. Why can't you leave them? My fingers were lengthening. My breathing grew sharper the longer I looked at her blank face. The room seemed to pale away, and into sharp focus came the phone cord and Elaine's saggy neck. Wrapping it around again and again, pulling on it, squeezing it, that face going purple. I'm sorry, Elaine blushed. I'm so sorry. She sprinted from the room. I took the hotel upstairs and shoved it in my closet, safe and sound. I knew it was too exposed downstairs, but I had no room to display it up here. I had more Sylvanian stuff than I had clothes. When I resurfaced, the house was quiet, and there was a note on the hallway table. Elaine was at the church hall with her Christian women's group for the craft fair, and Jim was on the beach with the dog. I walked down there to find him sitting on the large rocks, watching Tink sniffing in the rock pools. He didn't mention the Sylvanians' debacle at first. He started off topic. "Did you look into that Airbnb thing for me?" "Airbnb?" I said. "Yeah, all done." "You've done it?" "Yeah, I'll show you later. We've had a few inquiries already. I think it's looking quite good for August." "Oh, that's great. Thank you." "No problem at all. It's the least I can do, isn't it?" He smiled, looking out to sea. "I don't have a clue about this internet lark. That place needs to start paying its way to keep the bank happy. See, this is a lie pie, if ever he's baked one. One of the discoveries I've made about Jim since living with him is that he's loaded. He has quite the property portfolio. It's another hobby, buying up shitholes and turning them into sought-after real estate. I've seen his bank statements. He's got 3 projects on the go. A flat in Cresswell Terrace, where a junkie melted into the floor. A 5-bed house on Temperley called Knight's Rest, where a hoarder stashed several hundred ice cream tubs of his own shit. And a holiday cottage called the Well House on the Cliff Road, which has just finished being refurbed. For years it was used as a derelict meeting place for local teens to shag and break bottles. Jim asked me to put it on the line now that it's ready for holiday bookings. That's Jim's problem. He trusts me. And I, being the gal that I am letting him down. I've put the listing up, but once I've shown him, I will take it down again. I've decided I need the Well House. It'll be my refuge, a place I can go any time I want to eat and escape Elaine's factoids about hot baths causing abortions and the link between obese mothers and autism. Elaine mentioned you'd had a set to about your doll's house. I sat down on the lower rock next to Jim. My deluxe country hotel, yes. Bit OTT, wasn't it? No. She was only cleaning it, Rhiannon. I don't want it cleaned. All right. Core, dear, those hormones are playing up today, aren't they? He laughed. He actually laughed. I glared at him. You don't get it. Get what? After Priory Gardens, I went into a children's rehab facility in Gloucester. It was horrible. It stank of cauliflower and farts. I was lonely. One morning, my dad and my sister went on breakfast TV to talk about it and how I was doing. Seren mentioned I liked Sylvanian families, and I got sent so many. All the shops, all the animals. Seren would bring them in for me to play with. The toys the centre provided were either chewed or dirty, but these were new and mine. I learned to talk again using my Sylvanians. I learned to hold things again, grip things. They helped me more than anyone will ever know. You don't have to say anything else. Nobody else was allowed to touch them except Seren, and she knew she could only play with them when I was playing as well. I used to rub the rabbit's ears on my top lip and suck the clothes. No idea why, just liked it. Mum was always complaining about it. She said it made them stink. She said it was childish. I was still playing with them when I was 12. Then, one day, I came home from school and they'd all disappeared. Disappeared where? Mum had got rid of them. My post office, my supermarket, my country hotel, all the animals, all the little bits had vanished. She'd sent the lot to a charity shop. I screamed, threw things at her. Bottles, remote controls, shoes. She shut the door on me, refused to talk about it. Jim blew out a breath as Tink scurried over to him and begged for a pick-up. Dogs always know. That's sad, Rhiannon. Seren had managed to save some of them for me before they went. Richard E. Grunt, a few rabbits, a couple of the little books, and the bathroom set. We sneaked out and buried them in the garden one night when Mum was asleep. The man in the moon was our only witness. Rhiannon, you don't have to explain. That's when I started saving up. Every bit of spare money I got, I'd spend on buying every last Sylvanian back, piece by piece. I saved up all my pocket money, got a newspaper round, washed cars, mowed lawns. That's the only thing I like about being a grown-up. I can fight the battles I lost as a kid. I do understand, he said, stroking Tink's silky apple head. Our Craig used to say about your brain injury and how you like things just so. I'll have a word with Elaine, don't worry. I miss Seren, I said, only then realising I'd said it out loud. Jim seemed to be waiting for me to say more, but I didn't. Of course you do. She's your big sister. She's half who I am, I said. She taught me lots of stuff. Good stuff. French plaits and tying shoelaces and how to wrap presents so the corners were all tucked in. She's practical like that. She's a good mum. I expect she looked after you too when you were younger? Sometimes, I said, the night of Pete McMahon's death flashing into my mind. His body on top of hers, her drunken mumblings, the knife cutting through his ribs like a spoon through jelly. Sometimes I looked after her. A silence fell between us. Without a word, we both got up and continued our walk. Tink trotted along between us. I placed my feet in footprints other people had left behind. It's funny how you can't walk in someone else's footsteps, isn't it? It doesn't work. You end up taking too long strides, or placing your feet unnaturally to where you choose to put them. We'd gone about 10 minutes before Jim stopped and pulled a piece of paper from his back pocket. This came today. I knew what it was from the postmark. A letter from Craig. I'd been expecting it after Elaine intercepted the last one and set fire to it on the hob. Jim rubbed his mouth. Can't ignore him forever. This is the 4th one. I scanned it through. His writing had got better. I'd only ever seen his scrawls on builders' invoices or scrappily written shopping lists. Clearly he'd taken some sort of calligraphy class while he'd been on remand. I can't see the point of visiting. It would only be more lies. He shook his head. I know the evidence speaks for itself, but it doesn't answer everything. It doesn't explain that on the night that woman's body was dumped in the quarry, he was nowhere near. He's on CCTV at Wembley, clear as day. What about the others? I said. The man in the park? The semen all over that woman's body? The severed penis in his van? I refrained from saying, Coco van. This wasn't the time for that joke. It was never the time for that joke, but it was still a good joke. He's still saying he's being framed, said Jim. That Lana sort he was seeing. He's still my son, Rhiannon. I can't give up on him. He's Elaine's son too. She's given up on him. She'll come round. We're not going to leave him in there to rot. Not when there's a chance someone else is to blame. Tink nuzzled into the crook of Jim's arm. Jim turned to look at me, his eyes filling with water. I was the first person in this world to hold him. Before the doctors. Before Elaine. I won't leave him when he needs me the most. Jim had brought back boxes of our stuff from the flat. His clothes, vinyl, the dehumidifier, all his old football programmes, the remnants of sawdust on his jeans. I cried when I opened the boxes. I found a bottle of his aftershave, Valentino Intense. I'd stitched the guy up like a quilt, and now I'm crying about it. Pregnancy screws you right up, I'm telling you. I'll go with you, I said. To see him. I'll go. Not yet, but I'll go. Jim put his arm around me, eyes all glassy. We watched Tink run after a Jack Russell, chasing it round in circles like a furry whirlwind. And we laughed. It was funny. But both laughs were too forced. Friday the 20th of July. 10 weeks, 5 days. 1. Seagulls. This town is building-shaped croutons in a seagull shit soup. 2. Man in the mobility scooter who tutted that I was taking up too much of his greeting cards aisle at the garden centre. 3. Sandra Huggins. One of the side effects of being pregnant is vivid dreams. I often wake up in a cold sweat, my heart racing, having spent most of the night before screaming at my mother or watching my sister Seren get attacked by birds or wolves or some strange man in a hood. Those dreams seem to be on a loop in my head. Last night there was a news showing. The fortune teller from the hen weekend. It was an almost exact rerun of what actually happened. Me walking into her shop on the seafront, the red-haired woman with smoker's mouth creases and bad eyebrows, the crystal ball on its claw-footed stand, the tarot cards spread out, the hanged man, judgment, the hermit, the ace of swords, the devil himself. You don't work well with others, she said. You need to have no one. Staring into the ball, her drawn-on eyebrows furrowing in the middle, pulling her hand away from the ball, her breaths getting faster. I won't be on my own, will I? I ask her. I'll have the baby. No, she says, tidying the cards. Does my baby die? I ask her. I saw a baby covered in blood. I smash her face in with the crystal ball, and she crouches behind the table, cowering, her hands over her head. Even when she's unconscious, I keep going. There's no stopping me. I couldn't kill a baby, I'm not capable. There is good in me somewhere. But it's buried so deep, she says. It's the last thing she says. This morning, once Jim's morning farts had cleared from the big bathroom, I treated myself to a bubble bath and a hair wash with 2 shampoos and the posh antenatal conditioner Elaine bought. Thing is, though, my hair is still greasy. What happens in a preggo's body that makes her hair greasy? Why is my body giving my fetus all my shine and bounce? Also, dry hands and feet. The fuck? I'm taking on water like the Titanic, but every extremity is as dry as a nun's gusset. This kid is leaching all my moisture and redirecting it to my scalp. I looked at myself in Elaine's mirror, and I cried. I cry at nothing nowadays. I cry at burnt toast and RSPCA adverts, and when I got my dressing gown cord stuck in the front door and the UPS guy saw my foof. I suppose that's down to Heil fetus as well. You wanted him to see it. I thought Marnie would have called this weekend about going maternity clothes shopping, but I guess she was full of it, like everyone else in my life. Bullshit city. That's where I hang my hat. Instead, I've been dragged outside the house today to get a bit of fresh air in my lungs, even though I'm perfectly happy with my existing lungal air. Elaine reckons I'm depressed, but I'm not. I've just got the morbs. Even serial killers get the blues, you know. We're currently sweltering our giblets out in motorway traffic en route to the garden centre. Do you want another Murray mint, Rhiannon? No thanks. Still working on the last one. I'm sitting in the back of the car, strapped in like a child. We used to go on seaside trips when we were kids. Me and Seren in the back listening to music through shared earphones. Mum in the front, Dad driving. Mum feeding him wine gums. Dad turning up Spice Girls so we could all sing loudly. My Sylvanians would be buckled in beside me, and on cold days, me and Seren would snuggle under the big green picnic blanket. Jim and Elaine have the radio tuned to Coma FM. Usually I can't stand it because there's too much chatting, and this lunchtime quiz where the callers are a sack of dicks. But they've just played Father Figure, and now I'm crying. It had been playing on a paint-splattered radio in a pet shop Craig and Dad were refitting as a tattooists the first time we met. The week before he was arrested, Craig said it should be our first dance at our wedding. I wanted to do a routine to Opposites Attract, but he said it depended how pissed he got. Yes, he used to annoy me. Yes, he cheated. Yes, he used to talk through movies and stub out his blunts on my hygienist sideboard. But once upon a time, he was mine. And I miss it. This is not the family I was meant to have. We're looking at the potted trees. Well, Jim and Elaine are. I'm updating AJ's Facebook page. He's in Moscow now, where water's more expensive than vodka. Found a pic of the Kremlin and some random guy wrapped in winter knits that obscured his face to accompany the post. I heard them talking about me when they thought I was in the loo. I wonder why she's not buying anything for the baby. Spends all her money on those toys. It's worrying. If it makes her happy, I don't see the harm, Leave her be. I'm not saying it's harmful, just odd. She should be nesting. She doesn't read those books I got her. She doesn't talk about it, ever. I know. We need to find out what her plans are. This exchange bugs me all the way round, but I swallow it. At midday, we headed into the cafe as Elaine wanted to beat the queues. We ordered scampi and Jim told me to get the table near the play area. I watched some toddlers on their springy ride-on things. A mum was stood behind one of the little girls, her hand on the child's back. Another was consoling a boy who'd banged his knee. She rocked him and kissed his forehead. There was an older lady, mid-60s, pushing two girls on the swings. They shouted, "Hiya, Granny!" and she laughed, and they laughed. The sun bounced off the metal swing post into my eyes. I got my bottle of Gaviscon out of my bag and swigged it. Jim appeared with our tray of cutlery and condiments, gibbering away like an angry badger, and plunked it down on the table. "What's wrong?" "I don't believe it," he huffed, setting out the cutlery. "Bloody woman." "Who, Elaine?" "No," he said on an angry breath. "Over there, third table on the right." I swigged my Gaviscon again and counted along the tables. 2 women were eating croissants. The penny didn't drop immediately. "Sandra Huggins," he said. The world around me stopped. A bomb could have gone off and I wouldn't have noticed. Those 2 words were enough for me to forget everything. My heartburn merged into something else. For the first time in weeks, I felt my own heart beating again, faster and faster the more I took in her face. It was like I'd been dead, and she'd brought me back to life. I'd never seen anyone I wanted to kill more. "I don't know her," I lied, barely able to sit still. "You know her face, don't you? She's dyed her hair, but it's her all right," said Jim. "I expect she's been given a new name, new home, all on the taxpayer's ticket. I bet those kiddies never got as much." "What kiddies?" He leant across the table. "Don't you remember?" She was the one taking pictures of these kiddies at that nursery, sending them to those horrible men. Little boys. Babies. I think they're still in jail. Pity she isn't, rotting. I hope Elaine doesn't notice she's back round here. Oh God, that's awful, I said, watching Huggins's 3 chins as her mouth worked on her Danish. That one word circled my head like an eel. Babies. 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 She'd done it to babies. Huggins was still as pig-dog ugly as the selfie they'd printed in the paper months ago. Not one of her teeth was aligned, and she had the most disgusting forearm tattoos. Names in Arabic writing, the obligatory Harry Potter quote, etc. There was a green coat on the empty chair next to her, and a red leather handbag, gaping open like a saggy mouth. "Vile woman," said Jim. "No, she's not a woman, she's a creature. I've got half a mind to go over there. Don't, Jim. Think of your palpitations." Hypocritical of me, I know, seeing as I was pretty tachycardic myself at the time, only for a whole other reason. He started his deep breathing exercises. I'm all right. Just can't believe that is allowed to walk around free. Should have thrown the key away. I don't know if I want this scampy now." "Come on, try to relax, it's all right." The refrain of "Spice Up Your Life" popped into my head and began reeling through it like ribbons. "If Elaine sees her, she'll go spare. One of the women at Wombat, her granddaughter, used to go to that nursery. That Huggins creature had 4 kids of her own, you know. All got put into care. Nasty." It always amazes me how such a warthog manages to get laid so much. Then you'll catch a glimpse of what's been banging it. Some 8-stone diarrhea streak with 3 teeth and sovereigns on every finger. You know the type. There was no sign of a man today, though. Just a mousy woman in a paisley dress and questionable ankle boots. Sandra was so close I could smell her cigarette smoke. "You need to nip this one in the bud. You cannot kill her. And stop sniffing that smoke. It's not good for me." Mind you, I'd need an elephant gun to take her down. As Elaine was bringing over our scampi, Sandra moved her chair back, as did the mousy ankle boots. Sandra scuffed towards the trolley parked next to ours at the cafe entrance and wheeled it away. "Sorry, need the loo again," I said, getting to my feet. I followed Huggins and friend through the bedding plants towards an area of terracotta pots set out in towers on wooden pallets. The women were heading towards the herbs. The mousy one was clearly some kind of social worker. She had a lanyard around her neck and the tag read, "New Leaf." A quick Google confirmed my suspicions. New Leaf was a rehab centre for ex-offenders. The closest branch was Plymouth. Obviously Sandra's caseworker. "Mummy, what are you doing?" Mousy woman's handbag was on her shoulder, but Sandra's red leather one was in the trolley, next to 2 geraniums and a bag of compost. She was picking out her herbs. I ducked down. Had to wait an age before they moved away from the trolley and went to compare lavender plants around the corner. Because I only had seconds, I decided to live within my means. I took the first thing my hand fell upon inside the bag, a small brown envelope, then walked away slowly, blending into the celebration roses. Inside the envelope was more than I could have hoped for. A wage slip from Melancholy's farm shop. Their logo was crossed carrots on a potato. The name on the payslip was Jane Ritchie. Her new moniker, perhaps. I knew where that shop was, out towards the motorway. I had her full new name, her national insurance number, the total hours she'd worked that month. I even had her address. Monday the 23rd of July. 11 weeks, 1 day. Jim asked if there have been any Airbnb bookings for the well house. No, not yet, I said, but I'm sure there will be, any day now. Of course there won't be. Not now I've buried AJ in one of the flower beds up there. I can't stop thinking about that old Sal Huggins. You'd think that dismembering a body in a bathtub would leave me sated for murder for a long time, but it hasn't. What if the serial killer cycle is shorter when you're preggers? What if the feeling of balance and completion doesn't last so long when you're killing for two? There's nothing in the pregnancy books on it, of course, and Google is next to useless on the subject. Though my in utero Jiminy Cricket is putting the kibosh on all those sort of shenanigans via tiredness, heartburn and nausea, I want it so bad. I want her so damn bad. Plymouth Star guy is back on the doorstep, but he hasn't knocked. He's just sitting there, looking all handsome and fed up. I wonder if he wants my body. The state it's in right now, he can have it. I went downstairs and peeked through the net curtains. There was a bunch of flowers next to him on the step. I opened the door. What's this? I said, startling him into standing up. Hi, he said, picking up the flowers, yellow and white roses, and handing them to me. To apologise for hassling you. You're apologising for hassling me by hassling me? Are they bugged? He laughed, biting his lip. They are, aren't they? No, they're not bugged, I assure you. Be a waste of time if they were bugged anyway. We don't talk about the case at home. Oh? Why is that? I pretended to zip my mouth. You're not getting in that way either, sneak. I know your game. I smelled the roses. They didn't carry any scent at all. Mass-cultivated supermarket crap. Ugh. I handed them back to him. You're going to have to try harder than that. What do you like, then? He said, as I was closing the door. Tell me and I'll get it for you. Anything. Not bribing me, are you? No, but 'cause if you are, maybe try donuts. Krispy Kreme for preference. That evening, Elaine dragged me along to her monthly Wombat meeting. They're a Christian women's group who go on outings, raise money for various different charities, eat cake and pray. Tonight's meeting featured their new kindness circle. Yes, it's just as dull as it sounds. Wombat stands for the Women of Monks Bay and Temperley, and Elaine says it's full of characters. There's big-headed Edna, morbid Marge, Pol Potts, who dresses like a sister wife, pincushion face Grace, Erica the over-friendly troll, B. Moore the colossal bore, wheelchair Pat, wheelchair Mary, Rita who sits by the heater, elephant Vag Madge, Jean Coker the strokey smoker, whose palsy makes her look like she's constantly trying to eat her own neck, Black Nancy and White Nancy. Black Nancy calls me Bab and is covered in dog hairs. She's knitting a cardigan for the baby, whether I want her to or not. I've only exchanged brief hellos with White Nancy, but as far as I can tell, she's a twat. This is what I do now. This is what I've become. I meet up once a month with a group of women I don't want to know. We gossip, we pray, and we eat cake. My life will return to normal when the baby's out in the open. Of that I am sure. But while he's gestating, I'm stagnating. I'm a freak on a leash. It feels odd. Not wrong exactly, just nothing seems to fit. Everything's too small, too mundane. I'm a square peg, and every damn hole is round. Yeah, sure, Baby Bear might be contented, but Mama's getting grisly. Erica, the Wombat secretary, had the idea to incorporate Kindness Circle into the meetings, and tonight is the first one. Spurred on by ISIS and our world leaders basically all being megalomaniacal shits, she thought people needed to make time to be kind. Everyone breaks off into groups like they're in the damn brownies and partakes of kind activities, organising collections for the food bank, creating cross-stitch patterns for underprivileged traffic wardens, or sitting around talking about how lovely everything is. I heard the word lovely precisely 126 times this evening. I want to hurt the word lovely. I want to beat lovely to within an inch of its life, tie lovely in a sack and fucking drown it. Erica, I should mention, is also responsible for the lovely rhymes in the church hall kitchenette. Wash, wash, wash your plates gently down the drain. Rinse, rinse, rinse them clean, then dry them up again. And on the fridge door there's, welcome, welcome one and all to our communal milk and tea. But if you use the last of them, a refill's nice to see. And don't get me started on, if you're happy and you know it, wash your hands. They're so goddamn twee, they make me want to gnaw concrete. Erica was all abuzz this evening, having announced that the Church Hall Fund has agreed to splash out on hanging baskets for the smokers area. You know, so people can admire the pansies while their tumours metastasise. So I'm sitting there at Click Liquors Monthly, and we have to go around the circle and say happy things. I'm with Erica, Tight Bun Doreen, Debbie Does Donkeys, One-Armed Joyce, and Rita, who sits by the heater. Erica's rattling through a long list of contentments, which surprises me as she has a face that would make a blind child cry. Then it's my turn. I have nothing, I said. Come on, said Debbie Does Donkeys. There must be something. It's a bit hard to think of anything right now. There's a lot of bad happening in the world. Yes, but we choose love, said Rita. We might have to look a bit harder to find it, but it's always there. Happy thoughts, you must have some. No, I don't, I say. I don't have any. I'm not a happy-go-lucky person. Tight Bun Doreen pipes up. Well, perhaps if you were, you'd find it easier to come up with something. Perhaps, I said, heartburn biting. Inside my head, she is flat on her back beneath a hydraulic drill press. My fingers on the button. Doreen's lips pursed. Maybe you need to change your world view? Maybe I do, I said. So, do you have a happy thought now? She asked. What, because you tell me I have to have one? Yes, all right then, I do. Doreen frowned and waited. Well, what is it? I continued to stare at her, smiling. Can't say, else it won't come true. Later, Debbie Does Donkeys read the lesson, a passage from Luke about Jesus anointing a sinful woman. The lesson being that one who has sinned deserves a second chance because she has faith in the Lord. You can tell an evening has been a washout when the best part is being given a Bible. I was given my own Good News Bible. I don't think they like me at Wombat. I heard a few whisperings about Elaine's beast of a son, and there were some sly looks, mostly from Edna and Doreen. Irritating people is the nearest I can get to fun these days, so I'm going to go to next month's meeting. In fact, I'm going to read my Bible too. Let's see what God has to say about the kind of sinful woman I am. Wednesday the 25th of July. 11 weeks, 3 days. 1. Sandra Huggins. 2. People who use the hashtag family is everything. 3. People who brag about stealing stuff from Buckingham Palace. What do you want, a medal? Though you're probably in the right place if you did. 4. Helen at Pudding Club, who wants to ban fireworks, the works of Charles Dickens, and clown gifs on Twitter. Apparently they're all triggering. 5. Peter Andre. I'm bedbound and teetering on the lip of insanity. I've watched back-to-back eps of Ramsay's Kitchen Nightmares, even though I've seen them all before. I get up only to drink, piss, or puke, and even then I'm dizzy. I'm lying here, falling down endless internet rabbit holes. I could read one of the preg books Elaine got from the library, What to Expect When You're Gestating, or Mummy-to-Be, a day-to-day guide to the most magical time in your life. But I don't like library books in my bed. You never know what's been done to them, or in them. So I stick to online stuff, mostly BuzzFeed, Bustle and Jezebel. And you know how you look up one thing and it links you to another, and before you know it you're reading whole articles about Jeffrey Dahmer or water polo or coping with psoriasis even though you don't have it? I somehow got onto watching the Murder Made Me Famous docu on YouTube. The Miracle of Priory Gardens. I watch it every time I want to see my dad. He and my mum are interviewed throughout, sitting on the wicker sofa in the conservatory at our old house, clutching each other's hands like they're about to take a death leap. All the parents relived the moment they were told their son or daughter was dead. Then Dad relived the moment he was told I was the only survivor. Mum grips his hand tighter. Dad looks down. His hand wipes his eyes. I couldn't take it in. I was sure she was dead. She's our miracle. My big, tough boxer dad, crying his eyes red. Someone up there helped us out that day, that's for sure. My mum says little in the docu. She just echoes Dad, maintaining her rabbit-in-the-headlights stare. There's footage of her giving me a hug outside the hospital when I was released. I missed her hugs as I got older. There was some home movie footage of the kids who died. 2-year-old Jack blowing out his candles. Kimmy in her dad's arms in the maternity unit. Ashley in red boots in the snow. The twins eating ice cream. Their mum did Britain's Got Talent last year, but a sob story only takes you so far if you can't sing for shit. There's old news footage from before the presenters went grey. Footage of people laying flowers outside number 12. The sounds of wailing parents as they fight to get through the police cordon. The glistening doormat. 3 little stretchers. And then the money shot. Me all limp, wrapped inside the blood-stained Peter Rabbit blanket. Then there are photo calls of me coming out of the hospital in my wheelchair, weeks later, bandage wrapped tightly around my bald head. Me in my beanie hat being given the huge teddy bear on This Morning. My first day at school, Dad wheeling me into the front office and us stopping so the press could take our photos. Giving the thumbs up on my first day of secondary school. Thumbs up again after my GCSE results. The "Hasn't she done well?" front page of the Daily Mirror, with me starting my A-levels and talking about wanting to be a writer. There was an interview with the shrink, Dr. Philip Morrison, who had treated the murderer, Anthony Blackstone, for his psychotic rages. You had one job, Phil. He was a ticking bomb, said Phil. Alison's family knew the marriage was not a happy one. There were signs that he was controlling and abusive. He'd call her incessantly, track her movements, even monitored what she was eating so she didn't put on weight. Her sister had begged her to leave him, and one day Alison found the courage. It appeared, at first, to be a mutual arrangement which Blackstone accepted. But it lit the spark in the powder keg. Phil was the one who diagnosed me with PTSD after Priory Gardens, even though Mum swore it was growing pains and, as I got older, hormones. He always gave me a Scooby-Doo sticker after a session. It's one of the more depressing parts of growing up. We don't get stickers anymore. There's a playground where the house used to stand now, and a plaque on a sundial beside the slide bearing the names of all the kids. Mrs. Kingwell's name, too. My name isn't there, of course, being the lucky one. When Dad talks about it, I can feel his sadness. Otherwise, I don't feel anything. I can't even hate Blackstone, 'cause he's dead. The closing footage on the documentary is me and Seren playing with the Sylvanians in the rehab centre. The boxes are dotted all around, wrapped in big bows. I'm lying in my bed and watching her, moving the figures about on my tummy, and Seren is telling me some story about mice. It strikes me hard how she's the only person I have left in this world. The only person who knows the real me. Even though she despises me these days, I do miss her. Priory Gardens was the spark in my powder keg. The reason Mum got sick. The reason Dad gave up. The reason I have little emotional reaction to anything except death. I can't feel unless I'm killing. Then I feel everything. We've had another note. This time I caught sight of the person who posted it as he was loping off up the seafront. A big guy in blue jeans, hoodie. No other wording, just the same again. To my sweet, messy house. And a number. I don't want to fucking talk to you, I screamed through the letterbox, screwing up the note and scuffing back into the lounge. Gordon Ramsay had started on one of the high channels. He was counselling a crying chef who'd lost all his microwaves. Jim's been in. The estate agent says 2 couples are interested in Craig's flat. The forensics have finished, so he's released it for sale to start paying the lawyers. One of the couples is expecting. I imagine them walking around, hand in hand, looking in our wardrobes, talking about the nice views from the balcony. Looking inside the cupboards that I watched Craig build that autumn we first met. We got Tink from the RSPCA that autumn. A little warm ball of toffee ice cream who licked my cheek and stopped shaking the moment I held her. It's all I can do to prise her away from Jim these days. Saturday, the 28th of July. 11 weeks, 6 days. 1. Cafes that pre-butter toast or toasted tea cakes. 2. The guy that keeps posting illegible notes through our front door. 3. Weathermen who stand in hurricanes strong enough to blow cataracts from their eyes and can't believe how strong the wind is. My Bible doesn't seem to be able to offer me any guidance on feeling less tilted than I do at the moment, aside from offer yourself up to the Lord or God's mighty hand will lift you up if you just believe. Not a bad read, though. That Delilah was a bit of a head case. Marnie texted, Fancy a trip to the mall to find your maternity clothes? I can chauffeur. Marn, kiss. I was still annoyed by the fact it had taken her so long to ask, but she was offering to drive, so gift horses and all that. The traffic was bad on the way up, but Marnie was in a good mood, and when you've got stuff to chat about, it doesn't feel like you've been stuck in a car for hours. We talked about our respective families and how dead they all are, how I barely speak to Seren in Seattle, and how she barely speaks to her brother Sandro, who lives in Italy and runs residential art classes. How come you don't speak to him? I ask. Oh, you know how it is. You grow apart as you get older, don't you? She said, and left it at that. Isn't that what it's like with you and Seren? No. Seren says I'm a psychopath like our dad. Marnie glanced away from the traffic. Are you? I shrugged. Bit. She laughed. Probably thought I was joking. I don't know. We played the number plate game, and she had cola bottles and sour cherries in her glove box, and Beyoncé on the Bluetooth, so I was happy. Tim doesn't like me eating sweets at home, she said, then bit down on her lip, like she shouldn't have said it. He's got me into blueberries, so I eat those instead. They're incredibly good for you. Yeah, I've had the blueberry lecture from Elaine. She makes these vile blueberry granola bars for me to peck at if I'm hungry. They taste like old tea bags and feet. Why doesn't Tim let you have sweets? He worries about diabetes and things. Halo came on, and much to my intense delight, Marnie turned it up to full vol. This is my favourite. Mine too, I lied. Mine was actually 6" from the Lemonade album, but I didn't want to break the moment. Before too long, we were singing, unashamedly, not even holding back on the big notes. It was so easy, so immediate, like we'd been friends for years. All thanks to Queen Bee herself. We made it to the end of the song. Then her phone rang. It rang twice, both times Tim. First asking where she was and who she was with. I had to say hello. And the second time to ask if they had any ant powder. Marnie did most of the talking, and I noticed she kept asking if things were all right. Chicken Kievs for tea if that's all right, and back about 6 if that's all right. His voice reminded me of Grandad's. My Grandad never let Nanny have any freedom either, I said, when she had ended the call. No, it's not like that, she said, for once without a little smile or a giggle at the end of her sentence. He just worries about me, especially now. My Nan blamed me for my Grandad's death. She said I killed him. Marnie glanced over briefly as she indicated to come off the motorway. We came to a halt at the traffic lights. Why did she say that? 'Cause I was there when it happened. He had a heart attack while he was swimming. He liked wild swimming. I was on the bank watching him and I didn't do anything. He drowned. Oh my God, she said as the lights went green. How old were you? 11? Well, of course you couldn't have done anything. You were only a child. That's a terrible thing for an adult to put on such a young person. Yeah, I guess. She'd taken me to meet Mr. Blobby that summer too. Proper sadist, my Nanny. She didn't laugh, but patted my knee. I was going to tell her. The words were locked and loaded and ready to come out. I was going to tell her how I'd watched my Grandad hit Seren that morning for not bringing in the eggs and how much I wanted to kill him. To push him down the stairs or into the slurry, or to drive an axe right down deep into the back of his neck while he was stacking the logs. But I didn't say a word. I didn't tell her that watching my Grandad drown had been an exquisite pleasure. I kept that to myself because Marnie had patted my knee and seemed to care that I was the innocent one. And I liked the feeling. I wanted to hold on to it. The mall was heaving with people, and though Marnie was more than happy to mooch about trying things on, I couldn't find a single atom of my body that cared about maternity clothes. She didn't buy a thing, even stuff she said she loved. Dresses she'd point out as stunning or exquisite, she would hold up against herself, then return them to the peg. When I called her on it, she said, "Oh, I'll probably never wear it again anyway. It's a waste of money." Bet he gives you an allowance every week, doesn't he? No, she said. This is my money. My Nanny used to get an allowance, and she'd never spend it either. She used to squirrel it away. I never found out why. We hit the John Lewis Cafe for lunch. I got a lemon and vanilla ice cream crepe. Marnie got a salad. Get some carbs down you, for God's sake, I said as we stood in the line, waiting for the assistant to scoop my vanilla. You're drooling over mine. I shouldn't, she said, biting her lip. Why not? Slippery slope, isn't it? Marnie's phone was out next to her plate the moment we sat down. So, tell me more about Tim then, I said. What's he like? Again, her manner changed, her voice lowered. He's area manager for that plastic shelving place on the ring road. Quite long hours, but he loves it. What did you do before you went on maternity? Admin, council refuse department. Only for the last 7 months, though. Before that, I was a dancer. What kind of dancer? Ballet and tap. I taught classes. Why did you stop? Well, we moved down here for Tim's job and then I got pregnant. But you could go back to it someday. Doubt it. The money's better at the council anyway. I did love it, though. Her phone rang. Sorry, hang on. Hiya. Yep. Well, that'd be nice. Sounds good. Yeah, Rhiannon's still with me. Need me to pick anything up? Okay. Love you. She put the phone down. Tim, I said, chewing my crepe. Yeah, she smiled, theatrically rolling her eyes. He's booking the hotel for next weekend. Our 6th anniversary. Bit of a baby moon. 6 years, I said. That's wood, isn't it? I don't know, she said. A wooden garden ornament or something? He's not into ornaments. I inherited a load of china ones from me mum, but I'm not allowed to display them. Not allowed? Well, it's only a few ballerinas with their buns broken off. I used to play with them as a kid. My mum brought me one each time I passed an exam. I pride myself on a few things. My ability to defend the defenceless, to maintain the act that I'm a normal human being in polite society, and to trace vulnerability in people. I can sniff it out as easily as curry plant in a garden full of roses. And it was coming off Marnie in waves. Are you sure it wasn't Tim who made you give up dancing? She laughed. No, my choice. He was right, though. The pay was crap. She stroked her bump. No regrets. I have everything I want. A great house and steady job, and a healthy baby boy coming soon. Grandad used to fill Honey Cottage with his stuffed animals. Weasels and stoats, and tiny birds that he'd shot out of trees with a pellet gun. Nanny never liked them. She said they looked like they were in eternal pain. Nanny liked Capo di Monte teapots and cherubs and porcelain roses, but she kept them in bubble wrap in boxes because they kept getting smashed. I think you should put the ballerinas on display, I told Marnie, mopping up my vanilla puddle with my crepe. It's no big deal, she said, tucking into her salad again. I was going to ask what she meant, but she jumped into another conversation as she stabbed her lettuce. So, will you stay on with your in-laws when the baby comes? Before I'd even opened my mouth, her phone rang again. Hiya, hun. Yeah, I can pick some up. Okay. Yep, still with Rhiannon. Oh, great. Yep, I will. Thanks, love. See you later. Love you. Bye. My eyebrows rose. We need potatoes. Where were we? We were talking, then the guy you live with called twice about nothing. She carried on crunching her lettuce. We sat in silence, watching mums struggling with pushchairs, kids skipping along beside them, old friends meeting and hugging. On the next table, a dad was talking his 2-year-old daughter through the menu choices like he was teaching her to read. Their meals arrived. He cut up her chips and taught her to blow on them. The child wanted him to feed her instead of doing it for herself, so he was eating his meal with one hand, feeding her with the other. A while later, our conversation restarted, and we were back being easy together. I was telling her about Wombat and begging her to come along to the next meeting to save me from certain kindness brainwashing. I told her all about the little names I'd given them all. When her phone rang, again, I saw the screen. Tim calling. She gurned, apologetically. This is the last time, I promise. Hi, love. Yeah, I think so. Oh, that's good. Well done. Yeah, that sounds... I grabbed the phone out of her hand and hit the end call button. Marnie shot up, grabbing at her phone. Why did you do that? Well, for one, because it's rude when you're talking to someone. He's on his lunch break. It's the only time he can call. And two, your husband's being an endless little bitch. She called him back and spent the next 10 minutes apologising and eating shit like an absolute pro while I finished my crepe and sipped my tea. When she came back to the table, she breathed out long and slow. He's fine. He's fine. Thank God, I said, still chewing. I was so worried. Why did you do that, Rhiannon? 'Cause you're sleeping with the enemy. I staged an intervention. Please don't ever do that again. A silence fell. Alison, the childminder at Priory Gardens, she was a battered wife. I'm not a battered wife, she shouted. Faces looked. Marnie sat down in her seat. I never said you were. You don't understand him. I'm okay with it. Make me understand it. I dare you. Marnie frowned. It's actually none of your business, actually. 2 actuallys. I don't care. Show me your phone. What? Show me your phone. No. I grabbed it out of her hand again, and she tried to snatch it back. Give it to me, Rhiannon. Now I want it. Give it. Pregnant woman being accosted here, I shouted, garnering glances as I fought her off me. But nobody in the cafe paid much mind. Typical. Pregnant women are pretty much invisible to the human eye. There was a selfie of Marnie and Tim together on her screensaver. She was smiling and he was hugging her from behind, like a chokehold. Attractive in an Aryan kind of way, but a bit too much pulse for my liking. I checked her call log and messages, and once my suspicions were confirmed, I handed the phone back. She was hot in both cheeks, grabbing her jacket off her chair and flinging it on. 57 calls in 2 days, and you live with the guy. She wouldn't look at me. She threw her handbag strap over her shoulder and shuffled out of the banquette. 176 messages in a week, I called after her as she waddled back through the cafe as fast as she could. She snapped her head around. So what? He's protective, I told you. We got to the top of the escalators. Just 'cause you're married doesn't mean he owns you. That kind of thinking went out with McBusted. He's not your granddad, okay? He's not that Priory Gardens guy either. He's ex-army, so he likes things just so, and he fusses a bit, that's all. I get him. I get why he's like it, and it's okay. I love him. End of. No, not end of. Did he make you stop dancing? She didn't answer. Does he hurt you? I tried to think of something women's refugee and supportive to say, but nothing came. All I saw was her eyes not daring to water, and the only way I could think of helping was to go straight round to that plastics factory and anally violate the gutless little piss tray with some sort of pointy thing. She started down the escalator. What am I supposed to do? Get the bus home? I called out. She waited at the bottom. I went down and stood beside her in silence. He doesn't hurt me, I promise. He needs me. But I don't want to talk about this anymore, okay? I'm asking you, please. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Just be a friend today. For some reason, that word, friend, changed my outlook. I didn't want her to leave, and I didn't want her anger. I wanted to stay being her friend. Let's go somewhere else, yeah? How about the museum? Why the museum? I used to go there all the time when I was a kid with my friend. Shall we do that? She checked her phone. Oh, sorry. What time does Goebbels want you back in the Stalag? She laughed at that. I didn't think she would. 6? Bags of time, I said. Come on, it's not far. We drove across town without another word about he who must not be named, and I gave Marnie a potted tour of Bristol and the harbour side. We took a slow walk up Park Street, tried on hats in a hat shop, shoes in a shoe shop, and finally we went to my favourite place, the museum. I showed her all the best bits first: the gift shop, the Egyptian mummies, the rocks and gemstones, the amethyst the size of my head, and the stalactite that looked like a willy. Then the stuffed animals gathering dust in their enormous glass cases. The dead zoo, as me and Joe called it. I could smell the dead zoo before we got to it, musty and pungent with age, and I was drawn to it like a moth. We found Alfred the gorilla, arguably Bristol's most famous son. Me and Joe used to imagine we were in the jungle, and these were all our animals, I told her. We lived in the gypsy caravan, and at night the mummies would come alive, and we had to hide in case they got us. Alfred would roar and beat his chest, and all the mummies would run away. This is Alfred. You have to say hi when you come here. It's like Bristol law. Hello, Alfred, she said, waving at him. Who's Joe? Joe Leach. He was my best friend when I was a kid. I only knew him for a couple of summers. He was killed. Got knocked down. Oh, that's awful. I'm sorry. Apparently, when he was in the zoo, Alfred used to throw poo at people and piss on them as they passed underneath his cage. And he hated men with beards. I don't like men with beards either. Don't trust them. Marnie laughed. Does Tim have a beard at the moment? She thinned her eyes. No, he doesn't. Just checking. We used to spend hours up here, me and Joe. Smells a bit strange. Some of them look so sad. Yeah, but look at the ones who are grinning. They look insane. True. Don't you find it fascinating? I find death fascinating. No, she said. I find it quite creepy, actually. She moved around the glass cases with caution, as though at any moment the ocelot or Sumatran tiger or glassy-eyed rhino might crash through the glass and flatten her. There's a dodo somewhere, I said. That was Joe's favourite. You look genuinely happy to be here, she remarked. Yeah, I think I am. I was happy as a kid, before Priory Gardens, and when I was with Joe, and Craig. Not so much since. This remark seemed to trouble Marnie all afternoon. She brought it up several times as we were wandering round, but put it down to the whole Craig being in prison and not having a baby daddy around thing. After the gift shop, where Marnie again noted several things she liked but wouldn't buy, we went over the road to Rosatios, where me and Joe Leach ate short-stack pancakes and shakes for breakfast and dared each other to blow cold cherries at the waiters. We sat on stools overlooking the street outside. Marnie said she wasn't hungry, but I ordered her chocolate brownie freak shake with whipped cream and salted caramel sauce, same as me, and she ate every bite. The sky darkened, and rain began spattering the window. She sucked her straw in ecstasy. I'd forgotten what chocolate tastes like. It's not good for you, too many sweets. Is Tim afraid you'll get fat? She nodded, seemingly forgetting herself as she chewed the tip of her straw. He's worried about diabetes, that's all. He doesn't think it's good for me to gain too much fat. No, I suppose it absorbs the punches too well. Marnie rolled her eyes like she'd known me for years, and this was something typically Ree. Things change after you have a baby. Men can stray. That's what I'm most afraid of, I guess. Couldn't handle that. Me dad cheated on me mum and it broke her heart, and mine. So, if he cheated on you, you might find the strength to leave him. A little thought owl flew into my mind. Don't even think about it, she said firmly. I'd never forgive you. My thought owl flew out again. I'd like to meet Tim. Why? I spooned some cream from my shake. Just to be sociable. You're not sociable, though, she chuckled. I'm out with you, aren't I? What more do you want? She looked out of the window, but I knew she didn't want to look at me. He'll be coming to Pin's Cheese and Wine. And she's planning a big fireworks party in November for her birthday as well. No expense spared. Oh, Christ, I groaned. She's not going to invite me to those, is she? Of course she is, said Marnie. You're one of the gang now. Ugh, I need that like a hole in the womb. Pin's house is amazing. They're millionaires. Whoopee shit. I blew a cold cherry at a passing waitress. It missed. Outside, it was raining hard. People rushed past the window with briefcases on their heads and newspapers folded over like makeshift hats. What do you want to talk about then? I asked. You choose. Ask me anything. Any question you've always wanted the answer to. Priory Gardens, Craig, you name it. Open season. Marnie stared at the window and took 2 bites before answering. If you counted every raindrop as it fell, how many raindrops would there be? Huh? She laughed. I like those kind of unfathomable questions, don't you? Makes me feel so small in the world. Like, how long would it take for you to count every single grain of sand on Monk's Bay Beach? You must be the only person in the country at a private audience with me who doesn't want to ask me questions about Craig. It's none of my business, is it? No, it's not. I've got another one, she said, the light flicking on behind her eyes. How do you know you're a real person and not in someone else's dream? Isn't that a Take That lyric? Below the bench, we were both swinging our legs beneath the counter like we were children again. I wished we were. I don't know how long we sat there, enough to share a Cherry Bakewell freak shake between us and 2 slices of blueberry pie, and our questions kept on coming. Why is the sea salty? Who picks up a blind person's guide dog poo? Can you remember when you stopped being a child? What was the first word ever said? Do you ever hear your baby talk to you? Of course I said no to that one. It wasn't time to play the mad card. What's the best advice you could pass on to your child? Marnie asked. I dunno, I said. Mine's gone blank. I like find your bliss, said Marnie. I heard someone say that once, and it stuck with me. What's your bliss? Dunno. Haven't found it yet. You said in the museum you weren't as happy now as you were when you were a kid. Maybe it's having kids? Maybe that will make you happy. Life's full of maybes, isn't it? You never know for sure. Maybes and babies, she smiled. I still feel like a kid myself. You'll be okay, Rhiannon. It'll all fall into place. It'll click all of a sudden, and then you'll know who you are for sure. I smiled like my face meant it. Would have been much easier if it did. Tuesday the 31st of July. 12 weeks, 2 days. 1. Grown adults who are afraid of dogs. Strap on a pair for fuck's sake. 2. Pop-up advertisers. In fact, anything that pops at all. 3. Woody Allen. I can't understand it, said Jim, crunching through his all-bran. No bookings at all. Sorry. I packed my face with as much humility as I could muster. No, it's not your fault, love. If you ask me, the tourism board has a lot to answer for. This isn't a destination area anymore. Nothing for the kiddies. The funicular hasn't had a lick of paint for decades. Council keep putting up the rates so the little independent shops can't afford to stay put. And that new leisure centre's still not finished. 6 years they've been promising that. Note, I don't get an iota of blame. Note, he doesn't check Airbnb himself. Trust, you see. Complete and total trust. I can't help finding Jim almost unbearably sexy sometimes. Another dizzy spell on my way back upstairs. It's altitude that seems to affect it. I had one yesterday on my way up to the well house. I lay on AJ's grave for a full half hour until it passed. Something to do with my blood pressure. I'm going to have to start carrying around emergency chocolate with me like a St. Bernard. I checked out Tim Prendergast's social media to get the measure of the man. His avatar is a pic of himself in one of those seaside cutouts, a fat man in a stripy bathing suit wearing a kiss-me-quick hat. What a wit. His eyes are blue with ice splinters in them. I don't even have to meet him to know he's a fungus-addled prick of the highest proportions. And for a self-confessed outdoorsman who loves hill walking, he doesn't half spend a lot of time tweet-stalking celebrities. You know the type of thing, retweeting how good their books/film/TV shows are, incessantly atting them in, saying, "Good job on the one show tonight," or "Loved your movie, what a talent you are, we're lucky to have you," and asking them for shout-outs and free tickets. The worst part about it is, he gets replies. He trades on that tried and tested logic. People will believe anything if it's a compliment. And it works. I honestly don't know what Marnie sees in him. Talking of her, I haven't heard anything since Saturday. 2 texts so far have gone unanswered. I wonder if he's throttled her. I wonder if I should go round there. I know where she lives, in one of the new houses in Michaelmas Court. She mentioned it at Pudding Club as the number was the same as their anniversary, the 15th. The Plymouth Star guy was back on the doorstep today, along with several others from the tabloids. He is such a snack, honestly, and it thrills me to wind him up, to play the part of forbidden fruit. Now I know he wants to eat my ass so badly. I felt quite sorry for him, jostling to be the first to hound me as I sashayed down the front path in my heels and swishy top like I was at Paris Fashion Week. "You brought my doughnuts yet?" I called out to him. "You were serious about that?" "Of course," I smiled, gliding through the garden gate. Oh boy, was I working it today. On the other side, I turned back to him, and he smiled like we were sharing a secret. Gusset dryness equals history. Wednesday, the 1st of August. 12 weeks, 3 days. Drove myself back to the flat to pick up the last of my stuff. Only had to stop once on the motorway to vom at the roadside, otherwise uneventful. The flat is all but empty. Most of Craig's stuff has gone into storage. AJ's blood dot remains, barely visible to the human eye, but to the psychopath's eye, there's no mistaking it. Looks more brown than red now. Mrs. Whittaker's moved out. Gone to live in Margate with her sister Betty. She can't be trusted to live on her own anymore, so leaf blower Ron informed me in the lift as he coiled his extension lead around his elbow. "Has anyone else moved in there then?" I asked. "Not yet," he said, "but the cleaners went in yesterday, so I suppose the agents found someone." "It's probably for the best," I said, trying not to think about the night I cut him up in that bathtub. The fetus doesn't like it. "I like thinking about my daddy being alive, not cut into 6 pieces on an old woman's lino." Afterwards, I bought some Rice Krispie cakes and a bunch of pink gerberas and roses and went round to Lana's flat. I took a chance that she still lived in the one above the charity shop in the precinct, and, lo and behold, when I rang the bell at the side entrance, she came to the door. She nearly slammed it in my face, but I put my hand out at the last moment. "Please, Lana, please let me in. I've come to apologise." She pulled the door back slightly so that I saw for the first time the extent of my handiwork. She was purple from her forehead to her chin. I almost laughed, but stopped myself in time. "Can't believe you didn't press charges," I said. "You should have." "Yeah, well," she said, "I figured I owed you that at least." "Thank you." I truly am desperately sorry. I brought cakes." She opened the door wider, and I followed her up the narrow staircase. Think Anne Frank's house with junk mail and stair rods. I passed her bedroom. The door was ajar, the duvet unmade, clumps of clothes dotted around the floor, knickers, socks, some hideous pyjama bottoms covered in minions, a dressing gown draped across the bed. The bed where she'd moaned in my boyfriend's hot ear and bitten his lobe as her vagina gripped his penis and he slid into her so many times. "I'll put the kettle on," she said, ushering me through to the lounge. Each of the worktops in the poky beige kitchen was covered in debris. Side plates with hardened puddles of butter, smudged glasses, sticky cutlery, greasy frying pans, and saucepans ingrained with old scrambled egg. "How were things at the Gazette?" I asked when she brought a mug of tea in. There was a purple fleece throw on the sofa, all rumpled into a nest where she'd been sitting watching Bargain Hunt. I sat in the armchair. "They've put me on gardening leave," she said, sitting down and wrapping herself in the blanket. "Got someone in to replace me already." "I know the feeling," I said. "Katie Drucker," she said. "Yeah, she's, well, malleable. You know Linus is back after his eye operation. Daren't be off sick for any length of time in that place. Someone will jump in your grave. Do you think you'll go back?" "No, don't think so. I feel quite free, actually." "I miss it," she said. "So, shall we talk about the elephant in the room, or shall we let it quietly shit itself in the corner?" Lana took a breath and put her mug down on the table. "I can't believe Craig's capable of doing those things." "I don't know anymore," I said, putting my mug down too. "I don't want to believe it, but the evidence, Lana." "But on New Year's Eve at least, he was definitely with me." "All night?" "Well, no, but where were you? Here?" "Yes." "And what time did he leave?" "After the bongs, about 12:15. The police said Daniel Wells was killed between midnight and 4. I didn't hear him come in." "What about the other two?" "He said he was out with the boys on February 12th. Gavin White was killed in the park around 10 p.m. The boys said he nipped outside for a fag around that time. It's possible, is all I'm saying." "Oh, God. But that woman in the quarry, that wasn't him, was it?" "I don't know. They found evidence all over the scene." "But he was in London. He couldn't have killed her." "I'm as stumped as you are," I said, catching sight of my lying face in her glass cabinet. "All I know is that I'm afraid. I'm afraid if they let him out, he will come after me for not giving him an alibi. He went a tiny bit Scarface because I said I wouldn't lie for him. He's asked me too." "There you go," I said. "But he was with him on New Year's. For a bit." "You've got to let your conscience be your guide, Lana. I've got the baby to think about. What if he's released and he hurts us? Don't say that." "If you know what's good for you, you'll stay well away from him." "I haven't seen him for weeks. I wouldn't. Not now." "But you're going to give him an alibi for New Year's Eve?" "It's not an alibi. It's the truth." "You were with him right up until he killed that man and severed his penis. What are the police going to make of that?" She wringed her hands. "I can't lie to the police." "I'm not saying you should lie. You should think carefully before claiming he was with you all night. Because if he's going down, he will bring you down too. That's the kind of guy he is." "I know it's shocking, but we have to protect ourselves. Craig's capable of anything." I nipped into town after Lana's to pick up some pregnancy vitamins and Gaviscon from Boots. Saw Claudia at the perfume counter. She didn't see me. "My Auntie Claudia." I don't miss the Gazette at all. Why would I? Why would I miss Claudia's patronising orders and Ron's leching, and downing tools every hour to make coffee for people too educationally far above me to make their own. Why would I miss the Cuntosaurus Rex, Linus Sixgill, and his excruciating attempts to be funny? And, for the record, I don't give a shit that he wears an eye patch now. Cancer doesn't suddenly make an arsehole clean. I miss the gonk from the top of my computer screen. That's all I miss. My daddy gave you that. I also saw one of the Pixos, Annie, pushing a buggy out of Debenhams. Annie and Pidge turned out to be quite good friends in the end. Both of them went to the police separately to air their suspicions that Craig had been abusive. They'd seen bruises on me, told them of my evasive behaviour when asked about him. But of course, I had the act to keep up. Poor, manipulated, brainwashed girlfriend. Innocent victim. Deny, deny, deny. Pretty soon even they washed their hands off me. People I can't scrape off were officially scraped. Anyway, I managed to avoid both Annie and Claudia, and I was so busy avoiding people I knew that I ran straight into someone I didn't want to know. Heather, a.k.a. the woman with the yellow scarf, who I'd mistakenly rescued the night I killed 2 rapists in a quarry. Today the scarf was mauve. She caught up with me near the floral gardens. "Rhiannon," she said, eyes wide, breathless, hopeful. "Oh my gosh!" "No," I said feebly, switching direction from where I intended to go, the cookie cart, to the car park at the back of the big church and the relative safety of my car. She blocked my escape. "I've been hoping every day I might bump into you. Can we talk?" I switched to the river path. She followed me, kept trying to converse. "I've been coming to the Gazette offices for weeks, hoping to catch you. I don't work there anymore. I want to talk. Please, give me 5 minutes." "No. I bloody knew I couldn't trust you. Bugger off." She didn't get the hint. Her foamy soul stalked me like the opening chords of Billie Jean. "Hear me out. I promise it won't take long." I had visions of her mounting my bonnet, such was the fervour in her voice. So, eventually we sat on a bench in the floral gardens, looking for all the world like 2 colleagues having a dainty, cross-footed lunch on a summer's day. Rather than what we were, rape victim and her heroic serial killer liberator, reminiscing about the night one lost her shit and killed 2 men to protect the other's sorry ass. "I've been thinking about you constantly since that night." "You make it sound like we had an affair." I looked around to see if anyone was listening in. The water cascaded over the little weir. 2 pigeons were pecking at a discarded sausage roll under the opposite bench. "My husband thought I had." I afforded her a raise of eyebrow. "I was all fidgety and checking my phone for news updates in the days after. I was terrified someone had seen my car or seen us walking back from the quarry." "Keep your voice down." "I was in chaos, Rhiannon. I'd have these night terrors and relive the whole thing, waking up in a cold sweat. It affected my work. It was awful. Anyway, Ben, my husband, confronted me about it and I told him." "Oh, great." No, he was so grateful. "He's not going near the police, I promise." "Why would he? He doesn't owe those men justice. As far as he's concerned, they got it. Police think those men are responsible for 7 rapes along that same road where they took me. That night could have ended differently for me if you hadn't been there. What I don't understand is why you were there at all, why your car was parked up, and how even in the pitch dark, you knew your way across those fields. I grew up around there." "Were you waiting for them?" "Yes," I said, without the slightest intonation. "You got in the way." The chestnut tree in the centre of the park had been hacked away by the council. I used to sit underneath it, eating my lunch sometimes. It would shelter you from a sudden downpour or the hot sun. Now, it looked like a huge hand reaching up to the sky with all its fingers sliced back to stumps. Heather eyeballed me. You enjoyed it, didn't you? Killing them? I stared at the pulse in her neck, thumping away. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Did you kill the others as well? The ones your boyfriend... I don't have to listen to this, I said, standing up. No, please don't go, she said, standing up as well. I'm sorry. Those others, from what I read, they were bad people. It was my turn to eyeball her. She was wearing a mauve bodycon dress, and while she wasn't fat, it was still far too tight for her. I could see her belly button. I could see the mole in her belly button. That's just ridiculous. What do you want? Money? Tough shit. I don't want anything. You want to threaten me? Rhiannon, I've represented rape victims for 20 years. I've seen the full impact rape has on a human being, both women and men, and their families. It's worse still when they have to relive it in court. That could have been me, and it wasn't, thanks to you. What do you mean, represented them? I'm a solicitor. Ben is too. We practice... Yeah, I don't want your life story, thanks. I wanted to give you this and to say again, thank you. Even if you didn't mean to, even if you enjoyed it, thank you. She handed me a business card with W and A embossed on one side, and a phone number and a tiny etching of a golden gondola on the other. Wherryman and Armfield, I said. Armfield passed away some years back, so it's just us Wherrymans now. We're based in Bristol, and Ben and I live locally with our boys. Sorry, I know you don't want my life story. Call me if you need anything. Anything at all. If I can't help, I can probably find someone who can. She got up and started walking away from me without another glance. Then, without warning, she stopped and turned around to face me. I knew you'd done this before. I knew it that night. She looked like she was about to say something else, but her mouth kept closing like a fish's, scared to bring the words forth. And then they came. Patrick Edward Fenton. Who? I said. She started walking away, her scarf fluttering up on the breeze. Last I heard, he was working in Sports Madness in Torquay. Why would I care about this? He's my one that got away. When she'd gone, I stared at the card. Keeping it was a link to her, to that night, to the 2 dead men. I was about to post it into the bin at the side of the bench when a thought struck. Gift horses and all that. Saturday the 4th of August. 12 weeks, 6 days. 1. The person who tries to draw a swastika on the fence outside the hospital but keeps getting the prongs the wrong way up. 2. Corn manufacturers. Stop kidding yourself. Tastes nothing like it. 3. Sandra Huggins. Had one of my dreams again, this time about the baby. I'm in a garden and in the centre is a deep pit and the baby's at the bottom, naked and kicking and crying. I climb down inside, but when I get to the bottom, it's gone, though I can still hear it crying. And I look up and standing at the edge of the pit is a woman holding a bundle. I can't get out, and the shaft of light above me gets smaller and smaller, and I can't scream because my mouth won't open. What in the name of cock does that mean? Jim and Elaine were out early at the hospital for Jim's checkup, leaving me to feed Tink, a loud sing-along to Nicki Minaj in the shower, and a damn good wank. There being no decent dicks on the horizon, this is about as good as my sex life gets these days. There are 3 remote possibilities. A bin man who bears a passing resemblance to Ryan Reynolds, the blonde guy in the dry cleaners who wears Iron Man socks, and what Elaine calls the element who sits on the war memorial in piss-stained joggers, drinking Diamond White and telling passers-by how Frank Sinatra stole his medals. But for now, to the masturbation chamber it is. It's so much better when the olds are out. You try fudding yourself off with a silent vibe when your bedroom wall is cracker thin and your mother-in-law's practising her decant for all things bright and beautiful in the next room. Now that my sickness seems to have subsided, my other symptoms have come screaming into view. Horniness is one of them. Another is mood swings. Yeah, I know, I'm a psychopath. Mood swings come with the territory, but these are more frequent, like Quasimodo on a bell rope. Any given day I'll start off angry, e.g. game shows, then veer into sad, e.g. woman on TV with kid born without eyes. Then I'm awash with guilt, e.g. shouting at old man crossing the road, / anxiety dream about AJ. Then euphorically happy, e.g. being in the garden or watching documentaries with Tink and Jim. This rotation sometimes only takes about 20 minutes. Hungry for some junk, I took a little trip to the mini-mart and then walked with Tink up to the well house. A tranquil former fisherman's cottage built in the 1700s and burnt down in the 1750s. It's newly thatched and whitewashed. A little gravel path winds through the trees to the front door. Painted blue with a brass knocker shaped like a knot of rope. Through the back garden gate, there's a patio right in the sunspot, with 2 chairs and a glass-topped table. The walls are thick granite and the ceilings are low and uneven. The floors are all worn flagstone downstairs and hardwood above, and in the living room is an inglenook hearth with wood burner and a log basket. You can burn all sorts in there. I'd like to burn all the furnishings Elaine chose for the place. Burn them and shoot the ashes into space. It's where Kath Kidston goes to masturbate. It's all brand new chintz, but still chintz. I wince at chintz. Jim bought the well house 3 years ago. It had been on the market for over a year, and the agent had had no luck, owing to the amount of money needing to be spent on it and the gaping hole. This was why it was called the well house. It has an authentic medieval well in the kitchen floor, which serves no real purpose. It's just a deep hole. Only it's a listed hole, so Jim's not allowed to fill it in. There's a strong perspex tile over it, bolted at the 4 edges. Without it, you'd take 3 steps inside the back door and fall straight in. Jim's installed lights halfway down it so you can marvel at the abyss below you. I like to stare down into it. Predictably, it stares back. Craig had done some work on the house himself. He'd laid the patio slabs one weekend and me and Tink had gone with him. I sat on the edge of one of the raised beds and watched him work. "I can't get enough of you," I said. "I like watching your muscles as you lift those heavy stones." He kept coming over for kisses. We couldn't keep our hands off each other. He lay me back gently on the soft earth and eased his hand under my skirt. His fingers moved my knickers to one side and slipped inside me. I came with my eyes to the sky, my feet either side of his neck, and the scent of honeysuckle in my nostrils. I was in love that summer. I don't think I realised what love was until Lana Roundtree took it away from me. For a good hour today, I was content to just sit in the garden playing with Tink and stuffing my face with all the things Elaine doesn't let me eat at home. Crisps, bread, dairy milk melted on hot waffles with squirty cream and 4 scoops of salted caramel ice cream. Then more bread, more dairy milk spread on toast. Neither she nor Jim ever go up to the well house. Jim because his angina bites when he walks uphill, So I'm left to my own devices. It's become my sanctuary. I watered the raised beds. The scent of tea roses is so strong in the hot sun. I mowed the lawn, and then me and Tink lay on the warm soil of AJ's grave, watching the butterflies in the buddleia and listening to the cries of distant gulls. A strange sense of calm came over me as I lay on that warm, soft earth. I don't know if it was the heat of the day or the mildness of the sea breeze or the thought of the rotting pieces of my former lover buried a few feet beneath me, but I felt happy, blissful. Maybe this is enough. Maybe I don't need dark alleyways and stalking missions anymore, waiting hours outside some random's house having read about him in the courts roundup. Randoms like the blue van rapists, like Gavin White, like Derek Scud, the paedophile I'd stifled to death in his living room, bringing me to such ecstasy I'd creamed my knickers. Maybe I'll devote my life to the #MeToo and #BalanceTonPork campaigns instead. Maybe I won't. I went to the kitchen and pulled open the cutlery drawer. I took out a bread knife and a smaller fruit knife. I put them on the side. Underneath the spoons and spatulas, there was one more. A stainless steel 12-inch carving knife with a riveted handle. Needed sharpening, but dishwasher safe. Don't. Just Huggins, I said, pressing the blade to my cheek. Just to see if it's still as good. No. It'll be all right. I won't get caught. Of course you will. She's in a bail hostel. That place has CCTV, 24-hour wardens. Use your brain, not mine. I had a sort of panic attack. I got all breathless and the nausea reared its head again. My brain swam and I had to pull up a stool and sit down. I put the carving knife back in the drawer, where it swiftly disappeared amongst the other utensils. You don't want me to kill, do you? I said. It's you doing that. It's not safe, Mummy. And if it's not safe for you, it's not safe for me. As I walked back down towards the town, I spied that detective woman, D.I. Jericho, sitting on a seafront bench. She wasn't doing anything in particular. Looking out to sea, khaki raincoat tight around her, hair scraped back in a mother-of-pearl clip, brown leather handbag perched on her knees, feet pointed and together, not blinking, even in the wind. She had seen me. There was no point pretending otherwise. Nice to see you again. Hello, Rhiannon. She turned languidly to face me, as though waking up from a pleasant dream. Sorry, I didn't wake you, did I? No. I was waiting for you, as a matter of fact. She unclasped her bag and retrieved a small notepad and a pen. I've got some more questions about Craig. Where is it best to talk? Not at the house, I said. Elaine can't cope with it. We can go over to Bay Bites. I pointed towards the cafe. Over a cappuccino, for her, and a hot chocolate with cream and extra sprinkles, for me, she asked me every question about Craig she hadn't previously asked. About his mates, men he'd previously worked with at the quarry, men he'd recently done jobs with on building projects, and my dad. Craig and Tommy were close. It seemed rhetorical, but I answered anyway. They were, yes. Dad thought a lot of him. And they worked together. She put her pencil to her lips, but didn't chew it. For a while, yeah. He took over Dad's building work when he got sick. Got to know Tommy's friends as well, did he? What do you mean? Jericho left her question hanging in the warm cafe air between us. I knew exactly what she meant. And she knew I knew too. If you're asking if Craig was a vigilante like my dad, then no, he wasn't. Is it possible that Tommy and Craig shared some mutual acquaintances? Maybe Tommy introduced Craig to a guy down the pub one night after work, perhaps. Someone he'd done a job with. I dunno. I slurped my hot chocolate even though it was fiery hot, and tried my best to affect a meek visage. You'd have to ask Craig. We have. What did he say? Not much. Who is Craig particularly close to nowadays? Eddie, Gary and Nigel are his oldest mates. He went to school with Eddie and he met Gary and Nigel when he was at technical college. Do you get on with them? I tolerate them as much as anything. They all seem to share a brain. Don't know who's using it at the moment. She didn't laugh. Why? The woman in the kitchen, fishwifing it about her son's wedding and scraping endless plates into the recycling caddy, was getting on my last tit. Why didn't you tell us that you and Craig had got engaged a few days before he went to Holland? I didn't think it was important. You've recently sold your parents' house. Yes. Presumably when you and Craig were married, your share of your parents' house, over 300 grand, would be half his. I guess so, yeah. She checked her notes. And the other half of the house sale went to your sister who lives in Seattle, Seren Gibson. She's moving to Vermont soon, but yeah, it was an even split after the solicitor's fees and whatnot. What's this got to do with Craig? You're not even slightly concerned by the fact that he asked you to marry him just a few days before he was arrested for multiple murder? I tend to only see the best in people, I said. I don't know how I didn't smile. Craig's not after my money. He's not like that, honestly. She sat back, stirring her coffee. You love him. I can see it right there. She pointed 2 fingers towards me. You'd do anything for him. What are you getting at? Rhiannon, I don't have to tell you that aiding and abetting a felon is almost as serious as committing the crime yourself, do I? No, you don't have to tell me that. And I wouldn't, anyway. I had no suspicions about Craig at all. I didn't even know he was sleeping with my own colleague, let alone catfishing guys and all that other stuff you say he's done. You want answers about Craig? I suggest you talk to Lana Roundtree. I've told you everything I know. Your father, Tommy, was a convicted murderer, Rhiannon. A murderer of sex offenders who consorted with similar men who targeted, guess what? Sex offenders. Now 2 men and 1 woman are murdered in cold blood, at least one of them being a sex offender, and your fiancé's DNA was found all over them. I'd say I'm talking to exactly the right person, wouldn't you? After dinner, Jim, Elaine and I were sitting in the living room, not watching Britain's Got Talent. Jim had pulled up an occasional table and was planting seeds in a little germination tray. Elaine was doing her kindness cross-stitch for Wombat. I was glugging Gaviscon, courtesy of my lunchtime inquisition with Jericho. I googled Patrick Edward Fenton. I wish I hadn't. The guy was fairly recognisable. Liam Gallagher hair, beer gut, tat sleeves and ear spacers. Inordinately large nostrils, too. I could probably slide a Sharpie up each one without him even noticing. There was one picture with his spacers taken out, and his ears looked like they were melting. Anyway, I digress. Initially, I found the story of how the snub-nosed maggot had downloaded thousands of child porn pictures. 65,000 in all. Fenton, 50, was arrested after police searched his home in Winterbourne, Gloucestershire, and seized 2 laptops and a phone. My acid reflux started to bite. Police analysis revealed the devices contained over 65,000 indecent images of children aged 2 to 12, comprising 966 Category A images, the most serious, 6,722 Category B, and the rest at Category C. Fenton pleaded guilty to all charges. His defence barrister claimed that since his arrest, Fenton has completed a self-improvement course with the Bristol branch of New Leaf, a clinic specialising in treating sex offenders, and is genuinely apologetic and ashamed of his actions. He was handed a suspended jail sentence at Bristol Crown Court. The prosecution barrister was Heather Werryman, my damsel in distress. But that wasn't the only article I found relating to Fenton. This case was 10 years ago. There were 3 more recent stories. Clearly not that ashamed of his actions, then. A 12-month sentence followed attacking a child in a playground in Manamead, Plymouth. And last year, he was caught masturbating in the children's book corner of a library in Minehead and charged with public indecency. But it was the last story that caused me to dry heave. The RSPCA had been called to his home in the Weston-super-Mare area. A neighbour reported sounds of animals in distress. Inspectors found cats, matted and half-starved, dead snakes in dirty tanks, sickly rabbits covered in shit, and a dog that looked like Tink shut inside a bathroom and left to starve. Scratches up the wallpaper, chunks bitten out of the skirting boards. A slow, agonising death. That was the one that got me. Right in the murderous feels. Take it easy, Mummy. All this acid is not good for me. I swigged my Gaviscon. So Patrick Edward Fenton is still out on licence, receiving treatment for his addictions, walking the streets, past playgrounds where children play. Probably still has a library card too. All right, he's not allowed to keep animals again, but who's going to check on that? And what will he get if he does keep animals again? A fine? A community service order? Why is he free? If it's his human right to freedom because of his mental condition, then it's my human right, because of my mental condition, to kill him. Don't you dare. You'd rather this guy was out there, waiting for you. I angled the laptop screen at my stomach. Look at him. Look what he did to those animals. God, I'd give the world and a handful of planets to see that guy suffer. You think he should be allowed to walk around as free as a bird? Technically, if he was a bird, he'd be flying. Yeah, and I'd be pointing up at him with a shotgun. I'm scared, Mummy. You'll get in trouble. No, I won't. Torquay's not far from here, just along the coast. It's not the right time. You'll get caught. Forget about him. I could go to that kebab shop, follow him, pretend to chat him up, drug him with some of Elaine's tramadol. I said no. Heil Fetus has spoken. Better keep old Patrick on ice for a bit. Tuesday the 7th of August. 13 weeks, 2 days. 1. Sandra Huggins. 2. Patrick Edward Fenton. 3. Men who still aren't getting the memo that women don't like to be felt up on public transport. Grab me by the pussy, you'll take your dick home in a bag. The Bible pretty much says that if I repent my sins and love the Lord, I can do what I like. But this is true of anyone, isn't it? Like, if the blue van rapists repented their sins at Heaven's Gate, would they be let in too? And Derek Scud, despoiler of 10-year-olds. And Gavin White. And Peter McMahon, the man who would have raped my sister had I not been there. We are not the same. You can't wash that shit away with a few Hail Marys. Everything is fake and wrong, and I hate the world. I threw the book across the room and did some baby research instead. Apparently, the fetus is now the size of a peach, and a hairy peach at that. It's covered in a fine downy hair called lanugo, which regulates the baby's temperature and which will disperse before birth. Alrighty then. So today I've read things, I've taken my vits, I've walked Tink, I've lied my ass off to Jim about a cancelled August booking for the Well House. So near, so far. Watched some Gordon Ramsay and put together my Sylvanian's post office. I'm a bit disappointed, to be honest. The eBay seller said it was used, but I didn't expect there to be hairs stuck in jam on the shelves or a used plaster in the cash register. And some of the stamps had been licked. Ugh. I've also been up to the Well House to tend the garden. Well, I deadhead and water and mow the lawn, but for the most part, I like being with AJ again. I can't take Tink up there with me anymore, though. She won't stop trying to dig him out. Dogs always know. And now I'm bored. I keep getting Sandra Huggins's pay slip out and looking at it. Flat 17B, the Esplanade, Monk's Bay. I know which building that is. It's wardened and has keycard entry. There's no way of pretending I'm her carer, like I did with Derek Scud. You're not killing her. I mean it. I'll be so cross if you do. It's too risky. I'm not stupid. I know it's too risky. But how else do I get to her? You don't. At least not while I'm in here. You have to protect me above all else. I don't want you to kill. Just her or Fenton, and then I'll stop. Please? I said no. See? This is what I get. Stymied at every turn by a hairy peach who monitors my every move. Fuck's ache. I need a hobby. I need to go fishing. Cat fishing. I've spent the entire day by the cybernetic riverbank, seeing what's swimming. It's quite fun once you select the right kind of fish. No point baiting the confident, good-looking types. And once you've weeded out the gimps, wimps, fuckboys, flakes, prison inmates and dick pics, you can concentrate your efforts on a select few morons. Currently, my keep net comprises Indian Prince, a.k.a. the love-struck one, White and Nerdy, a.k.a. the panty sniffer, Lord Byron, a.k.a. the wordy one. I met them all via a dating site called slaveforyou.com. This site specifically pairs up weirdos who want to be belittled, beaten up, trampled, dominated, or sissified with those who wish to belittle, beat up, trample, dominate, and sissify. So, as you can imagine, it's a real playground for someone like me. Indian Prince can't spell, or if he can, he does a good job of hiding it. I can feel my election rise in my boxers, he says. Oh God, not another election. Haven't got over the last one. Do you like having your prissy locked? Can't remember the last time my prissy was locked. He's invited me out for dinner several times. He'll pay, but I told him I want to get to know him better before we advance to Rohypnol and chips. White and Nerdy spent 3 hours one night saying how much he wanted to kill himself. I said he should, so I could get back to sleep. But his pain is entertaining. He's having problems at work or something. He keeps telling me I have gorgeous eyes and that he wants to tie me up and do me all day and night. Bear in mind I can barely sit through EastEnders without falling asleep at the moment. I'd like to see him try. White and Nerdy adores Sweet Pea, though. He'd do anything for her. Like tell her he thinks he loves her after just a few hours texting. Or carve a flower into his skin. Wednesday the 8th of August. 13 weeks, 3 days. Chronic horn has properly kicked in. I've exhausted Pornhub for every category of video it has to offer, and there's only so many packs of Duracell a woman can buy before it starts to look like she's creating an incendiary device. I could do with a serious cochlear implant right about now. There's a new weather boy on Up at the Crack of a morning who certainly fits the bill. There's no Donkey Dick Tompkinson to leer at anymore, since they fired his ass for sleeping with the intern. But now there's Nick, a 30-something stud meteorologist. You can see his pec muscles tighten under his shirt when he's pointing to East Anglia. That's what I call a warm front. You allow anything human up here, and I'll bite it off. Le sigh. I either need to screw someone or kill someone soon. And at this moment in time, I don't give a shit which. One of the catfish, perhaps. Indian Prince is my current favourite. He's unintentionally hilarious. He messaged me this morning. Sweet pea, why you not message again last night? I wait, but you do not come. I make love to you and tell that you have captured my soul and are the pure duplicate of an angel, but you gone. What did I do? I look forward to read from you. Sweet pea. Soz, fell asleep. Did you do as I asked? Indian Prince. Yes, I did. I sent you the picture. I drew it on my leg. I love that we came together last night. Well, he came. I was watching Cat on a Hot Tin Roof and doing quizzes on BuzzFeed. Turns out I only know 12 out of 50 capital cities, and 56% more Kurt than Goldie, and my Patronus is a hedgehog. There's a line in Cat on a Hot Tin Roof that really chimed with me, actually. It's something the alcoholic says. I wish I'd written it down now. Something to do with him drinking to hear the click in his mind. The click that turns the hot light off. That's what I have. A hot light. It's on all the time. Nothing cools it. Killing cools it. At least it used to. Who'd have thought Paul Newman had the answer? Elaine's banned me from his creamy Caesar dressing, though, aka the only thing that makes her salads bearable. Endless witch. Later on, Indian Prince sent through a picture of his homemade leg tattoo. A pathetic marker-drawn flower on his upper right thigh. Indian Prince. You see? My angle, I did that for you to show you my love. Sweet pea. You don't love me enough to do it properly. Indian Prince. I do, my love. I love your lovely hair, your shining eyes, your lady parts. I want so badly mate you. Sweet pea. Stops laughing. Then do the flower properly, or else you don't love me at all. Other men have done it, why haven't you? Indian Prince. My religion doesn't allow tattoos. Sweet pea. I don't want you to get a tattoo. Do it yourself. With a knife. You would do it if you loved me. Indian Prince. Will I be able to spend another night with you? Sweet pea. If you do this for me, you can have me every single night. Indian Prince. I can? And you won't talk to any other men's? Sweet pea. No. My body will only be for your eyes. You can watch me tease myself while I talk to you on Skype if you like. Indian Prince. I can? You promise me, my lady? Sweet pea. Of course. I'll keep myself pure for you. But you have to do the flower. It needn't be a big one. Indian Prince. I will do it for you, my love. My precious angel of love. Sweet pea. Do it. I want to see your blood. 2 hours later, a video message plinked into my inbox. It was him, leg up on the bathtub, shaking hand carving the flower shape into his thigh, crying like an endless little bitch. It's a small flower, as expected. A pussy like him can't take pain for too long. Then he messaged again. Indian Prince. My love, I done it for you. It hurt so much. Have I pleased you? I am in so much pain, but this means that you are mine now, yes? We can finally be together, my angel. Block. Ha ha. Thursday the 9th of August. 13 weeks, 4 days. 1. People who pick the raisins out of food. Stop ordering things with raisins in. 2. People who constantly ask me how far along I am, and when I tell them, inform me that it must be twins because I'm so big. 3. Scientists who still haven't invented an easier way to do pregnancy. The vivid dreams show no sign of abating. I'm dreaming about everything from the Gazette to the childminder at Priory Gardens to breaking the necks of live chickens at the dinner table. I've dreams about AJ too. He's always alive when I see him, alive and smiling, rather than in 8 separate wrapped pieces under the warm earth at the well house. The baby doesn't like me dreaming about AJ. I get woken up in a full sweat, this terrible screaming in my ears. No, 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 I want my daddy back. I want my daddy back. Over and over again. Woke up at 3 a.m. in such a sweat and couldn't get back to sleep. Scrolled social media and the news channels for updates on Craig. 4 mentions of me out of 24. In each story I was simply the gripper's pregnant girlfriend, and it went on to talk about Priory Gardens. I was not a person in my own right. I was either the child survivor of that guy or the girlfriend of that other guy. They were the headliners. I was just a bit part. I switched to my apps to see if there were any fishies swimming around. White and Nerdy took the bait first. White and Nerdy. Hey, baby girl, what you doing up so late? Kiss. Sweet Pea. Bad dream, sad face. White and Nerdy. Wish I was there to cuddle you in bed, kiss. Sweet Pea. Me too. How are your thighs now? White and Nerdy. Still stinging. Worth it though. Can't stop thinking about you. Sweet Pea. Ah, that's nice. White and Nerdy. Thinking about you and me getting sweaty in my bed soon, kiss. Sweet Pea. Ooh, Daddy, that sounds hot. White and Nerdy. What are you doing today, baby girl? Kiss. Sweet Pea. School as usual. Got an A in my maths test. That's cool, baby. You gonna be wearing a skirt today? Kiss. Sweet Pea. Yeah. Do you like me in my school skirt? I'll send you a new pic. White and Nerdy. Yeah, you get me hard. I love little girls. Smaller the better, smiley face. Sweet Pea. I am very small, Daddy. White and Nerdy. You gonna be Daddy's good little girl then? Kiss. Sweet Pea. Yeah, Daddy. Let's pretend you've just picked me up from school. White and Nerdy. We're walking through the park in front of strangers, and you're wearing a short skirt, and I'm fingering you. People are looking. Sweet Pea. Ooh, Daddy, that's hot. Flame emoji. White and Nerdy. You're sucking a lollipop, and your hair is in bunchies. Daddy likes something to hold when he has his dick sucked. Kiss. Sweet Pea. You've been giving this some thought, haven't you? Wink emoji. White and Nerdy. I'll get a couple of fingers in you and you're sopping wet. Then I'll force you up against a tree and plunge my cock into you hard. Kiss. Sweet Pea. That hurts me, Daddy. White and Nerdy. Yeah, and you scream and people are watching. Kiss. Sweet Pea. Sounds fun. White and Nerdy. Then afterwards I'll come on your face and make you walk around wearing it like a mask. Kiss. Sweet Pea. Over my makeup and everything. White and Nerdy. You're covered in it, dripping down those big dick-sucking lips. Sweet Pea. White and Nerdy. God, I want you so much. Kiss. Sweet Pea. Me too, Daddy. I want to lose my virginity to you. White and Nerdy. You want to do this for real? You want to meet? Kiss. Sweet Pea. I've never met anyone before from online. You sure it'll be okay? White and nerdy. It'll be fine, baby. You really want to give me your cherry emoji? Sweet pea. Yeah, Daddy. Let's meet. Later that day, I met Marnie at the boating lake in the park. Jim was putting his latest model boat on the water for the first time. A smaller version of the HMS Victory, with cannons and ropes and sails, and even a tiny eyeless and armless Nelson in the crow's nest. There were a few people around with tiny motorised yachts and steamers, but most had hired life-sized rowing boats for the afternoon. We both watched from the bank as Jim proudly put down the Victory on the water and watched as it floated away. Marnie seemed fascinated with it. She seemed fascinated by everything. Is it motorised, Jim? No, Victory wasn't motorised. Jim laughed, folding his arms all dad-like and proud. She was a sailing ship. But how will you get her back out of the pond? Jim looked at me and Marnie in turn. We all looked back to the boat. It had already floated off into the middle of the lake. I hadn't thought about that. I just wanted to see if she would stay upright. We left him talking to the park keeper about retrieving his half Nelson, which was by this point sailing off back towards Portsmouth, while Marnie and I took a stroll around the park. It was crowded for a Thursday, mainly joggers and dog walkers and families feeding the ducks or playing mini-golf. We stopped at the sweet shack and bought a pound of pick and mix, which we scoffed in the shade of a weeping willow. Your bump looks better than mine, I told her, my tongue navigating a sherbet lemon that was fizzier than I'd been expecting. It's rounder. Mine looks like a duvet's been rammed up there. Marnie laughed, gnawing at a licorice cable. Hey, I thought of a new question. Why doesn't Winnie the Pooh ever get stung? I have no idea. He does poke about in a lot of beehives, doesn't he? He's always in beehives and he never gets stung. Maybe bears don't get stung. Maybe the bees know better. Do dentists go to see other dentists or do they do it to themselves? Nice. How about who was the fat lady and when does she sing? I know this, said Marnie, sitting up. No, I don't. It's something to do with baseball and an opera singer at the end of the game. Think that's it. Makes sense. We rarely talked about our pregnancies or gossiped about boys or people we both disliked. We seemed to have bypassed that whole thing and gone right back to childhood questions we'd always had but never asked. We seemed to like it better that way. Sometimes the real world would crash in, though, like a scrap of newspaper in a flower bed in the park that read, Gripper Killer Vigilante Theory. Marnie pretended not to see it. You can ask me about it if you like, I said. It's none of my business. You must be curious. Well, yeah, but so ask me. Ask me what it's like living with a suspected serial killer. Ask me if I met any of the victims or if Craig fashioned soup bowls from their skulls. Anything, I don't mind. Was he abused? She asked. Is that why he only kills sex offenders? He wasn't abused, I replied, and I don't think they were all sex offenders. It's a coincidence. Paper talk. Fake news. Oh, she said. The papers say he's part of some gang of vigilantes, like your dad was. As far as I know, he worked alone, I said. Oh. We walked towards a willow tree and sat down in its shade. Do you still love him? I didn't think. The word flew out of me. Yes. Our morning was largely uneventful, aside from Jim's Victory debacle. It wouldn't really be worth recording, but for one tiny incident. We were sitting beneath the weeping willow, people watching and swatting away flies, and a dandelion clock seed landed in Marnie's hair. I reached across to flick it away, and she winced, like I was going to hit her. I pulled the clock from her hair and showed it to her. "Oh," she laughed. "I wondered what you were doing." "You thought I was going to hit you." "Course not, it was just unexpected, that's all." "My nanny used to do that," I said. "Wince at sudden movements. It was a one-off, don't start." "Nanny was conditioned to expect it. And so are you." "I'm not, Rhiannon." She angled back on her hands and crossed her feet over. "Can we change the subject?" "Okay," I said. I lay down on the grass and closed my eyes. In seconds, I smelled the coconut scent of her hair and felt her lie down next to me. Why do people fly kites? I mean, seriously, what's the point? I've no idea. I guess because it looks nice? Is it a skill? The wind does all the work, though. True, she yawned. You could say the same about Jim and his boat. Or the people paying to row about for half an hour. What's the point? Believe me, my young friend, there is nothing, absolutely nothing, half so worth doing as simply messing about in boats. She squinted my way. Huh? Wind in the Willows, I said. My favourite book. Mine too, she said, with a broad grin full of teeth. That's so funny. It's not so funny. It's a good book. I always like that bit where Mole's lost in a wild wood and Ratty comes and saves him and they go to Badger's Hollow and get toasty warm in front of the fire. What's your best bit? When Toad dresses up in drag and steals a train. It's the last bit I remember her reading to us. Who? Alison. At Priory Gardens. We were meant to come back to it later after juice and biscuits. Then he came in. The silence enveloped us. Marnie lay her head back and closed her eyes. If you swallow an apple pip, will a tree grow inside you? I doubt it. I've swallowed millions. What if it gets planted somewhere, like in your spleen or something? Dunno. Why doesn't glue stick to the inside of the bottle? Good one. We carried on like this for an hour or more, asking imponderable questions and listening to the creak of oars and the splashing of the rowing boats and seagulls calling out in the sunshine. I didn't realise we'd fallen asleep until someone's pit bull puppy was licking the soles of my feet. The sky was darkening and the park was half empty. What time is it? Marnie croaked. 5:30. 5:30! She shrieked, levering herself up as quickly as she could. She fumbled for her phone inside her cardigan pocket. 17 missed calls. Oh, my God. She showed me the screen. I've had it on silent. Oh, God. Oh, well, never mind. Did you put it on silent? Nope. God, he's probably been out searching. She went over onto all fours and slowly got to her feet, gathering up her bag and cardigan. Jesus, is your ankle tag beeping? I'll come with you and explain. No, don't come. He already thinks we're having an affair. With me, I said. He gets paranoid. Well, I like you, Marnie, but I ain't ever going down to Pastrami Town, just so you know. She laughed, losing her anxiety for a moment. Don't. This is serious. No, it's not. Look, you spent the afternoon with me talking about boring baby shit and watching model boats, that's all. You haven't done anything illegal. Tell him to strap on a pair. She laughed the laugh of easier said than done. I'll need to do a lot of sweet talking. I'll see you soon, okay? What you going to sweeten him up with? Netflix and chill? We don't have Netflix. Tim says it's a waste of money. Ugh. The sooner you ditch that guy, the better. Friday the 10th of August. 13 weeks, 5 days. 1. Elaine. So far this week I've had lectures on why I must not have pain relief in labour because I won't be able to bond with my baby. Names I mustn't call said baby and repeat choruses of foods you mustn't eat. 2. Tourists, again. 3. God. So I fancied a day trip today. Me and no one else. A casual, breezy little jaunt along the coast to Torquay. Nothing to write home about. Had a nice wander about the shops and the seafront. Browsed the postcards. Played in the arcades. Bought some fancy shoes. Took the fancy shoes back because they rubbed my heels. Ate a fuckful of fat ice cream in an ice cream parlour. Watched the entrance of sports madness opposite like the proverbial hawk. That kind of thing. I don't condone this, by the way. It only dawned on me when I was halfway through my second full-fat clotted cream ice cream cornet with raspberry sauce that it might not be one of Patrick's work days. That I might be wasting my time and setting myself up for chronic disappointment, acid indigestion, and heartburn. But the gods were clearly smiling down on me today, as was the sun. He rocked up for work at 5 minutes to midday, and I got my game face on. You can't expect to get away with this one. In broad daylight, in a town you don't know. It's a suicide run. No, it's not. Trust me, will you? All afternoon it took. I couldn't be too eager, but at the same time, I couldn't afford to be too vague. I had to strike that happy balance between I'm not crazy and I want to fuck you until it falls off. No mean feat, let me tell you. So I wandered around the shop for a good long while, unzipping sports bags I'd no intention of buying, trying on vile, luminous sports gear that was never going to fit me, and attempting to spin basketballs on one finger. My path kept crossing with Fenton's, and I attempted conversations about the basketball spin. He couldn't do it either. Which colour grip to buy for my tennis racket, and the pros and cons of memory sole trainers. He was standoffish at first, barely said a word, and I had to buy 2 pairs of Skechers before he'd even crack a smile. But he did smile, and so did I, wide and all-encompassing. Venus's mouth awaiting the curious fly. Saturday, the 11th of August. 13 weeks, 6 days. 1. Waitress in Nando's at the services, whose eyebrows rose when I ordered an extra side of spicy rice and chips for lunch, even though she wears elasticated jeans and has stretch marks on her neck. 2. Women who go on coach trips and sit next to me and allow Murray mints to clatter off their teeth the whole damn journey. 3. Women who go on coach trips, sit next to me, and insist on making chit-chat about Alfie Boe. Managed to get out of Pin's cheese and wine party with a legitimate excuse. Elaine has wangled me a place on the Wombat coach trip to York. Frying pan or fire? I'll take the frying pan. I'd actually rather go back to sports madness and play with Patrick again, but Elaine has spoken, so yippity-fuckity-doo, I'm coming too. She says a change of scenery will do me good. So far, the only scenery has been the M5. It's gridlocked. The air conditioning's patchy, and the coach reeks of Chanel. Can't stand Chanel. Mum used to wear it. Every woman here is a ginormous waffle goblin, and they've taken it in turns to comment on my bump and inform me of their own birthing horror stories. I've had stillborns, torn vaginas, a breast is best lecture, 2 shitting myself in the birthing pool anecdotes, several husband goes off sex 'cause your sex hole's a mess warnings, and Debbie does donkeys, regaling me with how she pissed herself in Smith's and Tony Hadley walked past. I have no idea who Tony Hadley is, but Debbie still seems mortified about the whole incident, 30 years on. We've just had an impromptu kindness circle. We all had to wax lyrical on paying it forward, it being kindness, of course. I mentioned Kevin Spacey was in the movie, but that he was better in The Usual Suspects, and they all went quiet and changed the subject to Alfie Boe on The One Show last night. I'd forgotten the 11th commandment of kindness circle, you see. Thou must not mention ye oldie sex pests. It reminds them there's a real world outside. There is one glimmer of potential awesome on the horizon. I'm going to kill again. Tonight. And the baby seems okay with it. I don't think you'll go through with it, that's all. Folds tiny arms. As soon as Elaine mentioned York last night, I realised my little catfish, White and Nerdy, didn't live that far away, in Nottingham. I said I would kill to meet you today. I know, a bit on the nose, but Sweet Pea needs her fun. Devil horns emoji. He's going to leave work early. He wants me so bad. A message came through when the coach stopped at the services. I went in and bought a packet of mints, a cheese and pickle sandwich, and a tear and share bag of cheese and onion. I don't plan to tear or share. White and Nerdy. Hey, babe, I'm on train. Can't wait to see you later. Kiss. Sweet Pea. I'm still scared about meeting you. White and Nerdy. Nothing to be scared of, babe. You know me by now. Kiss. Sweet Pea. Will it hurt me? White and Nerdy. Only at first 'cause you're so small, but after that you'll enjoy it. Sweet Pea. You know I'm only 13 though, right? White and Nerdy. Yeah, baby. If it doesn't bother you, it doesn't bother me. Kiss. Sweet Pea. Hotel has vacancies. I checked. White and Nerdy. Good girl. Kiss. I'm a bit older than I said. Does that matter? Kiss. Sweet Pea. How old? White and Nerdy. 27, babe. That okay? Kiss. Sweet Pea. That's okay. Can you tell me your real name now? White and Nerdy. Cameron. Sweet Pea. Cool. I love that name. White and Nerdy. Thanks, baby. How about you? Sweet Pea. My name is Leah. White and Nerdy. Heart eyes emoji. Sweet Pea. You'll make sure my virginity's gone forevs by tonight, won't you? White and Nerdy. Oh yeah, babe. Don't you worry about that. Kiss. I've tried hard to convince White and Nerdy that I am indeed the unworldly schoolgirl I say I am. I guess pedos have to be careful these days, what with all the vigilante outfits lurking on the dark web. You have to be quite persistent when questing after perverts who believe children should be seen and felt up. It's not as though you can ride around in a van marked Free Kids and hope they'll just hop in the back. I snagged my Leah pictures from the Facebook of Pin's eldest, Cordelia, a selfie-obsessed pouting numbskull with tits bigger than her head and weak privacy settings. I figured she'd be just the sort to converse with a Justin Bieber lookalike like Cameron. He does look a bit like Justin Bieber. Well, Justin Bieber if I tried to draw Justin Bieber with my left hand, in the dark, while having a stroke. I'm in some tea room called Betty's, eating a cream tea surrounded by a zillion chattering women, most of whom I wish would just start bleeding from the eyes. My face aches from fake smiling. I've suffered an endless mooch around a Viking exhibition, been force-fed fudge, and an interminable lecture on buttresses at York Minster by an old battle-axe called Glenda with a lump the size of a small apple on her leg. My own legs ache from traipsing. The only thing that's keeping me going is the thought of later. He's messaged again. White and Nerdy. Train delayed, sad face. Hard thinking about tonight, babe. Kiss. Sweet Pea. I know, Cam. I can't wait to see you too. Smiley face. White and Nerdy. See you at 6 p.m. Kiss. Sweet Pea. Will you bring me some flowers? White and Nerdy. Of course, baby. Anything for my girl. Kiss. This city is CCTV mad. Like pigeons, they're on every rooftop, but this hotel isn't for some reason. I checked it out on Google Maps before I said I'd meet him here. Google Maps is a good friend to someone like me. The hotel's your bog-standard Premier Inn on the outskirts of the city. 3 stories high, car park peppered with wind-blown litter and backing onto a care home. There's a leafy walkway through to the care home. Nicely dark, nicely quiet. I have exactly 1 hour until our coach leaves the pub 1 mile away. Operation White and Nerdy has begun. Please don't do it, Mummy. My new Big Ben synced wristwatch tells me it's precisely 6:25 p.m. White and Nerdy is 25 minutes late. He may have pussied out. 6:39 p.m. Still no sign of him. I'm not giving up yet. This is too good an opportunity, and I've come too damn far. It's 6:43 p.m. I'm now hiding with my shopping bags behind a sign advertising Sunday lunches and kids eat free. Someone has daubed an S in front of kids, hilariously. My steak knife vibrates in my pocket. What a waste of time and effort. Bloody paedophiles are so unreliable. It's not safe. Go back to Wombat. The coach will be leaving soon. 6:46 p.m. I hate this guy. The old feeling is back in the centre of my chest. Acid reflux and pure, unfettered rage are a bad combination. And I've left my Gaviscon in the magazine pocket on the coach. Stop, Mummy. Go back to the coach park. This isn't safe. 6:48 p.m. Some loud people have just walked past the hotel entrance and gone into the Hungry Horse. They've spooked him, perhaps. Or if, as I initially thought, he was bullshitting me about being on the train and hasn't even left the comfort of his laptop in his parents' spare bedroom. I was going to go easy on him. Now I want to eviscerate the bastard. Please don't do it. You don't know the area. Anyone could see you. It's too risky. Go back to the coach. 6:51 p.m. A man's appeared on the leafy path. He's wearing a red hoodie and jeans, scuffing his trainers. He has no arse in his jeans, classic pedo sign, and he's got a rucksack on. I wonder if it contains the alcohol I requested. He's checking his phone. Can't see his face. Have to make sure it's him. Don't get your phone out. Don't switch it on. The police can triangulate it. They'll know you were here. But at that second, the man turns around. He's carrying flowers, sweet peas. Bingo. Please don't do it, Mummy. Please. Please. I wouldn't put us in danger unless I was sure. My heart starts to thump. I can't catch my breath. Please. What about me? I might get hurt. Pipe down. Mama's got work to do. No, I won't let you. Go back to the coach, now. Go back. Go back. Don't do this. The coach was late leaving anyway, thanks to a burst colostomy bag and an accident on the bypass, which meant the driver had to recalibrate his sat-nav. Now we're pootling along in heavy traffic. My heart's still thumping, my face still sweating. The chatterings include choruses of, "Oh, wasn't York Minster lovely?" and an encore of, "None of our husbands understand us." I, Rhiannon Lewis, walked away from a certain kill tonight. From certain happiness. I've never done that before. Reserves of unused adrenaline have flooded me, and I feel so sick. My heartburn has ignited, but I'm out of Gaviscon. The air conditioning has completely broken, and there's this pain in my stomach. Sunday the 12th of August. 14 weeks exactly. We had to stop twice on the motorway for me to vom. I would be embarrassed, but I'm too angry, and my stomach still hurts. I thought it would have eased by the time I got into bed last night, but it got worse. In the toilet at the services, I saw blood on my pad. Only a tiny bit, but it was unmistakable. I couldn't put it down to the light in the toilets or my tired eyes. It was red. It's pitch dark and raining outside my bedroom window. The rain's pattering on the leaves of the horse chestnut. I need the loo again, but I daren't. Last time I went, there was more blood. "Please stop hurting me," I said. "I don't like it when you kill people, Mummy. You have to stop." "I didn't kill him. I stopped." "You're going to lose me, like you lost Daddy. You'll have to wrap me in a bedsheet too when I bleed out of you." "Stop hurting me. Stop that pain." "No, you have to learn. This isn't good for me. Your adrenaline rushes, your blood pressure rises, and I get scared. You have to keep me safe." Radiating pain racked my lower body so deeply I could feel it in my knees. I took 2 paracetamol and felt a throbbing sensation in my knickers. I clamped my thighs shut tighter. I put bath towels on the bed and lay as still as I could. "Am I losing you?" "You will lose me if you kill people. I don't want to do that. I don't like it." "You told me to cut your father into pieces not so long ago. Did you grow a conscience when you formed eyelids or something?" "That was to get you out of a situation. You'd already killed him. I couldn't stop that. But I can stop you now. You get caught, I get caught, and that can't happen." "I won't get caught. You need to trust me. You know how I get when I don't kill. I suffer, you suffer. Stop that pain, please." I held my breath for as long as I could before letting go. I kept doing it until I couldn't hear the voice. Within an hour, the pain had dissolved to an ache, then a wisp of discomfort, before disappearing altogether. "Thank you." He didn't answer. When I woke up this morning, I had to wee, but I didn't look in the toilet. I knew a lot of liquid had come out. Heavy liquid. I flushed. I caught a brief glimpse of my pad. Redder. "Talk to me. Say anything. I need to know you're still there." Nothing. I think it's gone. I think I flushed it away. Monday the 13th of August. 14 weeks, 1 day. My appointment was 20 minutes ago, but they're running late. I'm not as annoyed as I could be. I can wait a bit longer to be told I've lost my baby. For a person who has few actual feelings, I'm feeling a hell of a lot right now. Guilt, anger, acid reflux, of course, adrenaline, fear, emptiness. So much emptiness. I don't want this to be the end. Okay, so I hadn't planned this baby, nor was I enjoying pregnancy, but I liked it being there. I liked lying in bed, watching my belly, knowing I wasn't alone. Now faced with being told I'm empty, I ache. I know I don't deserve it. I know if anyone deserves to sacrifice their kid for their sins, it's me. But I'd rather be dying myself right now than lose it. I've brought my Bible with me to the hospital. I thought it might help. I haven't been able to focus on it for long. My mind keeps wandering to what's coming next, but I figure just holding it could help. There's a Quran on the bookshelf and a Torah. Might try them as well in a minute. "Rhiannon Lewis," the woman said, appearing as if from nowhere rather than the door I'd been staring at for the past half hour. A water balloon burst in my chest. I didn't notice anyone look over, but I heard the whispers. Is that her from the news? Priory Gardens. Boyfriend's in prison. I was ushered into the same dim little room with the gurney where I'd had my 12-week scan 2 weeks ago. The sonographer was pretty nondescript. Brown bob, chunky heels, chin wart, wedding ring. How do people with chin warts get husbands? Beats me. She sat down beside the gurney. Right, if you'd like to hop up on the bed and get comfy, can I pop your t-shirt up and tuck your trousers over? That's it. Pop and tuck. Such sweet words. Such an abominable prelude. By this point, my heart was doing somersaults. Are you all right? Feeling a bit weepy? OK, let's get this done, shall we? She tucked some scratchy tissue paper under my bra and waistband, squirted the gel on my tummy, then pressed the probe around. I looked up at the ceiling. I didn't want to see that black screen. Chin wart pressed over my abdomen and I'm lying back, counting the ceiling tiles, tears trickling into my ears. The screen reflected in her glasses. Don't you want to see it? She asked. What happens now? What do I do? What do you mean? Where does it go? There was this noise. Thumping. Is that my heartbeat? No, it's your baby's heartbeat. Chin wart showed me the screen. It was there. It was still there. It had a head, a skull, a spine, long legs, little stubby arms, and a heartbeat. It's still there, I gasped. I didn't piss it out. I was crying freely by now. No, she frown-laughed. You thought you'd miscarried. I nodded. It was all I could do. It's right there. Look. The image warped and went all underwatery, like we were going into a different world. But there it was, this little alien thing, with long legs like AJ's. I've been wondering if it will look like AJ when it comes out. If it comes out. If it doesn't dissolve in my acidic juices in the meantime. I can't believe he's still in there, I said, and Chin wart laughed too, as though, duh, where else would he be? Ah, love, she said, handing me a tissue. It's all right. It's all good. Bloody feelings again. Bloody this feeling again. This horrible ache. This horrible surging ache. I can't believe it. I noticed the little throbbing in the middle of the alien. It wasn't just a blob, a grain of rice, a fig, a lime. It was a tiny human who'd survived all the shit I'd put it through. I couldn't take my eyes off it. Millions of scans are done all over the world, every day. And to every woman, when they see their baby, it's the most fascinating thing. The only difference here was that this was my baby. How was this murdering body nurturing this living thing? How big is it now? I asked, wiping my eyes on my sleeve. I've been sort of measuring it in fruit and veg. Oh, fruit-wise, I think we're talking about a lemon now. We've come a long way from the poppy seed. I could see arms, legs, eye sockets, brain, bones. I'm doing something right amidst all the wrong. You're sure it's okay? I'm as sure as can be, she said. I told her about the bleeding. Speak to your doctor about that. All looks fine here as far as I can see. I've never been good with trusting people, but I guess I have to. Chin wart's the one with the qualifications, and I thought I'd thrown out my own baby with the piss water. She said the pains last night could have been practice contractions. If all goes well, there's nothing to suggest you won't carry to full term. There's a troubling phrase. If all goes well. Nothing's certain in this game. Is there anything I can do to keep it happy? Keep taking your Pregnacare vitamins. Eat the right foods. Take it easy. Don't do anything too strenuous. Nothing that'll raise your blood pressure. Catfishing pedos and baiting rapists, definitely off the agenda then. I'll be a good girl, I promise. The lemon was going ballistic on the screen, bouncing around like he was on a little trampoline. It made me laugh. I strode out of the hospital like I was in a Beyoncé video. I stopped at the Tesco Metro to buy some health shit. Chia seeds, curly kale, all that Pinterest crap the thinspirators swear by. I stopped by the hardware store and bought the smoothie maker in the window. I walked up to the well house, feeling as springy as when I'd killed that taxi driver, that rapist in the park, that guy in the canal. What if Marnie was right? Maybe being a mum is my bliss. Maybe giving life is better than taking life, after all. As I was walking the cliff road, I heard a voice. I'm back. You sneak. Where did you go? Just giving you a scare, that's all. Unbelievable. Yeah, I know. But you had to be taught a lesson, didn't you? You were right. It's all about me and you now. I'm going to be good. Sure? Yeah, I feel fantastic. I haven't felt this good in ages. Now I know I've still got you. I don't need to kill anymore. You're all I need to get by. Are you sure I'm going to be enough for you, Mummy? Yes. What about Sandra Huggins? I don't need her. What about Patrick Edward Fenton? I don't need anyone. I stood outside the front gate, stopping to take in the breath of sea air on the cliff top. I breathed in the scent of the wisteria on the back wall. I kicked off my shoes and climbed up onto the raised bed where I'd buried AJ, scrunching my toes so the soft earth ran through them like sand. It felt like coming home. I think this is all I need. This is enough. This is my bliss. 10 weeks later. Thursday, the 27th of September. 20 weeks, 4 days. 1. Jim and Elaine and their utter inability to watch any news bulletin, TV programme or film without providing a joint commentary on it. 2. People, Jim, who scroll through TV channels too fast. 3. Jim and Elaine's neighbour, Malcolm, who is converting his attic and banging wood from dawn to dusk. I hope you fall off your scaffolding and break your fucking neck. So, I guess it turns out that being good means being boring. Nothing has happened. Seriously. It's all been pretty past the noose. I've spared you updates on my bowel movements, trips to the garden centre with Jim and Elaine, and TV marathons of Call the Midwife and some war saga Jim likes. I've become a dried-up husk version of my former self. On the plus side, the baby is still okay. Also, I'm hairier, yet another side effect nature has thrust upon me without warning. I've given up shaving. There's no point going to bed dolphin smooth just to wake up looking like Hagrid. For a while, it was easy. My focus had shifted. Now, it's shifted back again. Physically, I'm feeling better. No more sickness or chronic thirst. Energy levels are up. I'm getting the odd headache and spate of constipation, and my breasts feel like 2 tenderised beefsteaks, but my moods are, on the whole, as level as they can be. I've been doing a Prego yoga DVD with Marnie in the front room, which usually turns into a game of the floor is lava, or we collapse into hysterics from all the farting. I'm practicing my breathing with the help of YouTube tutorials, Well, I've watched 10 minutes of one video, and I've been trying my best to avoid situations likely to make me angry, i.e., people. In short, I have kept to my word and been a good girl-ish. Until today. Today has pushed me to the edge and dangled me over it. First thing this morning, Elaine walked in on me having a wank. They said they were going to Sainsbury's and both called out, "Goodbye!" and I could have sworn I heard the front door close behind them. As it turned out, Jim had only gone out to put the bags for life in the boot. Elaine then took it upon herself to come back upstairs for her nectar card and then popped my head around to say goodbye, only to see me, legs akimbo. It's not as though I could pretend I was doing anything else, because I was butt naked and the vibe was going at top speed. I didn't even hear the door open. She just apparated at the bottom of my bed. And though I threw my vibe across the room, it was still switched on and juddering across the carpet like a maniacal worm. I had it on the tongue setting. Damn woman. When they came back from shopping, it was slightly awkward for a bit, but my hormones had settled down and I joined them out in the garden. Jim was picking lettuces, Elaine drinking her coffee and doing her Sudoku, and Tink was chewing her squeaky duck. I sat cross-legged under the Japanese maple, listening to them chit-chat while I read my pregnancy book. We were a family again. Until after lunch, roast lamb for them and onion and feta tartlet for me, followed by rhubarb crumble. We then sat down for a cup of tea and the afternoon movie, Forever Young, starring Mel Gibson. Now, I might be packing more manic than your average street preacher, but I think even the mildest person would get irritated watching a film with Jim and Elaine. I was also bone-tired after a massive pastry-heavy meal, the kind of tired where you feel you're constantly dragging around a dead bear whenever you move. And I kept falling asleep, only for these sodding World War II fighter planes on the surround sound to keep waking me up. But if there's one thing an irritable pregnant psychopath who's had her daily wank interrupted doesn't need, it's to spend the afternoon explaining the plot of a movie to a pair of half-wits, one of whom was knitting and the other whose eyes were on 22 down ending in LY. It all started when Mel Gibson came out of his suspended animation chamber at the army barracks. "So where is he now, then?" asks Elaine, as she clickety-clacked. "He's in 1992, I said, fully awake. "What happened to Norm from Cheers?" "You'll find out, don't worry." "He died, did he?" said Jim. "Who? Mel Gibson?" "No, he's there, look, in the box thing. He's just cold." "Why's he cold?" "Because he's been frozen for 50 years. "That wouldn't happen." Clickety-clack, clickety-clack. "Shall we watch something else?" Elaine. No, keep this on. I like Mel Gibson." By this point, I am mentally yanking out all her veins and arteries and wrapping them around her irritating scrag of a neck. Jim pipes up. "Is that little lad his son?" "No, he's a random kid who found the box in the army camp." Clickety-clack. "Who's that other boy?" "His friend." "Is that Harry Potter?" "No, it's Elijah Wood. He was Frodo in Lord of the Rings." Clickety-clack go the needles. Tappity-tap goes the pen. And then, Jim. "Is Jamie Lee Curtis his wife out of the coma?" "Jamie Lee Curtis is a woman in 1992. She has nothing to do with Mel Gibson, okay? Her son just found the box he was frozen in, that's all." "So she's staying with Mel Gibson now?" "No, he's staying with her at her house until he can figure out what's happened." "And what has happened?" Clickety-clack. I sighed and waited for the plot to explain itself. It didn't. Jim pipes up. "What's wrong with him now, then?" "He's ageing." "Why's that?" "Because he's been in suspended animation for 50 years, and that's what happens to a person's body when they're woken up after all that time." "Is that his wife?" "No, That's Norm from Cheers' daughter in the present day. She's just told Mel Gibson that Norm is dead. Ah. Why is he in pain? Because he's ageing. It hurts him because it's happening too quickly. Oh, his wife didn't die in the coma then. She's still alive. Yes. Well, their little boy would have aged, surely. Elijah Wood is not their son. Clickety-clack, clickety-clack, tappity-fucking-tap. She'd be an old woman now, his wife, wouldn't she? Was she frozen as well? Clickety-clack. No, he thought she died in the coma. When? Back in 1952. Just watch. So the film ends with the great romantic scene at Mel Gibson's not-dead wife's house, where she's old and he's old, and finally they're together again. And Jim pipes up. Has she got the same disease as Mel Gibson? Oh, for fuck's fucking cocking wanking sake! I screamed, slamming the lounge door behind me, my expletives still rattling the crystal. I got up to my bedroom, flopped down on the bed, and screamed into my pillow until I felt my voice break. I've been here ever since. Friday the 28th of September. 20 weeks, 5 days. Jim and Elaine made it through the night. I should get a medal for that alone. Elaine's talking to me over breakfast like nothing happened. She even said, "Why don't we make a start on the nursery this weekend? You'd like that, wouldn't you?" I didn't know if she was talking to me or to Tink. She'd been feeding her scrambled egg from a teaspoon at the time. Apart from shouting at them yesterday, the only bad thing I've done in the past 10 weeks is eat a tuna and mayo sandwich. Mayo is one of the foods I'm specifically not allowed, on the wombat outing to Warwick Castle last month. Hope I haven't stunted her thumb or something. Marnie had her baby earlier this month. A boy, 7 pounds, 11 ounces. No complications. Tim held her hand throughout. They've called him Raphael. Oh, like the Ninja Turtle, I said, when she called and told me. No, as in a tribute to my dead dad. Turns out her dad was Italian before he died, and lo and behold, he was called Raphael too. I like the name anyway, though I always fancied the Michelangelo turtle as a kid. He was stacked and brought the laughs. Is that weird, fancying a turtle? Add it to the list, I guess. Had my anomaly scan today. No anomalies as far as could be made out. My sonographer was called Mishti, and she had the softest hands I've known so far. She had another bit of news for me too. Do you want to know the sex? We can tell today quite clearly. Yeah, well, I already know, but you could confirm it for me, I guess. Oh, did they tell you at the last scan? No. A mother knows, doesn't she? Sometimes. It is a boy, isn't it? Mishti bit her lip. Do you want to know for sure? You can tell me for sure? Yes, I can tell you for sure. OK then, tell me for sure. She pointed at a section of the screen. It's a girl. A girl? That's ridiculous, I said. He sounds like Ray Winston. Ray Winston? Yeah, Ray Winston. Mishti didn't seem to know what to say to that. I'm not sure I know what you mean. I can hear him. Talk to me. From beyond. Nope, still frowning. Still the look of, I'ma call security right now if this bitch doesn't start making sense. Sorry, that sounds mad, doesn't it? I had a dream where Ray Winston was in my womb. I'd managed the impossible. I'd made it sound worse. She laughed. Well, it's lovely that you have such an early bond. Lots of mothers and fathers are disappointed when they get the news they're not having the baby they tried for. No, it's not that. I'm just surprised, that's all. I was so sure it was a boy. But it's not. It's a girl. I'm having a girl. When I got out of there, I was bursting to tell someone. I wanted to tell my mum, but the nearest thing I had to Mum was Seren, so I called her. It was 6:31 a.m. in Seattle. She answered croakily on the 12th ring. Rhiannon? What do you want? You woke us up. Seren, I wanted to tell you something. Mumble, mumble, sigh, sigh. Oh, what is it? It's a girl. What's a girl? The baby, I sobbed. My baby. My baby is a girl. And everything's fine. I didn't lose her. I'm going to order a Doppler from Amazon. All the forums say they're tricky to use, and you can get the baby's heartbeat muddled up with your own, but I think it'll be fine if I read the instructions. Did you have one? I just want to be able to hear the heartbeat whenever I want, you know? Rhiannon, I didn't even know you were pregnant. Saturday, the 29th of September. 20 weeks, 6 days. 1. People who wear high-heeled trainers. 2. People who spit on pavements. 3. Unnecessary film remakes. Point Break, Mary Poppins, anything that came after the first Ghostbusters or Jaws, etc. So, I may have told you a pie of the porky kind, and I'm not proud of it. If there's one place I can be honest, it's here, so I'll just say it. My good girl act has slipped slightly in the past 2 months. I've been paying visits, that's all, to Patrick Edward Fenton. I've been driving down to Torquay and monitoring him. Window shopping, you might call it. Once Heather had told me where he worked, where he still works, it was a cakewalk to find out where he lived and what his preoccupations are. Buying video games, selling sports equipment, watching children. Today I'm back in Torquay, back in sports madness, watching him. Old Fetus face doesn't seem to mind. No aches and pains as yet. No beyond-the-womb diatribes about how I shouldn't be here, how I shouldn't be doing this, how I should leave Patrick Edward Fenton alone to live the rest of his life in perfect peace and paedophilia. Not on my watch. I hovered over him as he measured a young blonde boy's feet for new football boots, clocking every single movement of his fingers on that boy's feet. Watching him chat, as nice as ninepence to the boy's mother. Lacing up the boots, chucking in some boot cleaner for free because we like our customers to go away happy. Ugh. Fake thy name is Fenton. When the blonde boy had got his boots and gone to the cash register with his mum and her MasterCard, I made my move. Hi there. How are you? He looked up at me from a sea of boxes and discarded football boots. He smiled. Tongue stud, yellow teeth, 3 fillings. You measured me up for some trainers the other week. Oh, yeah. They all right? Not too tight? No, they're fine. I'm wearing them now, look. I showed them off. He nodded. Listen, I know this is insane, and I promise you I'm not some total weirdo, but I'm new in town and I don't know anyone down here. I've seen you in here a few times, and you seem lovely. I wondered if you'd like to go for a drink with me? A drink, he said, wiping his greasy forehead on his wrist. Yeah. I gave it my best smile and hair flick combo and tried to adjust my head so my eyes twinkled kindly in the harsh lighting. Just hang out. My treat. I think you're so attractive. I bought 2 pairs of shoes from you. Didn't you guess? No, not at all. He laughed in that awkward way guys do when you tell them you fancy them. Not that I did, of course. In fact, I found him obscene. And skinny, too. An elongated bag of white bones wrapped in badly drawn tattoos. and tied up with manky festival wristbands. And his breath stank of egg. He had nothing going for him. No social etiquette, no banter, no hygiene. Hence the partiality to romancing kindergartners, I suppose. Are you going to tell him about me? Or am I just expected to come along for the ride? Yeah, all right, he grunted. I don't finish till 6, though. That's okay. I've got my car down here. I'll pick you up. I'll see you later then. Oh, by the way, my name's Leah. Paddy, he said. Well, Patrick. Lovely to meet you, Patrick. I'm parked up outside the Leprechaun Gastropub. It's the only one in town without CCTV in the car park, as far as I could tell from Google Maps. It took 3 lagers for the pills to kick in. He's snoring on the back seat. I'm sticking to my promise to run him home now. I didn't say which home, though, so technically, anything that happens to him now is his own fault. Tuesday, the 2nd of October. 21 weeks, 2 days. 1. People who can't spell my name, e.g., everyone. 2. People who assume it's okay to shorten my name, even though that conversation hasn't actually been had, e.g., everyone. 3. People who touch my bump without being invited, woman in supermarket, woman at doctor's surgery, child at bus stop. Read this article on mental floss this morning, all about bad mothers of the animal kingdom. Harp seals are brilliant mums for the first 2 weeks, then once they stop feeding, they abandon their kids and go out on the pull. Cuckoos lay their eggs in other birds' nests because they can't be bothered to raise them. And pandas are notoriously shite at child rearing. They eat the wrong food, sleep for about 23 hours a day, and don't shag nearly enough to conceive. I am a human panda, it would seem. And did you know that infanticide is quite common in the animal kingdom? Well, I didn't. Lions do it, meerkats do it, and over 40 species of monkey do it, according to the nature programme me and Jim watched last night. It's one of the ways they ensure the survival of the fittest. See, it's all well and good encouraging kindness and humanity, but what if we're programmed to be brutal? What if it's instinctive? I'm still having vivid dreams, clearer than I've ever had before. Last night, I dreamt I kept the baby in the freezer and I got her out, placed her on a chopping board and sliced her up thinly between 2 slices of multi-seed bread. I have no idea what this means, other than the fact I will probably be a useless mother, but I always knew that anyway. Went up to the well house to make myself feel better. I sat on the edge of the well and ate a bag of pick and mix. The screaming started the moment I sat down. I've broken my fucking foot. Get me out, you bitch! I shone my torch down inside and was met by a flash of brown hair and a dirty, streaked face. He balked. Hi, Patrick, I waved, chewing my cola bottles. What the hell are you doing? I'm hurt. I know. Get me out. How? I don't know. Get help. I'm in so much pain. You hungry? Of course I am. I've been down here 3 fucking days. Good. Stay hungry. I left soon after that exchange. I refused to be spoken to like that in my own fake house. I'm not doing any of that nesting stuff I should be doing yet. Nowhere near ready. Haven't even picked out a cot. That's one of the useful things I've learnt from the Prego books, though. Every woman thinks she's a useless mother at some point. Nobody feels ready or sane or comfortable in the weeks leading up to the birth. Most women feel vile and uncomfortable and greasy and ugly throughout. Most women except Leslie Mytesky, that is. In the spirit of being a good mother, I've started reading mummy blogs to see what kind of things they're doing so I can emulate them. One such blog is the Baby Frog blog, written by this uber-fit personal trainer called Leslie Mytesky, who's based in LA, and the worst kind of human to engage with if you're feeling self-conscious. For a start, she's married to some millionaire who invented this tracing paper that scientists use, meaning Leslie doesn't work. She spends all her time pumping out babies and keeping fit, her one true passion. She posts pictures of her yoga and pole dancing poses, and daily smoothies made with chia seeds and flax and spirulina, in a bid to shame breeders like me who've surrendered to the lard. She shares inspirational mantras such as, "A negative mind won't allow for a positive life," and "The body is a temple. Keep it clean and pure for your soul to reside in." My knife would like to reside in her skull. She's the kind of woman who would stop halfway through a food sex session to track calories. Leslie's on her 6th kid, and the blog chronicles her daily fitness regime, the aforementioned yoga, kettlebell training, and jogging. I've done some deep dives on her Instagram. Every other picture is of her washboard stomach, her uber-cute LA smile kids, a video of one of them saying, "Good job, Mommy," after tasting a particularly vomitous smoothie at their massive cobalt kitchen table. She has more followers than I do on Instagram. Mind you, there's an account called Maggie Thatcher's Beef Curtain that has more followers than me on Instagram. Leslie's husband, Chad, finds her so sexy when she's pregnant, and apparently they can't get enough of each other in the bedroom. Hee hee. Ho, ho. I want to slice her self-righteous ears off. I want to hack at her buns of steel and fry them in front of her. I want to puncture her LA airhead. I am not a Leslie. There's nothing to rejoice about pregnancy. Everything hurts too much. My head aches, and I need to poo, except I can't summon the arse muscles to deal with it. It's been baking for 3 days. The baby could come out first at this rate. Christ, if I can't even push out a poo, what hope is there for me squeezing out a kid? Everything's swelling too. I feel like a weeble. I smashed all my weebles as a kid. I made them fall over and stay over. There's another blog which features this British model called Claudette Billington Price, who's documenting every step of her pregnancy like it's the most fascinating thing on God's earth. She's had her first kid and has snapped back into shape with the help of Pilates. I guess it helps that she only weighed about 4 stone wet through to begin with, and has bugger all else to do but exercise. She says there's no excuse to pig out. Ooh, cash me outside, bitch. I'm going to eat what I want, when I fucking want, you sanctimonious, sun-kissed, plastic-nosed, pert-breasted, peachy-butted streak of perfect piss. Vital nutrients, my ass. After spending so long watching what I eat and trying to lose weight, granted I didn't watch it for long or succeed in losing any, my body is now choosing to get as fat as it bloody well likes. And the vital nutrient it needs right now is pastry. So fuck you, Leslie Mytesky. Fuck you, Claudette Rillington Place. Fuck you, Elaine. Fuck fucking you. Good job, Mummy. Thursday, the 4th of October. 21 weeks, 4 days. 1. Doctors' receptionists who have conversations with their colleague about argan oil while you're booking an appointment for a vag prod. 2. Doctors' receptionists who double-check your prescriptions in a room full of people so everyone knows you're waiting for Vagileve and Anusol. Anyone at the back not quite hear that? 3. People who say, Quite fresh this morning, isn't it? Or, isn't it close out today? E.g., Elaine. Went to visit Lana today. Took her some homemade cakes and hung out with her for the morning. I took Tink along too, because I knew she liked dogs. Her washing was drying on an airer in the lounge, and Tink peed on her minion pyjama bottoms. I didn't say anything. Her fridge was empty, so I popped to the corner shop for her and bought her some essentials. Milk, eggs, pizza. She's cut herself again. There are 10 lines on her right forearm now, where before there'd been only 3. Dear, oh dear, I said. You have been in the wars, haven't you? Where's your first aid kit? I am such a good friend. Even when I'm faking it, I'm better than most. I'm still horny all the time, though. I can get turned on at a hog roast, or from watching Jim change the bin liner in the Brabantia. Anything long being shoved into anything narrow seems to do it for me. Even a slightly engorged carrot. It's getting ridiculous. We were watching Embarrassing Bodies the other night, and the sight of bollocks the size of gala melons had me fizzing. Then Elaine got all twitchy and switched over to Diamonique on QVC. I could have punctured her eyeballs with her own knitting needles. I've even found myself flirting with Jim. I'm laughing at his crap jokes, purposely going downstairs in my see-through t-shirt and no bra. It's a major highlight of the day, watching him squirm and not look. I wonder if he's the same size as Craig. We were watching this nature documentary about the animals of the Serengeti last night, me and Jim. We watch a lot of programmes together when Elaine's dropped a tram, as neither of us sleep well. Mostly gardening programmes or news bulletins with the sound down. He cares so much about stuff, world events especially. I watch his face as he's making his little outraged comments about ISIS and tax hikes and those poor people in that bus crash. I don't get how to make the tears come when I'm watching stuff like that. Sometimes I get angry, especially if it's a piece on child exploitation or animal cruelty, but anger is all there is. That's all there ever is. Anyway, we were watching this lioness rolling in the sand, inviting the male lion to mate her. I sat down next to him on the sofa with a view to cuddling in. I changed into my PJs and my tits were unbarred. In the ad break, he got up to make himself a cup of tea, and there was definite tenting action south of the border. When he returned, he sat in the opposite chair. The narrator on the documentary talked about the dangers of lions when they're hungry or horny. Not just lions, my friend. Not just lions. Apparently, the horn is normal for pregos, so says one of the books, You and Your Antenatal Vagina. You might experience an increase in libido. This is due to increased blood flow in your pelvic regions and raised hormone levels. Your breasts will feel more sensitive and your vagina will be more lubricated, so grab your man and prepare for the best sex ever. I miss having someone who can take care of that for me. Despite being a psychopath, I like cuddling. I miss that after sex. Craig was a cuddler. AJ, not so much. He'd give the big spoon a go, but more often than not, he'd get hard again as his cock poked my butt crack. I wonder if that Plymouth Star guy might be up for some one-on-one. I could cuddle the shit out of him. Leslie, my Teskey's husband, Chad, seems to be practically perfect in every preppy way, of course. This morning, she was extolling his virtues yet again in between smoothie recipes. Chad likes my body any shape, but it's so swell that I can still fit into my skinny jeans a week after giving birth. Yeah, put on 3 stone and see how much Chad loves you then, you self-righteous sow. Chad clearly prefers his women with tits and hips optional. Why else is she working so hard? Who puts their own body through that kind of shit for themselves? In today's Instagram post, Chad is making a heart shape on her bump. I want to boil Chad in a vat of her super healthy superfood soup. It's 3:12 a.m. I've had a full-blown, sweaty-backed, screaming out loud nightmare about AJ. We were in the woods, having sex, and then all of a sudden, he disappeared and I was alone. It was raining hard. I heard noises and I started running, and then I looked behind me and he was chasing after me, screaming. And every step he took, more of his limbs were falling off. "Help me, Rhiannon. Help me. Don't take my baby away." And his feet fell off, and he was running on stumps. And his hands fell off, and the blood gushed out. And his arms fell off, and one of his legs, and he stumbled to the ground and started crawling, and I could only stand there and watch as his body slithered towards me like a snake. His head was the last thing to go, and it fell into my hands. I was staring at his face, and he was saying it over and over again. "Don't take my baby away. Don't take my baby away." Now I can't get my heart rate back down. And there's something odd happening in my bump. Bubbles popping. I'm either gearing up to break wind, or the baby's in distress. I've unpacked the Doppler. It's quite neat. A little white electronic box with a small stick attached, like a chunky white crayon on a string. I squeezed the gel on my tummy, then ran the crayon over it. For a good 10 minutes I couldn't hear anything. I tried it with earphones in to amplify the sound and eventually got it. The sound of everything being all right. Thump, thump, thump. 146 BPM, 152 BPM, 140 BPM. I was still restless, though. The dream was so damn real. What did it mean? Don't take my baby away. Take it where? I kept being drawn back towards Elaine, telling me we were going to decorate the nursery this weekend. The room she had in mind was the one adjoining mine, what is currently my dressing room. It's got my Sylvanians in it. Where are my Sylvanians meant to go if the baby has their room? I can't kick them out. While I waited for the Doppler to reveal its noises, I messed about with my phone. My memory was full, so I had to delete some files, mostly Tink on the beach or Jim's garden. I found a video file of AJ that I'd forgotten I had, taken in the woods one lunchtime, where we'd gone to have sex, on top of where Dad and Dad's friend had buried Pete McMahon. And I had stood there, under the man in the moon, holding the torch. In the video, he's got his top off, and the sun is glinting off his chest through the trees. He's dancing as I film him from the ground. Then he comes over to me, bends down and looks right into the camera, singing, "Can't get you out of my head." There's 32 seconds of it. And as I played it, the beats came through on the Doppler. I turned the video off and, gradually, the beats returned to normal. I played it again. Up they went. Unmistakable. So hard. I played that song 20 times. I looked on AJ's Facebook to see if there were any more videos of him and found one of him playing a guitar and singing "Never Tear Us Apart," his audition tape for Australia's Got Talent. The Doppler beats grew louder again. It was unmistakable. And as AJ sang, my tears rushed at me, all at once, before I could hold them back. "You love your daddy, don't you?" I said into the darkness of my bedroom. No voice came back. It didn't need to. I played the singing again and again and listened to the beats multiply each time. I'm glad you loved him. It means you're not like me. Friday the 5th of October. 21 weeks, 5 days. 1. Detective Inspector Neddy Jericho. I've pooed. It was humongous and painful and looked a bit like Harvey Weinstein, but it's out now, running wild and free. I feel like I've achieved something this morning. I almost announced it when I came downstairs. I was so proud of myself. But I was stopped in my tracks by the sound of Jim's serious voice talking to someone in the lounge. I pushed the door open and at once my heartburn ignited. Rhiannon, this is D.I. Jericho, I said. We've met. Hello again. Tink had been on her lap, and on opening the door, she scampered over to me. Tink, not D.I. Jericho. Looks like she's got Tink on side then. The woman stood and offered her hand. I shook it. She was halfway through a cup of tea and a ginger nut. Where's Elaine? I asked Jim, knowing her struggles with the police. She's having a lie down, love, he said. Translation, she's upstairs necking tramadol like Smarties and listening at the bedroom door. D.I. Jericho wanted a quick word. He didn't say who she wanted a quick word with exactly, but judging by the way Jericho was staring at me, I guessed. If that's all right, she added. Yes, of course, I said. I looked at Jim, hoping he would get the hint to take Tink out and leave us to it. But Jim being Jim wouldn't get a hint if I stapled one to his ball sack, so I had to ask him. I took his warm place on the sofa, facing her. Sorry about the pyjamas. I didn't realise how late it was. Can't seem to get enough sleep at the moment. That's fine, she said, flicking over the pages of her pocketbook. How is everything with the baby? I puffed out and held both sides of my belly for maximum fed-up effect. Oh, you know, getting there. I'm halfway at least, but yeah, so tired all the time. I almost told her about the poo, but I guessed it wasn't the time, or the person, or the subject. Who can you tell something like that? Who'd be interested? A doctor? It was rather enormous. I had expected Jericho to enter into a conversation about how she felt when she was pregnant, but she didn't. She didn't mention having kids at all. She smiled a smile that didn't reach her eyes and flicked her notepad over. So I was telling Mr. Wilkins that there's been a new development. We have, as of yesterday morning, charged Craig with 2 more murders. My mouth dropped, and my hand immediately went to it, as though to catch whatever was going to fall out. Oh my God, are you serious? She reached across to an iPad on her armrest, flicked it on, and swiped. Then she turned it around to face me. Pictures of 2 men, mugshots, one gaunt and unshaven, the other black with gold stud earrings and pockmarks on his forehead. I recognised them. Red gloves and balaclava boy, a.k.a. the Blue Van Men, who'd tried to kidnap and rape Heather Werryman. Who are they? I asked, confusion face plastered on like mudpack. Kevin Fraser and Martin Horton Wicks. Burglars, petty criminals and, we believe, multiple rapists. On April 10th, they were... Oh God, I remember, I butted in. I was working at the Gazette at the time. Their van went over the quarry. Yes, that's right. And you think Craig did it? We're fairly sure it's linked to this case, yes. We need to know from you where Craig was that night. April 10th, I said, searching in my mind. He was probably at home. Probably. April 10th, I said again. Can I check my phone? It'll be in there, whatever we were doing. Sure. I got my phone out of my dressing gown pocket and hit calendar. Pidge's birthday sleepover, I'd written. I was at my friend's house. Pidge, Alice Peel. It was her birthday sleepover. You were having a sleepover. She smiled. Yes, well, Netflix and Ben and Jerry's. Makeovers, girly stuff, you know. And Craig was there too. He would have been back at the flat, I guess. So, he definitely wasn't with you. No. Have you asked Lana Roundtree? If he knew I was going to be out for the whole night? Jericho sipped her tea. We've already spoken to Miss Roundtree. She says she wasn't with Craig. Oh, dearie, dearie me. Looks like he doesn't have an alibi then, I said, before realising that sounded too chipper. I brought out the big guns, the middle-distance stare and tears, silent and pure. Shit. 5 people. He killed 5 people. In fact, Miss Roundtree has reneged on both her alibis for him. I concentrated on frowning. She wasn't with him on New Year's. Apparently not. Her stare was unwavering. Are you in touch with Lana Roundtree at all, Rhiannon? No. Why would I be? Can't stand the woman. You haven't spoken to her at all recently? Not since I went into the office a few weeks after Craig was arrested. Suffice to say, I haven't been back since. She was waiting for more. There was an incident. I hit her. Quite hard. A few times. Jericho's eyes went all cat-like and thin. She didn't report it. She didn't press charges, no. Oh, come to think of it, I did drop some flowers around a couple of weeks ago as an apology. Sorry, baby brain. The lounge door creaked open and Tink scurried in. She jumped up on Jericho's lap and started licking her cheek manically. She was bloody warning her about me. I know she was. Don't lick. Trust lick. Her lick. She lick. Kills lick. People. Jericho didn't lose her cool once. She just plonked her back down on the carpet. She likes you, I giggled. The detective scribbled a note in her book. I guess you think I'm pretty stupid, huh? I said, wiping my cheek. Missing all this? Not seeing what he was like? She flicked her head up. Let's keep an open mind for now. Tell me about Julia Kidner. Cue white guy blinking gif. I'm sorry? The woman found in the quarry. You were at the same school together. Busted. She went to the same school as me, but I wouldn't say I knew her. No, we weren't friends. Why didn't you tell us this information earlier? When her body had been identified. When you knew Craig had been linked to her death. I didn't think it was important. She was only at my school for a year. It was a big school. Our paths barely crossed. What are you getting at? Rather a coincidence that your boyfriend is accused of murdering one of your school friends, isn't it? No, she wasn't my friend. Craig's DNA all over the scene, all over her body. And yet Craig, we know for a fact, was nowhere near that quarry on the night she died. And he was at a football match in London. So, it points to him having an accomplice. Or maybe he didn't kill Julia Kidner at all. Someone else is making it look like he did. I was aware of the muscles around my mouth. Framing him, you mean? We're looking at all possibilities. Did she smell my porky pies? Was she waiting for a confession? I don't know what to tell you. I stared down at her hand of missing fingers. She saw me looking. How did you lose them? She didn't wait a second. Where were you on the night Julia was murdered, Rhiannon? I sat back, doing my best impression of shocked and appalled. Am I under suspicion now too? Do I need a lawyer? No, we just need to get everything straight. Where everyone was. Where everyone says they were. You didn't go to Wembley with Craig. I hate football. I was at home for most of the evening. You know that for sure. Yes? Most of the evening. I sighed. I took the bins out, walked Tink, and went down to see my neighbour, Mrs. Whittaker. She lives in one of the flats downstairs. At least she used to. She's moved now. I used to go round and watch Midsummer Murders with her sometimes, to keep her company. She can vouch for that. We've already spoken to all your neighbours, she said, all soft-voiced, like she was ordering cocktails. She scrolled back through her notes. Mrs. Whittaker didn't mention you popping over that night. She has Alzheimer's. She forgets things easily. Jericho looked at me for the longest time. I could not read her at all. She had no spell about her, no emotional giveaways. She was like a book with a blank cover and no writing in. The human equivalent of a closed door. I've never met anyone so emotionally closed off. Apart from myself, I suppose. Where does Lana say she was that night, then? Have you asked her? She was at her flat. Alone, said Jericho with a sniff. There you are, then. Yes, there I am, then. I wondered if she had something else on me, or if she was boxing clever. The only thing linking me to Julia that night is Henry Cripps's car, which I'd used to transport her body in. But how would Jericho know that? She wouldn't. She doesn't know anything for sure. But that's what they teach you in the police, isn't it? Assume nothing, believe nobody, challenge everything. Don't say another word. So, I didn't. For several minutes. She scribbled in the pad. I got up and stared out of the bay window. Finally, the detective started packing away her iPad and notebook and stood up. I think that's all for today. My heart was thumping and my body washed over with relief. Thanks for your time. We shook hands again. Will you thank your father-in-law for the tea? He's not my father-in-law. Craig and I aren't married. Oh, sorry. Of course you're not, she said, scratching her temple with one of the few fingers she had on her left hand. It's good of them to put you up, though, isn't it? Let you into their lives like they have. I don't have anyone else, I said, guiding her out to the front door and turning the latch. They're good people, and I am carrying their grandchild. Yes, she said, stepping outside, before turning to me on the doorstep. Oh, we tried to get you on your mobile, the one starting 0718. Shit, sorry, yeah, had to get a new one. Could we have it, for our records? Sure. She gave me her number, and I sent her a blank text to test it. Great. Thanks for your help. I'll be in touch. Bye now. I closed the door behind her and put my forehead on the hallway wall to cool it down. I was shaking. What the hell was that? She's on to you. No, she's not. Why else would she ask for your new number? For reference. It's only a matter of time before she starts questioning why you're carrying around a burner phone when your old one was on contract. You're being paranoid. What if she checked the triangulation of your phone and Craig's phone on the night of the Victory Park murder. I've seen them do that on line of duty. I always turn my phone off when I'm about to. Why would she be checking my phone anyway? Craig's the suspect. Police check everything. She could be looking into forensic anomalies. What anomalies? A long hair at a crime scene? The odd clothing fibre? You on CCTV in Birmingham killing that taxi driver? They're still investigating that. Anyway, didn't ISIS claim that one? No. Either way, I haven't been troubled. Doesn't mean you're in the clear. And now she knows you and Julia went to the same school. What if she finds some witness who saw her bully you? You're in trouble, Mummy. Play it cool, she knows nothing. There's too much evidence against Craig already to suspect me. But Craig wasn't there the night Julia died. They know someone else did her. Look at the facts. Lana's in our pocket. Craig's in the slammer. And they have no motive, no opportunity, no witnesses, and no weapon to say otherwise. Everything's rosy in the garden. Yeah, for now. Saturday the 6th of October. 21 weeks, 6 days. 1. People who drag chairs into tables on hardwood floors. 2. People. Someone dies on Twitter. Oh, such sad news. Thoughts with friends and family. And 30 seconds later, they're throwing out party emojis to celebrate a Harry Styles single, e.g. Scarlett from Pudding Club. 3. People who answer their phone while talking to me, e.g. Marnie. Who needs Jericho when you've got God on your side? I was reading Romans and I came across chapter 13, verse 4. If thou do that which is evil, be afraid, for he beareth not the sword in vain, for he is the minister of God, a revenger to execute wrath upon him that doeth evil. How about that? Turns out I am doing God's work. Sort of, in a way. Who could wish for a better wingman? Another note from the phantom bad handwriter this morning. To my sweet, messy house. That's the 4th one we've had. The photographers were back out in force on the doorstep too, and there was a new buzz about them, like a swarm of worker bees. Only one bee had got the memo that I liked donuts, though. I was presented with an open box of Krispy Kremes. Hey, Rhiannon, said Plymouth Star, holding them out to me, as though they were an ermine-lined cushion and crown. Fancy a strawberry gloss today? Or a lemon cheesecake? Chocolate dream cake? I got blueberry glaze too, 'cause I know pregnant women are supposed to eat blueberries. A plain one, please. Why gild the lily? He looked inside the box. Oh, think someone had that one already. He glared behind him at his cameraman, who was already clicking at me, despite the stained PJs and zit cream on my chin. For once, I didn't care. I think I've actually reached that point in pregnancy where your dignity goes out the window and you're immune to how your appearance might offend people. I ignored the hubbub of the other journalists and beckoned Plymouth Star guy forwards. What are you after this morning, then? I asked, removing the chocolate custard and stuffing half of it in my face. The net curtains in the lounge twitched. Elaine was watching me from behind the bay window. I wanted to get your take on the latest 2 charges. Any chance? I'm shocked and appalled, obviously. Yeah, he said, all buoyant and eyes alive. Craig's something of a hero this morning. Have you seen the mirror? I try not to look in a mirror these days if I can help it. No, he said, getting out his phone. He held it out to show me. Top story of the Mirror newspaper. Gripper killer targeted sex offenders. New vigilante theory about sicko Wilkins. All right, I said, mouth still working on the donut. It's changed the mood of the nation towards him somewhat this morning. He's becoming a bit of a hero. At least 3 of the people he's charged with killing were alleged sex offenders. He's all over social media. He clicked open his Twitter feed. The top 5 trends were all about Craig. #vigilante, #the gripper, #blue van, #Wilkins is our saviour, #Dexter. They've forgotten about the woman in the quarry then, I said. Well, the Mail are reporting that it's not looking likely that she was one of his now, since she doesn't fit the pattern, see? Not their pattern, I suppose. Public seem to believe it. Interesting. So, could we get your view on it? He flashed me the most brilliant smile I'd ever seen. Better than the last one. I flashed him one back. I've never said no to a man who brings me donuts. He was hot and horny, and though I might have been mistaking "I want you" signals for "I want to exploit you" ones, nor did I care. Want some? I held out the last chunk of donut. He hesitated, only for a sec, then leaned forward and wrapped his mouth around it, slowly, his lips grazing my fingertips. It was the most sexual moment I'd had in months. Something throbbed south of the border. I'd forgotten I had one. He laughed. Great. All right if we come in then? No, not here. My mother-in-law can't deal. I'll meet you at the cafe on the beach. Bay Bites. Say 1 p.m? Give me time to wash my carcass. He nod-grinned and closed the donut box, holding my stare. I'll bring the rest of these with me. My name's Freddie, by the way. See you later, Freddie, by the way. I held his stare as I sashayed back into the house. More Rihanna than Rhiannon. I closed the door behind me. I wasn't misreading those signals, but I didn't quite understand them. Maybe he had a prego fetish, I thought. Or he was a feeder. One of those guys who keeps a 30-stone woman and pours melted ice cream down her neck through a funnel. I could be one of them. That'd solve the man drought and the serial killing in one fell swoop. I'd be too fat to kill, and I'd get regular cunnilingus. That'll do, babe, that'll do. Who was that? Said Elaine, wringing her hands the moment my slippers hit the kitchen lino. Local press, nothing major. Did you say anything to them? No, of course not. You're lying, Rhiannon. You talk to that one every day. I've seen you. I feel sorry for him. He's only a junior reporter, looking for a break. You've arranged to meet with him. What are you going to say? Nothing. He brought donuts again. I panicked. Don't go, please, I beg you. Nothing good can come of talking to those vultures. They'll twist everything you say, I know they will. Please, Rhiannon. I floundered. There I was, torn between another possible sexual moment with Freddie, by the way, at the cafe, where we could lick toast crumbs from each other's palms or something, and Elaine's pitiful pleading. Of course I won't talk to them, I sighed, enveloping her in a hug. She cried in my arms. Don't let them take you as well. Patrick's no fun anymore. He doesn't scream as much now. I sit there, on the edge of the well, pouring water on him or chucking down the odd go-ahead biscuit that Elaine keeps buying me, but which I do not like. He just sits down there, dry sobbing, saying his leg's gone green. Once people reach that end-of-life stage, it all gets quite dull. I should probably do something about him soon. Didn't think that bit through. Bit of a hairy moment today when Jim was talking about going up there. No need, I said. It's fine. I've been going up to check on it for you. Yes, I know, but I could take my tools up and see if anything needs doing before half-term. Might get a few bookings then if we're lucky, don't you think? Yeah, might do. But there's no need to, Jim, honestly. The place is quite tidy, and I've been keeping the lawn down and watering the plants for you. Oh, you are a good girl. I don't know what I'd do without you, Rhiannon. You've been such a tonic the last few months. Well, it keeps me out of mischief, doesn't it? He put his arm around me and gave me a squeeze. Pudding Club this afternoon was as noisy and intimidating as before, only this time with added sunburn and itching thrown in, thanks to the climate change-induced autumn heatwave. We met on the beach for a picnic. We all had news. Nev was getting over the worst cold ever. Helen's fair trade coffee morning had been, and I quote, a riotous success. Scarlett's mother-in-law had been diagnosed with Parkinson's. The details of how the family were told were so drawn out. I switched off and imagined the seagulls pecking at chips on the esplanade behind her were actually plucking out the scant remains of her brain. I hadn't seen Marnie in a week, and though we'd kept in touch via WhatsApp, I'd missed her. She looked haggard. Her eyes were all sunken in and her hair was unkempt. Her jumper was on backwards, and there was a small white stain on her legging's knee. I didn't say anything. Pin brought along more food than any of us could possibly get through, mostly puddings, of course. Homemade vegan brownies, gluten-free date and walnut cake, lemon meringue pie, frangipan tartlets, and orange and ginger cupcakes. This seemed to entitle her to hold court for 2 hours about her husband's promotion and pay rise. Marnie and I rolled our eyes until they quite ached. I'd only brought along Nutella sandwiches and shop-bought jam tarts. Marnie had forgotten to bring anything at all. Maybe if we lie down and pretend we're asleep, she'll stop talking, she whispered, and lay her towel out behind her on the sand. I copied. I wouldn't mind so much if the other 3 were better company. Marnie chuckled. I know, Helen's such a know-all. Scarlett's thicker than a thigh pie. She giggled. Nev's tits scare me. Me too. Scarlett steered the subject onto a movie she'd watched the night before starring Ruby Rose. Oh, I dig her so much, said Nev, pouring out a cup of elderflower pressé. She looked ready to pop with her twins. She's my spirit animal. You can't say that, said Helen, a glob of lemon curd dripping from her chin to her placenta-coloured sundress. Say what? That something is your spirit animal. It's cultural appropriation. You say that about KFC. I'm only chatting informally. It's dehumanising, Navaya. To who? Well, to Native Americans for one thing. Oh, are you Native American then, Helen? You don't have to be Native American to be offended by that. God, you can't say anything without someone folding their tits over it. I'm only schooling you so you don't get shut down by somebody else. I don't need schooling, darling. I think you'll find lots of people say it. Doesn't make it right. Do you know we commit hundreds of racist microaggressions every single day? She then started listing them all. Pin fell asleep. Scarlett reapplied sun cream, and me and Marnie ventured up to the sand dunes with Raph in the papoose, leaving Nev to get the lecture full throttle. When did this become life? I sighed as we sat down. Marnie laughed. She sent us all a glossary of terms we shouldn't say a while back, all dehumanising phrases that have leaked into common parlance. I literally don't know what's safe to say anymore. A grizzle floated up from the papoose. Oh God, Raph, don't wake up yet. Not yet, please. So, childbirth then, I said. Tell me. She stared out towards the horizon. You don't want to know. Nightmare? The worst. Did Adolf mop brow and play his Wagner tape for you to relax to? I got the side eye. My husband was there throughout, yes. He cried when he cut Raph's cord. When's he going to cut yours? She sighed, rubbing Raph's back. He kicked his legs, so she got him out and cuddled him into her neck. rocking him side to side. She closed her eyes. I could honestly fall asleep right now. Do it, I said. I can watch Raph for you. She murmured, handing him over to me as she lay back on the sand. Thanks, just 10 minutes. A family had appeared along the beach. Old codger Grandad showing off his footy skills, pregnant mum being the ball boy, Granny misfiring kicks like a remedial, and Daddy recording the memory on his phone for when they're all dead. A little kid squealed and ran after the ball. They were all smiling. It was a memory they'd all clutch onto for dear life one day. I held Marnie's baby into my neck and stroked his head. He was softer than petals, and his eyelashes fluttered on my skin. I rocked him like she had, rubbed his back like she had. Imagined he was my baby. Imagined this was normal, that this was what I was born to do. And although I would have certainly protected him from any attack as though my life depended on it, I did not want to hold him infinitely. I did not feel the need to hold him again. I sometimes forget that one of these is in me, cooking away. That is not just some lump of dough AJ squirted in my oven that I'm trying not to burn. Some days, it's merely a protrusion. I don't stroke it all the time like Marnie used to, like I see other mums do. Maybe that would help. Raph started grizzling and Marnie instantly woke up. I'm here, she said, levering herself up and forcing her eyes open. He's fine, I said. I've got him. Oh, thanks, she said, lying back down. He hasn't pooed, has he? I sniffed. Nope. He fancied a bit of Auntie Ree time, I think. She smiled. You're good with him. What if I'm shit with my own, though? You won't be, she said. You'll love her to death. That's what I'm afraid of, I mumbled. Huh? Nothing. She turned over onto her side, propping her head up with her bundled coat. Have you got your nursery sorted out yet? Cots and bedding? No. We could go shopping again, pick out some bits. I'll probably do most of it online, or pay someone to do it for me. But it's the fun part, shopping for baby things. You haven't got to the nesting stage yet, but you will. What's the point of nesting when I don't have a nest? You've got your own story at Jim and Elaine's, she chuckled. 2 grandparents on tap. You've got so much support, Rhiannon. They're not the grandparents. What? Craig's not the dad. Oh, right. A guy from work. He's gone travelling for a year. Does he know? Yeah. He doesn't want to be involved. Ugh. I don't know how you can bear to look yourself in the mirror, Mummy. Are you going to tell Jim and Elaine the truth? Where would I go if I did? I don't have anyone else. In an ideal world, they would be the grandparents. In an ideal world, this would be Craig's baby. And he wouldn't have strayed, and I wouldn't have needed to... To what? Move in with them, I said. I dunno. I watch other mums. I watch you, doing the mum thing, cleaning up puke and kissing his forehead, and you do it so randomly. It's instinct. You love them, so you can't help but show it. What if I don't love it, though? You will. I told you. It's instinctive. But I don't have the same instincts as other people. You do. You just don't think you do. Me and Jim watched this documentary the other night, all about the science of being born. It said that babies are susceptible to their mother's fears or anxieties. They inherit them. I guess that makes sense, said Marnie, eyes drifting towards the boats on the water. Well, what if a mother has no fear? Does that mean the child won't have fear as well? How will it know how to stay away from things that will hurt it? Like what? Hot stoves, tall trees, paedophiles. There's millions of threats to a baby in the world. How the hell am I supposed to keep her safe? You'll be okay, Rhiannon. I know you will. How do you know? You haven't known me for long. You don't know what I'm like. They had these lab rats on the documentary, and the mother rat was biting and attacking the scientists, trying to take her babies away. At one point, she actually ate one of her babies because she thought it was the safer option. She'd rather kill her own baby than let anyone else kill it. You're being irrational, said Marnie. You're going to be a fantastic mother. You're already worried about how you're going to protect her. Doesn't that tell you something? No. You might not think you feel love, but you do. It comes naturally. But I read this article about mothers who can't bond. Then stop reading articles, she said. You will be fine. If I can do it, any idiot can. And if you need help, I'll be here. Something shiny happened in my chest. The funicular railway clinked to a halt behind us. Seriously? Of course. She checked her watch when she said it, which irked me. Why don't we take a trip on that? I suggested. See the bay from the top of the cliffs. She turned and looked at it and laughed. You must be joking. Go on. It's been going since Victorian times. It's never broken down. No, I can't, Rhiannon. I can barely look at the thing. I fell off a flying fox when I was 9. Been scared stiff of heights ever since. That means Raf's going to have a morbid fear of heights too, then. He'll be the only one of his mates who'll wimp out at Alton Towers. He'll never get in a plane, go travelling. That won't happen. I won't let it. You won't be able to do anything about it. He'll see you're afraid of heights, and he'll be afraid of them too. You'll pass it on. I won't. You will. Don't think. Do it. Don't let it control you. You control it. Kill the fear stone dead. What are you afraid of, Rhiannon? Nothing, I lied. She smiled. I'd love not to be afraid of anything. I'm such a wuss. Then don't be. Maybe, she said, looking at the railway again as it began its slow ascent. She turned back and closed her eyes. Not today, though, okay? Fair enough. Hey, have a new question for you, she said, looking past me along the beach. Why is that woman watching us? There, on a bench overlooking the bay, about 200 yards away from us, sat D.I. Jericho, face turned in our direction. Not reading, not waving, just looking my way. And something heavy replaced the shiny in my chest, almost as though it had never been there. Thursday, the 11th of October. 22 weeks, 4 days. Jim drove us up to Bristol today to visit Craig. We had to be there half an hour before the visit time, and we were shown to a separate building to check our credentials and have our bags searched. Some paunchy little barnacle in a uniform gave me evils as he poured through my rucksack, which I had to leave in a locker. And I had to have my photo and fingerprints taken and my passport checked. Literally. I mean, the fuck? Anyway, rigmarole over, we made our way over to the main prison. Got another pat down and a metal detector thing swiped over me, and then we had to go through an airport security doorway, and all our accessories, phones, wallets, bags, coats, were sent through a conveyor belt camera thing. The doors were all biometric and solid metal. No escaping that bad boy. And there was nothing natural around at all. No flowers, nothing green. The corridors smelled like sweat and cigarettes. And tar. Hot tar. Claustrophobia was on me like a cape as we sat at a table in the boiled cabbage-stinking main hall, waiting for the prisoners. In one corner of the room by the tuck shop was a kids' play area with tiny plastic chairs, buckets of Lego, and a large square play rug bearing the motif of a busy town. 6 kids headed straight for it and started tipping out blocks and toy cars. Craig looked awful. He'd lost about 2 stone, his skin was the grey colour of the walls, and he was wearing a cheap standard-issue grey tracksuit with no strings and Velcro trainers, all of which looked too big for him. It was hella awkward. We didn't hug, and he wouldn't even look at me for the first 5 minutes. He could have been a stranger, not the guy I'd lived with for the past 4 years. He occasionally glanced down at my stomach when Jim was doing the talking, but I might as well have not been there. Jim tried to get conversation going about Elaine's church rota, then the new town bypass, the well house. What a whiz I was at computers. He still didn't look at me. "I spoke to your brief," Jim said. "It's looking like June for the trial." Craig shook his head, mouth all thin. "I'm not staying in here till then. I'll top myself." "Don't you dare say that, son," said Jim. "You've got responsibilities now." Jim pointed at my stomach. "Don't you forget that, or her for a second." Craig glared at me. "They showed me photos in the last interview. Photos of what I'd done. That Julia woman. Her fingers were cut off, hair missing. Her neck was cut to the bone." I feigned morning sickness and said I needed to get up and move around a bit. Jim pulled my chair out for me and I went to the tuck shop. As I waited in the queue, I turned to look back at our table. Craig was looking at me for the first time over his dad's shoulder. His eyes were all watery. He was pleading with his dad, voice lowered, leaning in. Jim kept shaking his head and looking away and doing these deep sighs. When I got back to the table, an officer approached and Jim stood up. "I'm going to the loo, love. I'll take my time. He wants to talk to you privately." "All right," I said, putting his uneaten Kit Kat and tea down between us. The officer led Jim back through the door we'd come through. Craig didn't say anything for the longest time. His head was tilted, and he was fiddling with the hem of his hoodie against the table. "Did your dad show you the baby scan?" "It's as big as a pear now." "I don't know what type of pear. One of those little yellow ones, I suppose?" "Police have charged me with 2 more, he said. "I know," I said. "Them blokes in the quarry matched my boot print on a patch of mud. And they found blood on my black hoodie." His leg went into jiggle overdrive under the table. He was like an engine running, breathing heavy, eyes down. "I know," I said again. And then he looked up at me. "They've got mobile records that say my tablet was at the scene, even though I know I wasn't. I was home that night. You said you were at your mate's for a sleepover." "I was." "Bullshit. Keep your voice down, darling. Don't darling me. My footprints, my DNA, that thing hidden in my van. There are only 3 people on this earth who could have done this. You, me, or Lana." I afforded him a double eyebrow raise. I thought he deserved it. "And Lana was with me the night that van went into the quarry. Know how I know? Because I was fucking her in our bed. So that leaves you." I blinked. I breathed. I blinked again. And I shrugged. "Is that all you've got?" he shouted, fast blinking. He looked possessed. 2 officers made for our table in a pincer movement. Craig held up his hands in a mock surrender and, after a warning, they moved away. "Say something, Rhiannon." He said it through gritted teeth. His eye water juddered. He looked like he was ready to pounce, like every sinew in his body wanted to strangle me. For years I've lived with you. We were going to get married. We had a future. The play area was getting rowdy. 2 little boys were arguing over a box of bricks. One had a Mohican and brand new Nikes. The other was wearing a Buzz Lightyear onesie and baby Dr. Martens. They started screaming at each other, and Buzz wrenched the bucket from the last of the Mohican's hands, and he fell to his arse with an earth-shattering shriek. Adults appeared and pulled them apart. Then they started crying and kicking out, and the adults were swearing, and Buzz's mum smacked his arse for embarrassing her. "Say something to me, Rhiannon." "You been raped yet?" He looked winded. "I guess being the alleged killer of sex offenders makes you a bit of a hero in this place, doesn't it? Admit it. It's been easier since they started calling you a vigilante rather than a perv." He stared at me. "Lana's reneged on her alibi, so that's a problem, isn't it? But let's say, for argument's sake, she's framed you. Be easier, wouldn't it? Lana planted that guy's penis in your van, and she killed that man in the park, put your semen on his coat. And Julia Kidner, she raped her post-mortem with a dildo covered in your semen. And why? Because you dumped her. That's all. Crime of passion. She already has more cuckoo than Switzerland, so it's an easy assumption to make, isn't it?" He wouldn't take his big eyes off me. His mouth opened to speak, and though I waited, no sound emerged. "In fact, I'm pretty sure that if I go over to her flat right now, I'll find jam jars of your semen in one of her cupboards. Let's say a kitchen cupboard under the sink. She borrowed your hoodie and wore your boots and framed you for all of it. Because she's obsessed with you, see?" He shook his head, eyes on mine. "And you almost destroyed her when you dumped her for me and the baby. She's had multiple bad relationships, and she thought you were the one. Everyone at work used to say she was a car crash. She's tried to take her own life a few times. She has all those old scars on her arms. I mean, if anyone was going to do something like this, it would be Lana, wouldn't it?" A single tear trickled down his left cheek. "Why?" "Anger, I suppose. It's so destructive. You can only control an urge for so long. And then one day, something will happen. A bereavement, a redundancy, finding out your beloved is eating some other girl like ass pie. And the urge comes rushing back, like fucking Backstreet. Jesus." He seemed to be hyperventilating. "So, here it is. This was all Lana. That broken woman with the scars up her arms and strange little jars in her flat. She flipped. Once she's in the frame, all you have to do is bide your time. Let your defence team switch their investigation from, 'I didn't do it, Sarge, honest,' to, 'I didn't do it, but I know the woman who did.' And hey presto, some compelling new evidence comes to light, and you're off the hook. Free to look through windows without bars again. Free to dance on grass barefoot. Free to watch your child grow up." "I can't do that to her." "Yes, you can. And you will." "No." "Yes." "Oh my God. Why are you doing all this? I slept with her, that's all. Most women would cut up my clothes or stab me and get over it." "Well, in case you hadn't noticed, I'm not most women." "I won't let you do this. You're a psycho, a fucking bunny boiler." I gasped. "How dare you? I would never boil a bunny. But if that's the way you want to play it, then fine. Your loss." What do you mean? It means, Craig, I'm living with your parents. He swallowed. And I'm carrying your baby. A tear rolled down his other cheek, and his head dipped completely. The defiant stare had vanished, replaced with a grey wash of nothingness. He sat back in his chair, unable to catch his breath. The last time I'd seen his face that shade of grey, Hodor had snuffed it on Game of Thrones. I looked down at my stomach for extra effect. I'm capable of everything, Craig. You should have realised that by now. Another tear fell. He looked back up at me. You must want me dead. I shook my head. No, I don't. Sometimes it's more fun to watch them squirm. Jim was coming back over. Lana, Craig mewed. Yes? I cupped my ear for extra effect. Killed them. Jim reached the table and frowned when he saw Craig's face. Craig was looking at him, as though pleading with his dad to read his mind. He got a bit upset about the baby, I told him. But I told him everything was fine on the last scan. 10 tiny fingers, 10 tiny toes. 2 tears now. 4 tears. Quick succession. He'll be out in no time, I said. Won't he, Jim? Jim sighed. The police aren't looking for anyone else, son. They will, I said. We have to hope. I looked at Craig, who looked to be on the verge of another bitch fit. I stroked my belly. You need to get your defence team onto it, Craig. For your child's sake, if not yours. I leant across the table and kissed his cheek. Lana's your Obi-Wan. It seemed to take a while for him to get his shit together, but eventually, and miraculously, he did. And he said the words, Lana did it. Excellent. Cue Mr. Burns' hands. Tuesday the 16th of October. 23 weeks, 2 days. 1. Woman who barged past me in Marks & Spencer in a too tight blouse. 2. People who pick up their dog shit in a bag, then leave the bag. 3. My own appetite. I'm so starving all the time, Elaine has begun leaving ready chopped fruit out overnight, wrapped in cling film, so I can attack them first thing in the morning like some kind of ravenous Santa. I had another nightmare. This one set exclusively in the bathtub at Mrs. Whittaker's flat. I woke up, sweat running off me in rivers. This time, it wasn't AJ I was cutting up. It was the baby. I was chopping up the baby. It was on my mind all morning. Jim got me to help him bed down the garden for winter, and though it took my mind off it for snatches of a while, it was my background music throughout. We cleared the gutters. Jim did all the ladder work while I held the bucket. Scrubbed out the water, packed away the garden furniture, raked the leaves, and Jim had me going around collecting the seed heads of the poppies, agapanthus and teasels. He said we can sow them again next year or spray them gold for Christmas decorations. You've no idea how much I wanted to look forward to that. But I couldn't. All I could think was that by Christmas I'd be 2 months away from being a mother. And life would never be the same again. At lunchtime, a new distraction reared its head. Freddie, by the way, was on the doorstep and he looked incredibly pissed off with me. I could tell because he said, Rhiannon, I'm so pissed off with you. Why? 3 appointments you've made with me, he said, face darkening. You haven't showed at any of them. I waited for 2 hours at the Porthole Cafe yesterday, and yet again, no show. Now, I'm a big boy, Rhiannon. Tell me to go away if you want, but don't keep making empty promises. I'm sorry, I said. Are you just flaky or what? I don't get it. I'm playing with you. I like to play. It's fun. Don't you like to play? What, make appointments and not turn up? How is that fun? It's fun for me. He shook his head, raking his hand through his hair, and clapped his hands by his sides. I sensed this denoted frustration or look at my sleek hair and super-toned thighs. I appreciated both. Well, I'm done, officially, he said. I won't be doorstepping you again, don't worry. I don't want your story that badly. You win. I'm out. He started back along the path towards the gate. Lana Roundtree, I said. He turned back. There's your story. Who's Lana Roundtree? You want to get the hashtag Craig Wilkins is over party trending on Twitter? Lana's your gal. Craig's been seeing her for the past year. Police say he couldn't have done at least one of the murders. She has no alibi. His eyes searched around for a second. Are you dicking with me again? I shook my head. I can give you her address. You show up there with a camera and ask her yourself. Craig's defence team is switching their case to focus on her now, so there's your exclusive. If he's innocent, Lana's the next suspect. The least you'll get is a wasted journey if she's not in. And if she is in, you'll come face to face with the suspected murderer. Friday the 19th of October. 23 weeks, 5 days. We've been getting funny phone calls over the past couple of weeks. 3 so far. Each time they hang up. Withheld number. The latest was this morning. It's probably a journalist, Jim says. Don't you answer it, Rhiannon. You leave them to me. Lana called the house today too, out of the blue. She didn't hang up. She actually asked me if I'd go down and see her. She sounded, as far as I could make out, quite distressed. I wondered if Freddie had paid her a visit. I hadn't seen him since his proclamation of my dickery in the front garden. To be fair, I was a dick. I took her some homemade cakes and fresh flowers, sweet peas, of course. She was already crying when she opened the door and looked even more horrendous than she did last time. Baggy pyjama bottoms half a foot up from her ankles, greasy hair, socks like spaniel's ears. She was the full get the look centre spread for manic depression. It was a hot day and I didn't have a coat on, and she was getting the bump in all its glory. The purple storm clouds on her face had vanished completely. No evidence of me on her at all. I'm sorry, I can't stop crying. I rubbed her back. You're crushing the cakes? Come on, it's all right. Tell me all about it. It was about Freddie. He'd gone straight there on Tuesday when I'd given him the nod. He'd stayed all afternoon and had pitched up again the following morning. Lana had given him way more than she should have, namely about the affair. Things they'd done, things they'd said, how Craig dumped her when he found out about the baby. What did you tell him about all that for? I couldn't help it. He was so charming and friendly, but now he won't leave me alone. I checked through her lounge window. Well, he's not here today. The story goes to print today. He says the Nationals will be down here tomorrow. What the hell am I going to do? Along came the tears. I took the cling film off my cakes and offered her the plate. She took one and started eating. Something in her had mewed and shriveled, just as something in me had woken and begun to roar. You've been busy, I remarked, faced with a seating area so deluged in paper and washing baskets full of clothes I couldn't decipher clean from dirty. Stacks of envelopes were piled up on every available flat space. The whole place stank of a vanilla plug-in. What's with the letters? She made her way over to a Lana-shaped space on the carpet and sat down cross-legged. She then proceeded to fold letters and stick down pre-addressed envelopes. "Sorry, I've got to get all this lot in the post by 4. "Your face has healed nicely," I said, pulling my handbag strap back up onto my shoulder from where it had slid down. The jars were getting heavy. "Yeah." She cut her tongue on an envelope as she licked it, and I ran to the kitchen to get her a glass of water to wash down the blood. I secreted the jam jars in the under-sink cupboard while I was there, safe and sound. "I keep thinking about what I told the police," she said, taking the glass. "I'm so worried, Ree." "Why? You've told the truth. There were pockets of time unaccounted for when he could have slipped out and committed the murders. That's all." "No, but they've twisted it. He's going to hate me. What if he gets out and he comes looking for me?" "Well, if he's not a murderer, you've got nothing to worry about." "I acted so childishly when he told me you were pregnant," she said. "I cut my arm in front of him. I said I'd kill myself if he didn't stay with me." "All that's going to go against me," she sobbed. "I'm so sorry for what I did to you." "I told you before. That's over now. This is bigger than that. That D.I. Jericho, she interviewed you before, yeah? Endless bitch. She's only doing her job. Be fair." "No, I won't. It's got nothing to do with me. Why won't she leave me alone? Why won't everybody leave me alone?" "Jericho told me on that night Julia Kidner was murdered, Craig was in London, watching a football match. They have him on CCTV. "So, what are you saying? He didn't kill her? Or he did, but he didn't dump her body. They think he had help." "Oh my God." "Now, I know where I was on that night. Where were you?" "Here." "On your own?" "Yes." "Any neighbours corroborate that?" "I don't have any neighbours. The ones in the flat next door were kicked out in April for squatting. It's just me." "What about CCTV outside?" "Only in the direction of Morrison's car park." "So, if you went out, you wouldn't be picked up on CCTV?" "No, but I didn't. I rarely go out at night anyway." "Except if you're meeting Craig?" "Yes." I sat back and sighed. She reached for the cakes, picked one up, sniffed it, then put it back. "Have you gone off them?" I said. "No, I'm not hungry right now." "I'm sorry to bring all this to your door, Lana, but I'm only preparing you for what's coming. You and me are innocent. We have to stick together." I went to the window, looking up both sides of the street. "You've got to be strong and stick to the news story. He did have time. It's perfectly possible. You knew nothing about it." I pressed my nose to the window again. "What are you looking for?" She got to her feet. "Spies." "Spies?" "Yeah. Craig's defence team. Do you know who owns that red Audi?" "What red Audi?" She barged me out of the way and peeked out. I saw a guy sitting in it when I arrived. He's still there." "I don't know. I don't know that car." "You should keep an eye. Craig's solicitor's ruthless. A real pit bull." "Why would he be watching me?" She looked out, eyes fixed on the car. "To try and undermine your testimony. If he can prove you're lying..." "Oh God, why is this happening to me? First the Plymouth Star guy won't leave me alone, then Jericho, now them." "They'll watch you 24/7 if they have to, just to get a bit of dirt," I said, my breath fogging up the pain. She barged me aside, looking through the window herself. As she did, she knocked a pile of envelopes off the dining table. I picked them up. It was received post. Junk mail, mostly. To the occupier envelopes, leaflets, flyers for carpet shampooing, and a plain white envelope with a prison postmark. "Sorry, can I use your loo?" I said. There's no paper, she said, distracted by the Audi. Use kitchen roll. I sneaked the letter under my jumper on my way to the toilet. He must have written it the second after I'd left. Number MM2651. Name, Wilkins. Wing, G554. Dear Lana, I want you to know, first of all, that I'm sorry for the way I treated you. I literally don't know how else to say that, 'cause I did what I thought was right for R and my baby. But I feel so guilty for how I left things with you. I still love you. Everything inside me quenched up. I didn't do anything. You have to believe me. I know we haven't known each other for long, but you know me well enough. I'm not gay, and I couldn't do any of those things, especially not to that woman. I wouldn't harm a fly. He's a demon with a fly swat, so that's a lie for a start, I said, and he hates wasps. I'm sorry the police are hassling you. I know Rhiannon has got to you about changing alibis. That's not your fault. I don't blame you. I can see how bad all this looks, but I swear I am totally innocent, and I know you are too. I swear on my baby's life. Interesting. If I'm guilty of anything, it's falling in love with you. Oh, you absolute lying little skank-licking pig-dog puss-boil from hell's filthiest armpit. But listen to me. Rhiannon is dangerous. Stay away from her. I don't know how I didn't see this before. I guess I wasn't looking. I can't say any more now because, to be honest, if she finds out I'm contacting you, I don't know what she's capable of. Or I do know what she's capable of, and that's why I'm afraid. Please stay away from her. She's toxic. Just know this. I do love you, Lana. With all my heart. Craig. Kiss, 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 kiss. 4 kisses. 1 for each of the years he and I were together. Told you. It was Daddy who loved you, not him. He's a waste of space, Mummy. I folded up the letter and posted it inside my jeans pocket, my throat burning. I pulled the flush and stepped out. And there goes the alarm ringing in my head. I don't want to be here any more, said Lana, back in her space beneath the window. I've been thinking about ending it all. Oh. And I know what you're going to say, but I can't cope. I don't have anyone. She was halfway through a Rice Krispie cake, tears falling into the empty cupcake case. What would you do if you were me, Rhiannon? I breathed out, sitting down on the arm of the sofa next to her. I stroked her hair. I don't think I'd want to live either, if I were you. And I have a support network in place. Craig's parents, good friends at my antenatal group, my Christian Townswomen's Guild. I have plenty to fill my time. And not to mention Craig's baby on the way. I have something to focus on. She took another cake. I want to do it. I want to do it before they come and find me. Seems like I can't talk you out of it. She shook her head. How will you do it? I don't know. There's the multi-storey car park in town. I don't like heights. Well, you'll only have to go up there once, won't you? I don't think I can. You need courage to take your own life. You are courageous, Lana. You're so strong. It's not going to get any better, is it? And then there's the trial. How are you going to get through that? I'm not. There you are then. Will you help me? Help you how? Be there for me? Call the ambulance and stuff? You don't want an ambulance, do you? No, I suppose not. I mean, this isn't a cry for help, is it? It's a statement of intent. Yes, Okay, so what you gonna do? Keep talking about it? Keep slicing up your arms and crying in this pokey flat with no proper job, no purpose, no one to support you? My mum and dad, they'll understand eventually. Don't worry about them. You can write them a little note if you want. I could do it with pills. There's some paracetamol in the bathroom cabinet. I think I could do pills. I have some more in my bag if you want them. I can't believe I'm doing this. I can't believe this is how it ends. It'll be so easy, Lana. You'll just fall asleep and then all of this will be over and done with forever. No more worry. No more sleepless nights. Gordon Ramsay clap done. What? Nothing. Will you stay, though? Make sure I don't wake up. Of course I will. It's the least I can do. Monday the 22nd of October. 24 weeks, 1 day. 1. The elf who tangles up my earphones, my hair in the morning, and Jim's garden hose before I water the flowers. It's getting personal. Went back to our flat today. The new couple were moving in. I watched the removal guys unloading their furniture. All IKEA shit, and one white goods delivery from John Lewis. He carried her over the threshold. She was one of those pregos who was only put weight on at the bump, so the rest of her was basically the same. A pencil with a rubber in the middle. Leaf blower Ron stopped to chat with them. He didn't see me. Drove round to Claudia Gulper's house after. I knew she'd be at work, so the place was deserted, and I still had AJ's keys. Technically not breaking and entering, just entering. It was a family home with no family, just remnants of one bitter, twisted old shrew. A shopping list on the fridge, corkboard loaded with to-do lists, yoga class times and neatly written recipes, instead of term dates or letters about parents' evening. Accents of copper and a pervading smell of proper coffee and fresh flowers. Fruit basket. Large manicured back garden. Huge lounge with cream carpets and marshmallow sofas. Next door to AJ's empty room was a box room, bare but for a yellow bees and flowers border. The beginnings of a nursery for the sundry babies she never got to keep. We're quite similar in a way, me and Claudia. She never got what she wanted either. Her passive aggression is my aggression. I'm aggressive enough for both of us. Went into town afterwards to get some maternity trousers. I can't deny it anymore. I've popped out of every single normal pair I own. I've also gone up 2 cup sizes in my bras, so I have to wear these hammocky things now. I am officially one of the whale family, the youngest member of the pod. How can this be when it's only the size of a bloody grapefruit? I'm not a grapefruit anymore. I'm an ear of corn. If you were any kind of mother, you'd know that. Continuing the Home Alone theme that has dominated my life of late, I then continued my journey to my little hideaway on the cliff top to eat junk and watch rubbish. No one came out and stopped me. I googled Lana Roundtree. No news has broken yet. They haven't found her. Surely she'd smell by now. I lay on AJ's remains in the flower bed and fell asleep, comforted by my new non-pinchy trousers and the distant swelling of the sea beneath the cliffs. The weather is still pretty balmy, so the soil was warm beneath my back. The baby's heart rate didn't go up like I thought it would. Mine did, though. At the Where's Your Womb At meeting tonight, it was bake night, and I'd forgotten to bake anything. Being good, kind Christians, though, the others had brought along plenty to share. Scones, Victoria sponges, macaroons, Battenberg, trays of baklava, iced fancies, cupcakes with little emoji wafers on top. They'd gone all out. Not that I partook in any of it, of course. I don't trust other people's homemade offerings if I haven't first inspected their kitchens. Come on, you've seen what I keep in mine. Next meeting is a creative writing class as several wombats are producing their own novels. Erica has titled the session, Tightening Your Opening. I'll just leave that one there. One of the younger wombats, Amy Plainface, brought her baby twins in to show everyone. Now, I like children, but these kids were butt ugly. One was chubby and boggle-eyed, and the other had this massive blood blister on its cheek, which you can't ignore on a baby because it's so damn big. It was a quarter of the size of its head. It was a blood blister on legs. I hope mine doesn't have one of those. Can you have plastic surgery on a newborn? I have enough trouble loving humans as it is, without them having squashed tomatoes on their faces. Amy was full of it, though, all smiley and proudly showing off old boggle eyes and blood blister, and all the wombats crowded round the double buggy to gaze at them like they were a Banksy. They were all, "Oh, aren't they adorable?" and "Bless their little cotton socks." I dropped in a few ahs, but my heart wasn't in it. "It'll be you next, Rhiannon," Amy grinned, rocking the buggy. "Yeah." I smiled my most convincing smile. "Do you know if you'll go natural or C-section?" Dunno. You haven't thought about it?" "No. I went natural. It is best for them, there's no doubt. I'm stitched from John O'Groats to Land's End, mind." "Are you creaming your stretch marks?" "Every day, yeah." "You stretch everywhere, don't you? Least I did. Still, they're worth it." "Are they?" I said, looking down at old boggle-eyes Billy and squashed tomato features. "Well, that's all right then." I watched her doing the mum thing, burping and snuggling and all that. I tried to imagine me doing it, but the images wouldn't come. "I can pass on some of my old maternity wear if you like. I won't be needing them now. Definitely not having any more." "Oh, right. That would be brilliant, thanks." I couldn't bear the thought of stepping into someone else's clothes. Her old skid-marked jeggings and vanilla-sick tunics. No, thank you. And they're growing out of all their old romper suits, too. I'll get a nice bin bag up together for you. Thanks. Again. It was only when everyone else started on the tea and fruitcake that one of the babies started crying, and Amy settled on a chair in the corner of the hall and heaved her tit out of its sling. "I'll let you get on," I said, creeping off like Burglar Bill. "You can stay and watch if you like, Rhiannon," she smiled, draping a muslin over her shoulder. "Might pick up some tips." "Oh, great. I've got the hang of it now, but it was agony at first. I never thought I'd get it right." There was a dried patch of puke on her bare arm. I dry heaved. "No need to look so alarmed. It's quite natural." Yeah, of course." She stuffed her burger nip into the mewling thing's gob and it latched on like an alien. "Fucking hell," I blurted. My remark echoed around the hall thanks to the acoustics, and then I had everyone judging me. The Jesus Christ figurines, the stacks of Bibles, the tea ladies through the kitchen hatch, even the emoji sugarcraft on the cupcakes. "Sorry, that looked so painful." Amy didn't take offence. "No, it's all right. It was uncomfortable at first, but you get used to it. I've got nipples like World War I helmets now." "What happens when they both want feeding?" "I do them both at the same time," she said, indicating a pillow folded over in the buggy's undercarriage. "Or I bottle feed, whatever's easiest. I'm their mum, so I do what needs to be done. It's instinctive. There was that word again. Instinct. I knew the kind of instincts I had, and not one of them was maternal. That instinct wants to argue, to slap, to kick, to chide, to slit throats open wide, to stab, to stake, to flay, to knock people down and laugh as the wheels bump over them. And it doesn't matter how much I starve that instinct, it still won't die. I wondered if somehow my maternal instincts would samurai through all those other ones when I give birth. I wondered if I wanted them to. Every atom in my body wanted to stop watching the sight in front of me, but I had to at least pretend to be interested, so I started talking to her about what kind of pram I should buy, trying my best to look everywhere but at her giant, throbbing bagpipe and the chugging haggis on the end of it. So, twins, I said, swallowing down a heave. So your vag is pretty much toast then? Thursday, the 25th of October. 24 weeks, 4 days. 1. Journalists who use pictures of pregos and say they're flaunting their bumps. Can't exactly hide them, dickhead. You try smuggling a dinghy up your jumper and let's see how good you are at hiding it. Patrick stopped talking altogether now. I can only see the top of his head when I shine the torch down. He's slumped against the side of the well. He's scratched up the walls and there's a hell of a stink rising. I've chucked a couple of magic trees down there and put the lid back. I'll deal with him later. We had another funny phone call this morning. Elaine wants to change their number and go ex-directory. Jim says they'll give up soon. This is the 10th phone call we've had. If I answer, they might speak, I suggested. Jim's having none of it. I'm not having you bothered by it. They'll go away eventually. Let me handle it till they do. My body has become an eyesore. My tits have overinflated and gone as veiny as Stilton. My nips should be in between brioche buns. One of the mummy bloggers bangs on and on about the beauty of a pregnant woman's body. You're creating life, being the incredible, wonderful woman nature always wanted you to be. Embrace life, both yours and the baby's. I would imagine that kind of thing is much easier to say and mean when you're a millionaire living in Martha's Vineyard with an oil tycoon husband, 7 maids, and all the chia seeds your gullet can cope with. Unfortunately for the rest of us, it just sucks. I read this article on Eon about the biological warfare of being pregnant. Apparently, there's this species of spider that allows her young to